up his trench coat in the narrow hallway and then went through to the kitchen. This morning's half-empty coffee mug stood on the draining board by the sink, next to a plate that was covered in yellow semicircles of solidified egg yolk. He went directly to the fridge and took out a Miller, which he popped and swallowed straight out of the can, loosening his necktie with one finger. Then he went through to the living room and collapsed backward onto his sagging brown corduroy couch. He switched on the television, and it was Shatner's Raw Nerve, William Shatner interviewing Rush Limbaugh, a repeat, so he switched it over to Nightline, although he kept the sound muted. He lay there for a while trying to relax, but grisly images of Maria Fortalis's severed arms kept jumping into mind's eye, like pictures from a flicker book, with that Mexican bracelet and those silver rings. He was deeply troubled by the Maria Fortalis case. It was like a jigsaw puzzle in which the pieces seemed to belong to two different pictures, or even more, and he had the feeling that even if they managed to complete it, they wouldn't understand what he was looking at, like Washington crossing the Delaware all mixed up with American Gothic, with maybe a bit of wallpaper from Whistler's mother thrown in. The perpetrators he usually collared fell into one of four predictable categories. They were either creepy psychotic stalkers with halitosis who tortured and killed people to compensate for their own personal inadequacies, or moronic blue-collar bullies with tattooed necks and the temperament of pit bull terriers, or equally moronic members of the Folks or the Latin Kings or the Waist 5 gang who felt it was a matter of honor to stab or shoot anybody who disrespected them, or gray-suited office workers who had simply cracked under the strain of everyday life, losing their jobs or losing their children in some heartbreaking custody settlement. But whoever had taken and dismembered Maria Fortalis had much more obscure motives than any of these. He and Charlie hadn't been able to get any kind of handle on how he had abducted her, let alone why. To begin with, he'd been skeptical about Charlie's intuition that Mago Verde was somehow involved, but in truth, he had a nagging suspicion that Charlie was maybe onto something. This was no ordinary missing persons case. This was all about nightmares and circuses and conjurers and clowns. And what about Netta? Netta had experienced nightmares that were almost identical, but of course there was no apparent connection between Netta and Maria Fortalis. One was a trainee lawyer, and the other was a hamburger waitress with screwy eyes, and so far as he knew, they'd never met. All the same, Walter felt that he'd been deliberately given a very forceful nudge. How or by whom he couldn't begin to understand. But just like Charlie, he was beginning to feel that the circus was coming. He jolted and opened his eyes. He'd been dropping off to sleep. Walter heaved himself upright. As he did so, his cell phone rang. He rummaged in his pocket until he found it, and then he snapped, "What?" "Sorry, Walter. Didn't mean to disturb you. It's Charlie."
"What's up, Charlie?" he asked him. "Don't you ever fucking sleep?"
"I was lucky. I think I got a rough translation of what that rat thing was saying to Netta."
"You're kidding me."
"No. I was talking to some of the guys at the station, and one of them speaks Spanish. He said that pianos sounded like piernas, which is Spanish for legs. So coupe could be French for cut, and sein could be German for sein, meaning yours. So the whole phrase could be a multilingual mishmash that actually means cut off your legs."
"Ah, come on, Charlie, that's stretching it a bit, don't you think?"
"Maybe so, if the context was different. But what we have so far is beware Mago Verde, he will cut off your legs. And that makes sense, doesn't it, considering what happened to Maria Fortalis?"
Okay, I'll go along with it just so far as it goes. What about the other bit? Gang up your start or whatever it was.
I was lucky there, too. Detective Smith overheard us, and he still speaks pretty good Dutch. He says that gang up your start sounded like gang op uw staart, which means walk on your tail.
So what this rat thing was saying to Netta was, watch out for Mago Verde because he's going to cut off your legs and you'll be walking on your tail.
Exactly.
You realize this could be total bullshit and it doesn't mean anything like that at all. It makes sense, Walter. What else could it mean? You need to remember who said it, Charlie. A creature that looked like a rat from out of some waitress's nightmare? It's not real. It's Alice in fucking Wonderland. A recurring nightmare, Walter. A nightmare she's been having so often she can actually remember what the rat creature was saying to her.
Walter suddenly thought of the popcorn that he had smelled as he dozed off on the couch, and the off-key music, and the thumping of the circus tents and the wind that blew across the meadow.
Okay, he said grudgingly. Let's talk about it in the morning. Maybe you're right. Maybe we need to go on a clown hunt.
Chapter 11. Heavenly Twins. Springer said, 2 more night warriors will be joining you tonight. That will make 6 in all. He counted them off on his fingers. Dom Magator, the armorer, Angrifferi, the avenging claw, Zebenjo Eeks, the arrow storm, you, Zyrina, the passion warrior, as well as Jekyllon and Jamexa, the lightning dancers. We'll be going to see Jekyllon and Jamexa right now. Do they already know they're night warriors? Asked Rhoda Jane. Springer shook his head. Not yet, but they very soon will. They're staying here, in this hotel, on the 2nd floor.
Do you want us to come with you? John asked him.
He didn't feel too enthusiastic about it, but at the same time he was Dom Magator, the senior-ranking night warrior, and he was the only one amongst them who had yet had any experience of combat in the world of dreams. Because of that, he thought that he had some responsibility to give Springer his support. And besides, the more backup you had when you were fighting in somebody else's nightmare, the better. He didn't yet know what a lightning dancer actually did, but it sounded as if a whole lot of lethal voltage was involved, and that could only be to the night warrior's advantage. Yes, please come along, said Springer. I think it would help a great deal if they met you face to face. You know yourself that it isn't exactly easy, accepting that you're a night warrior.
Okay. What are their names?
Jekyllon and Jamexa. Jekyllon means acrobat, and Jamexa means twin.
Well, I meant the real names, their waking names.
Well, you probably know them, or you've heard of them anyhow. Kira and Kieran Kaiser. Rhoda Jane let out a high-pitched squeal.
The Kaiser twins? You're kidding me. The Kaiser twins are night warriors? I don't believe it. I love the Kaiser twins.
Their late mother was Azurina, the sky dancer. It was a very great loss to us when she was abducted.
She was abducted?
Said Rhoda Jane. Kidnapped, yes. Taken away. Not her waking body, but her dream personality. So she never woke up. In the end, they turned off her life support.
I thought she died of a stroke just after giving birth. That's what it said in OK Magazine, anyhow.
That was what everybody thought, Irina, including her doctors. But she was abducted in her sleep by a dread called the Gray Memory. The Gray Memory took her out of revenge, because she had seriously injured the Gray Memory's sister, the Pale Confusion, during a battle in the dreaming world. The Pale Confusion could never walk or speak ever again, either in the dreaming world or the waking world.
The Gray Memory and the Pale Confusion?
Said Rhoda Jane.
Jesus, they sound spooky.
Well, they were, yes, although I don't think spooky quite sums up how dangerous they were, and how scary. We're pretty sure that the Gray Memory is still hiding in somebody's nightmare someplace, although we haven't sensed her presence in more than 7 years. It's possible that she was injured at the same time as her sister was hurt. She could be dead, but I don't think so. My feeling is that she's biding her time so that she can get her revenge on the rest of the night warriors who were fighting with Azurina.
When she abducted the Kaiser twins' mother, what did she do with her?
She gave her to Brother Albrecht, by way of a gift. Evil people are always doing favors for other evil people, just like good people do favors for good people. Springer paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about times gone by and all of those people whom time had carried away. Then he said, The Gray Memory and the Pale Confusion were part of a nightmare army of over 100 dreads.
They were trying to destroy the human race by erasing our memories, rubbing them out and blurring them. If they had won, none of us would be able clearly to remember our childhood, or one single word of what we were taught when we were growing up. We wouldn't recognize our own parents, or even remember where we lived. We wouldn't know what we had done an hour ago, or even 5 minutes ago. We would have been like orphans, who can never find their way home.
Well, that sounds too much like me to be funny, said John. Like ask me what I ate for breakfast and I couldn't tell you.
I wouldn't want to know, Rhoda Jane retorted. Besides, it would probably take too long for you to recite the entire order. Let me guess, though, you had pancakes.
I always have pancakes. How can you seriously call it a breakfast unless you have pancakes? That's like having a funeral service without a stiff.
Come on, you two, said Springer. Let's introduce ourselves to Jekyllon and Jamexa. They left Rhoda Jane's room and walked along the corridor together with all the grim-faced determination of a posse in a cowboy movie. Two passing guests turned around to stare at the three of them in bemusement. A fat man with a pompadour and a bursting sport coat, a big-breasted woman in very tight jeans, and a curly-headed young man in a billowing raincoat. They went down in the elevator to the floor below. Rooms 237 and 239 were on the northeast side of the Griffin House Hotel, the only two rooms at the end of a short private corridor, which was cordoned off with a thick nightclub-style rope. It was guarded by two huge black men with shaved heads and mirror sunglasses and black suits that rivaled the size of Brother Albrecht's circus tents. John and Rhoda Jane approached them cautiously, expecting to be stopped. But as they came nearer, the security guards unhooked the rope and pressed themselves back against the walls on either side, so that their double chins bulged out.
Afternoon, Miss Schultz. How's it going?
Fine, thanks, Sherwin. How are you, Lamar? I think we're all set for tonight.
John turned around and accidentally stumbled over one of the security guards' feet. That voice wasn't Dino's. That wasn't even a man's voice. He and Rhoda Jane were being closely followed by a small Jewish-looking woman with a haircut like a jet-black skull cap and a large complicated nose and pouting crimson lips. She was wearing an electric bronze suit with padded shoulders and a flared waistline and a skirt that was much too short and tight for her age.
Come on, John, she said, pushing him forward. Always such a klutz.
She looked up at the security guard and said, Sorry, Lamar.
No problem, Miss Schultz.
The Jewish-looking woman took hold of John's sleeve and Rhoda Jane's sleeve, too, and pulled both of them along the corridor together until they reached room 237.
What in hell is going on here?
Rhoda Jane protested.
Who are you? What the hell happened to What's-His-Face?
The woman stared up at her, and her eyes were glittering intently.
I am What's-His-Face, Irina. How do you think I can gain access to any place I need to? How do you think I can win people's confidence? Whoever people trust, whoever they confide in, that's who I am.
And right now? John asked her.
Right now, John boy, I'm a dead bringer for Lois Schultz, the Kaiser Twins manager. It's an illusion, that's all. I can look like anybody. I could look like you if I wanted to.
What if the real Lois Schultz is here right now? Asked Rhoda Jane. You're going to walk in and there's going to be two Lois Schultzes?
No chance of that. Right now, the real Lois Schultz is at the State Theater, making last-minute adjustments to the lighting sequences for tonight's show. And she's not very happy, so she's going to be gone for some time.
Okay, I believe you. I don't know why I believe you. I shouldn't believe you, but I believe you. Springer gave a quick knock at room 237 and called out,
Hi there, kids. It's only me.
She opened the door and walked right in. Rhoda Jane grabbed John's sleeve and let out a squeaky, hysterical whisper right into his left ear.
The Kaiser twins. It's really them. I can't believe it.
Come on, said John. They're only human, just like us.
But they're so famous, and I love them.
Kieran and Kira were both in room 237.
Kieran was sprawled out on the bed in a torn red t-shirt and gray jogging pants, playing killer zombies, while Kira was perched on the Rococo stool in front of her dressing table, wearing nothing but a Rams football shirt, polishing her toenails with purple glitter. "You're back quick, Lois," said Kieran, without taking his eyes off the TV screen. "Are you happy with all of those lights now?"
"Actually, I brought a couple of old friends of mine to see you,"
said Springer. John was still fascinated by Springer's transformation into Lois Schultz. Enormous gold hoops as big as parrot perches swung from her earlobes, and she wore knobbly semi-precious rings on every finger, as well as an ostentatious sapphire brooch in the shape of a death's head moth.
"This is Rhoda Jane, and this is John. Say hi, twins."
Kira looked up from her toenails and said, "Hi." Kieran simply lifted his left hand and twiddled his fingers in a wave. Springer said,
"The reason I brought my friends here is because there's been a change of plan." "Change of plan?"
frowned Kira.
"What does that mean?" "It means you won't be singing tonight. You'll be doing something more important instead."
Kira looked up from her toenail polishing.
"We're not singing? Why?"
Springer patted her shoulder in a motherly way.
"You won't be singing, my darling, because you can't sing when you're asleep. And when you're awake, you can't fight. And tonight, I need you to sleep and to fight." "Lois, what are you talking about?" I know, I sound like a mashugana. But how crazy did you feel when you opened up that door right over there and found yourself out in the field, and it was raining cats and dogs?"
Kira lifted her head and stared at Springer wide-eyed.
"Lois, how did you even know about that? Kieran, did you tell her?"
"I never said a word. I swear to God." Springer patted her shoulder again.
"Kieran didn't tell me, my darling. I knew what was going to happen even before it happened. In fact, I arranged for it to happen. Why do you think I chose this particular hotel for you to stay in?" "You knew what was going to happen? How could you have known?" "You opened the door, Kiera, and there you were. You and Kieran climbed the hill to the carnival. It was raining and thundering, and the tents were black and the lights were red, and you met some very strange people there, didn't you? A little man who looked more like a rat, and a bald man called Zachary."
"I don't believe this," said Kieran. "I just don't frickin' believe this. It was only a dream." But Springer carried on.
"Most important of all, you saw your mother. Your poor mother, who you believed was long dead, mutilated and put on show for everybody to stare at. Demi, the demi-goddess, the half-woman."
Kieran swung his legs off the bed and stood up. His hair was sticking out sideways, as if he just stepped inside from a hurricane. "How do you know about our mom, Lois? Come on, Lois, how the hell do you know? We thought it was only a nightmare. But we believed that we were sharing it because we're twins. I mean, we share all kinds of feelings all the time. But how do you know all about it?" Springer sat down on the side of the bed.
"I look very much like Lois, Kieran, but I'm not Lois."
"I don't get it. Is this a joke? If it is, it's in pretty shitty taste."
"Lois is still at Playhouse Square. The real Lois, that is. My name is Springer. I can take on the physical appearance of anybody I want to. Watch me. Who was your best friend at school? Kenny Ballantyne? You remember Kenny Ballantyne?"
Kieran looked confused. "Of course I remember Kenny Ballantyne. He broke my goddamn iPod." Right in front of them, Lois Schultz began to alter. She grew taller, and her shoulders grew wider. Her black skullcap hairstyle gradually grew lighter until it was medium brown and scruffy. Her face grew broader, and her eyes changed color from brown to hazel. Within less than 30 seconds, she was no longer a musical agent with dangling earrings and bright red lip gloss, but a sprawling young man of 17 or 18 with holes in the knees of his Levi's and a t-shirt with a black and white print of Kurt Cobain on the front of it. Kieran stared at him, stunned. "Kenny?"
he said. Kenny? Is that really you? No, said Springer. It's not really me. But you asked me what I was capable of, didn't you? And that's one of the many things that I'm capable of. I needed to convince you that your mother is still alive and that you can rescue her if you want to. But she was cut in half, Kira interrupted. Not only that, she doesn't even know that she's our mother. Even if we rescue her, what are we going to do with her? Her mind's gone. Her legs have gone. Kieran said, She's still our mother. We can't leave her like that, in that carnival. By the way, where the hell is that carnival? You were right about it the first time, said Springer. It exists only in the world of dreams. For now, anyhow. But that doesn't mean that it's any less real than anything that exists only in the world of reality. You can bring your mother back if you want to. You would obviously have to arrange for her to receive intensive physical care and psychological rehabilitation. But you're not poor, are you? And who knows, you might even get your original mother back. Or a little part of her, anyhow. Oh, my God, said Kira. You're really frightening me now. Well, just sit and listen, said Springer. When I'm through, you can either tell me to get the hell out of here and never come back, or you can agree to help us save your mother and scores of other people, too. What other people? Your mother isn't the only one who's been taken away by that carnival. Over the years, over the centuries, there may have been hundreds of them. Men, women, children, even babies. Some of them were born freaks, but many of them were deliberately mutilated and deformed so that they were turned into freaks. That's so terrible. But why? Because the man who started the carnival is determined to bring out the worst in human nature. He wants to see an end to love, kindness, and charity. He wants to see nothing but cruelty and depravity and wholesale meaningless war. In other words, he wants his personal revenge on God. If he can bring his carnival back from the world of dreams into the world of reality, it will spread around the world like the worst contagion you can ever imagine. A moral sickness like the Black Death, only 1,000 times worse. This is why I've come here today. This is the time when we need to act, to fight back, or the whole planet is going to turn into a slaughterhouse. Kieran said, I don't know whether to believe you or not, dude, but you sure look like Kenny Ballantyne. Oh, you're the spit of him. Even got that warty thing by the side of your nose. Carefully and quietly, Springer explained who he was and where he had come from. He told them about a Shapala and how the purity of a Shapala could protect every person on Earth, regardless of their religion or their core beliefs. He told them about the Night Warriors and how their mother had been Azurina, the Sky Dancer, and how, as twins, they had both inherited her powers. He also told them about Brother Albrecht, and how his arms and legs had been amputated, and how that had led him to set up his carnival and freak show. When Springer had finished, he sat back to let his words sink in. Kieran and Kira stared at each other in complete silence, but it was obvious that they were sharing their thoughts about everything that he had told them. Eventually, Kira said, How could we have been these night warriors all of our lives and never known that we were? Because you weren't needed until now. Some night warriors go through their whole lives without finding out, simply because their special abilities were never called for.
I never knew I was, not until last year, John told her.
And I never knew until about an hour ago, said Rhoda Jane. So who are you supposed to be? Kieran asked John.
Me? I'm Dom Magator, the armorer. I carry every kind of handgun and rifle and bladed weapon that you can possibly think of, and most of which you can't. You want a pistol that can make somebody half a mile away go stone deaf? You want a knife that you can throw through solid concrete? How about an amnesiac rifle that can make your enemy forget who he is and what the hell he's supposed to be doing there?
Oh, this has got to be a joke, said Kieran. Amnesiac rifle? Who are you trying to kid? It's no joke, Rhoda Jane assured him. I'm Zyrina, the Passion Warrior. I can turn on anything that has a pulse, and a few things that don't, I wouldn't be surprised. Springer said, The best way for me to convince you that I'm telling you the truth is to show you what Jekyllon and Jamexa actually look like.
Jekyllon? Kieran protested. What kind of a stupid name is that?
Actually, Jekyllon is a highly respected name amongst the Night Warriors, said Springer. The very first Jekyllon was a servant at the court of the Egyptian pharaoh Seti I in the year 1291 BC.
Ha! Now I'm sure you're kidding me.
Not at all. The demon goddess Nephthys ambushed Seti in his dreams and took him to her palace in the dry desert. She tried to mummify him in his sleep so that he would be powerless to act out his dreams. We all have to act out our dreams in order to stay fit and sane. But Nephthys was hoping that she would drive Seti mad and that she could turn the entire kingdom of Egypt into a barren wasteland. But Jekyllon and Jamexa followed her, and Jekyllon vaulted over the walls of Nephthys's palace, which had always been believed to be impregnable. He blinded Nephthys and her priests with lightning, which Jamexa had reflected from a distant electric storm. Seti escaped and rewarded Jekyllon and Jamexa with great riches.
Well, it's a cool story, said Kieran. Sounds like something out of X-Men.
Do you want to see yourself as Jekyllon? Asked Springer. All you have to do is stand in front of that mirror. Go on, Kieran, Kira urged him. You know you love looking at yourself more than anything else in the world.
Kieran walked across to the large oval cheval mirror in the corner of the bedroom. Springer stood up and joined him, laying a hand on his shoulder.
Be patient, said Springer. It doesn't take long.
Kieran shook his head.
Jesus, man. You look so much like Kenny, I can't believe it. Remember that time you swung on that rope over Mill Creek Falls, pretending to be Tarzan so that Susan Ladenis would be all impressed, and the rope broke and you fell in head first and broke your arm? It was my collarbone, as a matter of fact, Springer corrected him. But this is totally crazy, said Kieran.
He turned away from the mirror for a moment, grinning at Kira in disbelief, but Kira suddenly said,
Look. Just look at yourself.
Kieran turned back, and there, in the mirror, he saw a reflection of an athletic young man wearing a skin-tight suit made of some glittery black fabric that looked as if it had been cut out of a starry night sky. On his head, he had a sleek black helmet with slanted black lenses covering his eyes and 2 long antennae.
Is that me?
Said Kieran. He leaned forward to look at himself more closely, and his reflection leaned toward him.
Shit! It really is me. To be more accurate, it's Jekyllon, Springer corrected him. But yes, it really is you.
And I'm some kind of an acrobat, is that it?
The best. You can jump, you can roll, you can run on stilts as fast as most athletes can run on their feet. You can walk on a high wire without using a balancing pole, and you're one of the greatest trapeze artists that ever was. Double flips, triple flips, easy.
Kieran stood back and spread his arms wide.
This is unbelievable. This is absolutely unfrickin' believable. I am Jekyllon. I can feel it. I know that I can really do all of that stuff. Well, you can't quite do it yet, said Springer. You'll have to wait until you're asleep and dreaming. You don't want to risk hurting yourself like your old friend Kenny. So how do I go about making people go blind? Kieran asked him. I don't seem to be carrying any guns or nothing. Take a look at your hands.
Kieran raised both hands and turned them over. The palms of each hand were so highly reflective that he could see his face in them.
So I got shiny hands, so what? Kira, stand beside him, Springer asked her.
Kira put down her bottle of nail polish and came across the room. As she stood beside her twin brother, her reflection in the mirror began to shine, and soon she was wearing a tight silvery suit as sparkling as Kieran's, and a wedge-shaped silver helmet to match. On her back, however, she was carrying a metal grid like a hiker's backpack frame, except that it was covered with layers of complicated copper shapes like fall leaves, each connected by wires and circuit breakers and switches.
Jamexa is acutely sensitive to any static electricity stored in the upper atmosphere, Springer explained. She can almost smell it, even if it's 20 miles away and 35,000 feet high. She attracts it in exactly the same way as a lightning rod attracts lightning, and stores it up in the framework that she carries on her back. Then, when Jekyllon needs to zap somebody, like Nephthys and her priests, for example, Jamexa raises her hand and sends him a bolt of lightning. Or 2 bolts, one from each hand if he needs them. All he has to do is angle his hand so that the lightning ricochets off it and hits whoever or whatever he wants it to. Kira looked at the palms of her hands, and they were as highly reflective as Kieran's. Springer said, "See? It's as simple as shining a sunbeam from one mirror to another." Kieran and Kira looked at each other again. Their helmets gave them the appearance of 2 giant praying mantises, one black and the other silver. As they stood there, their night warriors' uniforms gradually faded. After less than a minute, Kira was back in her football shirt and Kieran was wearing his t-shirt and his jogging pants. "So, what's it to be?" Springer asked them.
"I just don't know," said Kira. "It's all so much to take in. I can't decide if I'm dreaming all of this, or if it's real, or if you guys are pulling some kind of scam."
She started to sound panicky.
"Like, how can we cancel an entire sold-out concert? That's 2,500 seats. And we're supposed to be on stage in less than 3 hours for a final sound check."
John shrugged.
"Like Springer says, sweetheart, it's entirely up to you. But if you don't come with us, the rest of us will have to go anyhow. And from my experience, we're going to need all the firepower we can muster."
Kira clapped her hands over her ears in frustration.
"Even if we say yes, Lois will be back soon, and there's no way that she's going to let us cancel tonight's concert and drop off to sleep just like that. Think of all the money that the promoters are going to lose if we don't show. Think of all the money that we're going to lose. And how can we let so many fans down? They'll hate us for it. They'll never forgive us."
"Okay," John told her, "if that's the way you feel. But what about your mom, trapped in that freak show? Are you just going to leave her there?"
"She's not real. She's just a dream. You said so yourself."
"Right now she is, yes. But people suffer, sweetheart, even in the world of dreams. And if we don't stop Brother Albrecht from bringing his carnival back to this world, she won't be a dream anymore. She'll be real, and suffering for real. Brother Albrecht will put her on show along with all of his other freaks so that the paying public can come along and gawp at her."
Kieran said,
"He's right, Kira. We can't let that happen."
Kira sat down at her dressing table again and stared at 3 reflections of herself in its mirrors.
"Look at me," she said.
"Selfish Kira, and mean Kira, and uncaring Kira." But Rhoda Jane came and stood behind her and laid her hands on her shoulders.
"Honey, all of us are selfish, and all of us are mean, and none of us give a shit. That's the way I've been all my life. With men, and with money, and with my own dear sisters. But you only have to do one thing for somebody else. Just one. For no other reason except that you believe it's your duty as a human being. And God will forgive you for all of your heartlessness. And you might even find that He gives you a heart by way of saying thank you."
Kira wiped tears away from her eyes. Springer came up to stand beside Rhoda Jane and said, "When you walked into that dream last night, Kira, that wasn't even your dream. Kieran knew that, didn't you, Kieran? It was being dreamed by a young girl of 8 years old who was staying with her parents in room 625. Your psychic sensitivity enabled you and Kieran to enter her dream and find out what had happened to your mother. You can see the dead, can't you? You and Kieran."
"You know about that too?" said Kieran. "Is there anything you don't know about us?"
"To a Shapala, Kieran, all human beings are an open book. All I do is turn the pages and read what's written there."
"So you know we saw some bum on Santa Monica Boulevard jumping in front of the traffic and never getting hurt?
And some gangster with his throat cut in the barber shop at the Handlery Hotel in San Francisco? And some drowned woman in the Japanese garden in Portland, just lying under the water in the pond, smiling up at us like she was happy at last? Yes, said Springer. And that's why you can be so useful to us. We suspect that Gordon Veitch could be one of those dead people who won't lie down. A dread, we call them. That's why he can move so easily from the real world to the dream world and back again. He can appear, he can disappear whenever he feels like it. But he won't be able to hide from you two in either world. Kira reached out and took hold of Kieran's hand. She briefly closed her eyes and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Okay, said Kieran. We'll do it. You sure about that? We're sure, Kira told him. Kieran's right. If there's any chance of rescuing our mom, we have to try at the very least. The point is, how do we get out of here? Asked Kieran. Sherwin and Lamar won't let us out of their sight, even if you turned yourself back into Lois. The promoters pay for them to protect their investment. Don't worry, said Springer. I've already booked a room on the 4th floor. Room 439, directly above this one. All you have to do is climb 2 stories up the fire escape. I left the balcony doors unlocked. Meantime, I'll leave here through the front door and tell your bodyguard friends that you're not to be disturbed. Kira said, So you have everything arranged already? How did you know we were going to say yes? Springer was gradually changing his appearance from Kenny Ballantyne back into Lois Schultz. They all found it fascinating to watch, as Kenny dwindled down to 5'4", and his hair turned dark, and his long gangly legs became skinny and bowed, with shiny black pantyhose and black patent shoes with very high heels.
How did I know you were going to say yes? You're natural-born night warriors, that's why. You're Jekyll and Jamexa, the acrobat and the acrobat's twin. That's who you are, even more than Kieran and Kira Kaiser. It's your destiny.
Chapter 12. Night Flight. By midnight, David was snoring softly with his green mask over his eyes. Katie eased herself out of bed and went through to her dressing room. She opened up her white satin-covered jewelry box and took out the folded slip of paper that Springer had given her. Before she opened it, she looked at herself in her dressing-table mirror. You don't have to do this, Katie, she told herself. If you'd rather take a rain check, what can he do to you? He's just a young guy who happens to look a whole lot like Mr. Flight, that's all. Actually, she wasn't so sure about that. If Springer was capable of showing her what she looked like when she was all dressed up in her night warrior's suit, maybe he was capable of making sure that she wore it, and that she went out hunting for this Gordon Veitch character, and Brother Albrecht's carnival whether she wanted to or not. She held up the piece of paper. To her surprise, the words on it seemed to be written in her own handwriting. Very softly, she read them out. Now when the face of the world is hidden in darkness, let us be conveyed to the place of our meeting, armed and armored. And let us be nourished by the power that is dedicated to the cleaving of darkness, the settling of all black matters, and the dissipation of all evil. So be it. Katie thought the words sounded rather pompous and medieval, but in spite of that, she still found them stirring, and she particularly liked the phrase about the place of our meeting, armed and armored, which reassured her that she was not going to be alone, but part of a fighting force with other night warriors. She crept back into the bedroom and slid herself under the covers. David was lying on his right side now and talking to himself. As far as she could make out, he was giving a lecture, but it all sounded like nonsense. Not psychotic, no. Umbrellas. And everybody has to go now. He was talking so loudly that she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to fall asleep. But somehow the words that Springer had given her to read had affected her as if she had taken a strong sedative, and after only a few minutes her eyes began to close. The illuminated clock on the nightstand beside her read 12:27. Darkness flooded into her mind, and at the same time she began to feel lighter and lighter.
With the abrupt buoyancy of a helium balloon caught by a gust of wind, she bobbed up from her bed and floated upward toward the ceiling. Startled, she rolled around in midair, and as she did so, she looked down, and there she was, her own sleeping self. Her short brunette hair was already tousled, and she was touching her cheek with one hand, as if she were making sure that she was real. She rolled around again so that she was facing upward, just as she reached the ceiling. She held up both hands to prevent herself from being pressed up against it, but her hands disappeared right into the plaster, as if it were nothing but the softest of fine white sand. The rest of her followed with a thick shushing sound, and she found that she was rising through the attic, where all of their suitcases and their books and their old furniture was stored. She saw the carved pine headboard from Daisy's bed, the bed in which poor little Daisy had died, and somehow that gave her all the more determination to carry on. Even if she hadn't been able to save Daisy, she could save other innocent children. She kept on rising and passed through the attic ceiling as easily as she had passed through the bedroom ceiling, and then the roof shingles, and in a few seconds she was high above the house. To the south, she could see the glittering lights of Miami Beach, and to the west, she could see clear across Biscayne Bay to Morningside Park. To the north, on the far side of the Surprise Waterway, she could see Lagorce Country Club and an endless red stream of taillights on Collins Avenue, like blood corpuscles flowing through the darkness. Now she hung suspended for a few moments. At first she could feel the breeze from the ocean blowing against her face and ruffling her hair. But then her helmet began to take shape, and her head was soon enclosed in the distinctive falcon-shaped helmet of Angrifferi. The lenses that protected her eyes were tinted amber, but her night vision was stunning. She could clearly see all the way to the Golden Glades interchange, which was nearly 12.5 miles to the northwest. All she had to do was lightly touch the side of her helmet with her fingertips, and she could see even further, with just as much clarity. She could even read the traffic sign on I-95 for Fort Lauderdale Airport and see a small plane taking off, with the lights on its wingtips flashing. She looked down and saw that she was now dressed all over in the soft brown-feathered plumage of Angrifferi, with white feathers across her breasts. On each forearm, her powerful mechanical claws had materialized, with all of the rods and ratchets and pulleys that operated them. She squeezed them open and shut, and rotated them, and each movement was accompanied by a satisfying series of whirs and clicks. Her wings had developed, too. They were strapped to her back and her upper arms with a soft leather harness, which allowed her to open them by flexing her shoulders. At first they were folded and very heavy, but Angrifferi soon discovered that when she opened them up, they were caught at once by the warm updraft from the ground. With a rumble of wind-blown feathers, she was carried even higher up into the air, until she could see the sparkling curve of the Florida Keys, all the way south to Plantation Key, and that was over 75 miles away. She spun slowly around and around, marveling at the way she could fly and how far she could see. She flapped her wings cautiously, only 3 or 4 flaps, and she was lifted over 50 feet higher into the air. Then she stretched them as wide as she could and angled them into the wind. She swooped down and then up, and then she dared to plummet headfirst toward the ground, breaking out of her dive less than 20 feet from the 7th hole at Lagorce Country Club. She flew the length of the lake on the right-hand side of the hole so that she could see her reflection flashing over the surface of the water. Angrifferi in her falcon helmet, the avenging claw. When she reached the far end of the lake, she was about to soar up into the air again when she saw a solitary figure standing beside the trees. Her eyesight was so sharp that she could identify him at once as Springer. She tilted to the left and then feathered her wings so that she landed only a few yards away from him, although she nearly lost her balance as her feet touched the ground, and finished up her flight with a scurrying little run. As she stood there panting, Springer circled around her, nodding his head in admiration. Angrifferi thought he looked different. Darker, taller, more intense, less like Mr. Flight and more like her first boyfriend Gideon, who had been 17 years older than her. Very attractive, but domineering. "You look wonderful," said Springer. "Your grandmother would be very proud of you."
Thanks. It's amazing. I could see all the way down to the Keys.
"You'll have to travel far and fast tonight," Springer told her. "We've noticed that the president of a meatpacking company in Chicago is dreaming about Brother Albrecht's carnival. He lives in the Drake Tower on Lakeshore Drive. Dom Magator and the rest of your team will be waiting for you right outside."
Chicago? But that's over 1,000 miles. It's going to take me all night to get there.
Springer smiled. "You're forgetting, Aunt Grifferi. You're dreaming. You're not bound by the laws of the physical world. You're a night warrior. Katie's asleep in her bed, but you can go any place you want, as fast as you want."
But how?
Use your natural instincts. Aunt Grifferi has all the natural sense of direction of a migratory bird. She uses the Earth's magnetic field to guide her, just as migrating birds do. The only difference between Aunt Grifferi and a migratory bird is that a bird has to fly to its destination by flapping its wings, whereas you can fly there just by thinking about it.
But
Springer laid his hand on her shoulder, and for a moment she felt the same sense of being controlled as she had with Gideon. But then he said, "You know where Chicago is. You know where Lakeshore Drive is. Have confidence in yourself, Aunt Grifferi. Inside your mind you have a map of everywhere, and you have the ability to use it. Compared to your navigational skills, a sat-nav is a clumsy toy." He took his hand away. He was nothing like Gideon, not at all, because Gideon always used to make her feel that she was useless and stupid, whereas Springer made her feel that she could do whatever she put her mind to. "Close your eyes," Springer told her. "Now visualize the coordinates of Lakeshore Drive, Chicago, and be there." Katie closed her eyes. In her mind's eye, she could see an extraordinary illuminated map of the entire United States, a tracery of fine shining filaments set against a seamless black background, like the sky at night. Instinctively, she steered her mind north-northwestward, and the map began to rotate. Far beneath her, she saw spatterings of light that she recognized as Orlando, Gainesville, Atlanta, Louisville, and Indianapolis. She felt no sensation that she was moving. There was no slipstream blowing through her feathers. She felt only that her consciousness was carrying her to the western shore of Lake Michigan and the glittering conurbation of Chicago and all of its suburbs. It took her only seconds. She had seen Stargate SG-1 on TV, where squads of soldiers were transported through a wormhole in space from one planet to another almost instantaneously in a roller coaster rush of colored lights. But that was nothing compared to the silent, effortless way in which she had simply thought herself from one city to another. As she approached East Lakeshore Drive, she opened up her eyes and opened up her wings, too, so that she could fly down the last 1,000 feet. She didn't have far to go. The Drake Tower was directly beneath her, a red brick apartment block in the Beaux-Arts style, 30 stories and nearly 350 feet high. Suddenly she could hear noise, too, of honking traffic and the wind whipping off the lake, and a helicopter thumping over Cicero. An intense blue light flashed from the roof garden of the Drake Tower, and as she seesawed downward with her wings outstretched, she saw Dom Magator and Zabenjo Eeks and Zyrina and the twins, Jekyllon and Jamexa, already gathered together and waiting for her. To her surprise, Springer was there too, in the same form in which he had appeared to her on the golf course at Lagorce Country Club. Zabenjo Eeks was busy marveling at his outfit. Lincoln lifted his right arm and then his left. Attached by straps to the upper side of each forearm, all the way from his elbows to his wrists, there was an elaborate mechanism which looked like the workings of a crossbow, with tightened cords and a system of cogs and ratchets. Each mechanism was loaded with 3 arrows, with viciously barbed heads on them. 6 arrows altogether. But when he turned his head further and looked at his upper arms, he saw that there were 3 further arrows on each of those, too. He reached behind him and realized that he was carrying even more arrows on his back in a herringbone pattern, and that he had an extraordinary kind of quiver rising out of his back like a scorpion's tail. In all, he reckoned he must have been carrying more than 100 arrows, and they were all connected to hooks and pulleys, so that when one arrow was fired, another arrow would immediately tilt over his shoulder and slide along his arm to replace it. When Angrifferi touched lightly down on the roof, Springer came over and took hold of her arm. "Everybody, this is the last member of our team, the Avenging Claw." He led her across to the other night warriors and introduced her. Dom Magator said,
"Very pleased to meet you, little bird lady. I have to say that I ate a chicken bigger than you once, spit roasted at Plucker's Restaurant in Baton Rouge."
"I'll take that as a compliment. I've been trying to lose weight."
Angrifferi was slightly taken aback by Zyrina with her high golden crown and her billowing golden cloak and her naked-look breastplate. It was more than just her appearance. Her shiny golden breasts and her shiny golden genitalia. When she took hold of Angrifferi's hands to welcome her, Angrifferi felt a strange electrifying sensation, as if Zyrina had slyly drawn her fingertips up the inside of her thighs and intimately touched her. Springer noticed her quick involuntary shiver. "Zyrina is the Passion Warrior," he explained. "She has the same effect on everybody, man or woman. It's her principal weapon."
"Same as it is for most women, wouldn't you say?"
Zyrina put in. Now Zabenjo Eeks came forward. His wooden arrow launchers clattered as he walked.
"Good to have you here, Avenging Claw. Some fancy dress party, don't you think? If I hadn't nearly been killed by this Gordon Veitch guy, I would have thought this was some kind of seriously bad joke."
"I still can't believe any of it,"
said Angrifferi.
"I keep thinking that it's all a dream. But then it is."
Jekyllon and Jamexa introduced themselves, Jekyllon in his gleaming black suit and Jamexa in her dazzling silver suit. They both nodded their helmets and said,
"Hi, pleased to meet you."
But Angrifferi thought that they seemed diffident and edgy and not very happy to be here. She didn't know that earlier that evening, 3,500 disgruntled fans had almost caused a full-scale riot at the State Theater in Cleveland when they realized that the Kaiser twins were not going to be making their promised appearance. "All right," said Springer. "We don't know how much longer this gentleman's dream is going to last, so we have to make this quick. His name is George Roussos, and he's the president of ABR Foods, which is one of the major meat packers in Chicago. He's asleep in his apartment on the 27th floor, along with his wife Margarita."
"How do we get in there?" asked Jekyllon. "This has to be a high-security building, right?"
"You flew here from Cleveland, didn't you?" said Springer. "You're insubstantial. You're a dream, just like the rest of us. You can pass through the walls as easily as you pass through the ceiling of the Griffin House Hotel."
"Come on," said Dom Magator. "Let's do it, before this meatpacker starts dreaming about something else, like short ribs or naval pastrami pieces."
Springer arranged the 6 of them so that they were standing together in a tight circle, almost too close for comfort. "Okay," he said. "Now think sink." They sank through the floor of the roof garden with the same soft, shushing sound that Katie had felt when she'd risen through the attic of her house in Nautilus. Then they descended through the master bedroom of the penthouse apartment on the 30th floor, which was unoccupied, stuffy and airless, with its blinds drawn, and then through the master bedroom of the apartment below. Here, a middle-aged couple lay dozing in front of a huge flickering TV which took up most of the opposite wall, their eyes closed and their mouths wide open.
"Murder, She Wrote," said Dom Magator. "That's enough to send anybody to the land of Nod."
But without hesitation, the night warriors continued to sink through the thick cream carpet and the ceiling below, down to the 28th floor. In this bedroom, the king-sized bed was empty, but the sheets had been dragged halfway onto the floor, and a couple were having a shouting match in the brightly lit ensuite bathroom.
"You were making eyes at that whore all evening," the woman was screaming. "Don't tell me you weren't."
That whore, as you call her, could help us to land a multi-million-dollar contract, you lame brain.
But before they could hear any more of their argument, the night warrior's descent continued, down through the patterned carpet to the 28th floor apartment below. With a faint shush, they alighted as softly and silently as parachutists in George Rousos's bedroom. Here they stopped and looked around. Zyrina said, "Jesus, whore's boudoir or what?" But Dom Magator held up his finger to indicate that they should stay quiet. All the same, Katie had to agree with her. The bedroom was decorated in a style which she could only have described as Greek billionaire bombastic, with a gilded four-poster bed and purple velvet drapes and bow-fronted Regency nightstands. On either side of the window stood two life-size statues of Greek muses, Urania, the goddess of astronomy, and Thalia, the goddess of comedy. Dom Magator beckoned to them, and the night warriors gathered around the right-hand side of the bed, where George Roussos was sleeping. He was lying on his back in purple silk pajamas, which matched the purple velvet drapes. His comb-over had strayed across the pillow like seaweed, and the bottom two buttons of his pajama jacket were unfastened, revealing a huge furry stomach. His wife Margarita lay with her back to him, a pink chiffon scarf tied over her head to protect her platinum blonde pleat. George Roussos was twitching and muttering in his sleep, and every now and then his left elbow would jerk up, as if he were trying to push somebody away. "He's still having the carnival dream," said Springer. "Go on, Dom Magator. You know what to do, but let's do it quick." Dom Magator said, "Okay, everybody ready for this? Here goes nothing." He raised both arms and pointed his fingers upward. There was a few seconds' pause, and then a sharp crackle. Two narrow streams of sapphire blue light jumped out of the ends of his fingers and joined together in an apex next to George Roussos's sleeping body. A strong smell of ozone filled the air, and the two streams of light jerked and twitched like electrocuted snakes. Slowly and evenly, Dom Magator lowered his arms, using the twin streams of light to describe a shimmering octagonal figure in the air, close to the side of the bed. "This is the portal which will take you into this gentleman's dream," said Springer. "All you have to do is step through it, and you will find yourself right inside his mind." Zabenjo Eeks bent down and tried to peer into the center of the octagon, shielding his eyes against its intense sapphire blue brightness.
"I can't see nothing inside of there, only pitchy black dark. Our friend here is dreaming about someplace dark, that's why," said Dom Magator. "Don't worry, I have plenty of night vision goggles and gun sights if we need 'em. Let's just hit the bricks, shall we?"
"We can really step through here?" asked Zabenjo Eeks.
"We really can," Dom Magator assured him. "And just to prove it to yourself, you can go first."
Zabenjo Eeks shook his head and lifted up both hands in mock surrender.
"Oh, that's okay, man. You done this before. You go first. I'll stand back and watch how you do it." "Will you please just go?" said Dom Magator. "I need to have somebody on the other side to cover the girls when they come through. It's called like chivalry. It's also called good tactical sense. We don't know what the hell might be waiting for us through there, do we?"
"Yeah, precisely, man. That's what concerns me."
Zyrina linked arms with him and said,
"Come on, big boy. Don't tell me you're chicken."
"Who said anything about chicken?" Zabenjo Eeks protested. "There's a whole world of difference between chicken and circumspect."
All the same, he cocked the arrow launchers on each of his forearms, turned to the rest of the night warriors, and said,
"This is it, then. Like my grandfather used to say, you can't make no omelets without breaking no legs."
"Eggs,"
Zyrina corrected him.
"My grandfather wasn't just a cook. I know that now. He was a Benjo the Arrow Storm. So when he said legs, I think he maybe meant legs.
George Roussos let out a loud grunt and shifted his bulk sideways. At the same time, inside the octagonal portal, the night warriors saw lightning flicker, and they distinctly heard the rumbling of distant thunder. Springer said anxiously, "Hurry, Zabenjo Eeks. If our friend here changes his dream, or if he wakes up, we could have wasted this entire night's mission." Without any further hesitation, Zabenjo Eeks ducked his head down and stepped through the portal. He vanished from the bedroom with a sharp snapping sound, like a high-voltage electrical short, as if he had never been there.
"He's gone," said Jamexa. "That's incredible."
Dom Magator said,
"Why don't you and Jekyllon go next? Then on Grifferi and Zyrina, I'll bring up the rear."
"Well, nobody can say that you don't have plenty of rear to bring up," said Zyrina.
Dom Magator said,
"Good joke, Zyrina, but don't let's forget how dangerous this could be, and that some of us might get badly hurt or even killed. So, let's get serious, shall we? And keep our eyes open and our ordnance ready. If there's any weapon you need apart from your natural allure, like a gun of any kind, you only have to ask."
"Oh, I'm serious, mister, believe you me,"
Zyrina retaliated.
"Don't let one or two wisecracks fool you. I've spent my whole life fighting, and I can assure you that the skin underneath this armor is just as tough as the armor itself."
Dom Magator looked at her through his green-tinted visor for a moment, and then he said,
"Okay. Let's get hustling, shall we?"
He could have told her that talking tough wasn't enough when you were fighting in the world of dreams, but he decided it was best if she found out for herself. Fighting in the world of dreams was terrifying, chaotic, and violently disorienting. Nothing and nobody ever stayed the same. The terrain could drastically alter right beneath your feet, from limestone butte to fever-ridden bayou, and the weather could change, too, from a summer heat wave to a midwinter's blizzard, all without a moment's warning. Jekyllon stepped through the portal, followed closely by Jamexa. On Grifferi went next. She had no idea what to expect, and the sharp snap as she passed from the real world into the dream world gave her a jolt. But immediately she felt rain pattering against her helmet, and when she stood up straight she found herself on a hillside under a black lowering sky. Lightning was stalking across the horizon on crooked stilts, as threatening as the Martian tripods in the War of the Worlds. Jekyllon and Jamexa were standing only a few feet away to her left, while Zabenjo Eeks had taken up a position on top of a low promontory off to her right, his right arm cocked up like a sentry holding a rifle. On Grifferi waded through the grass toward Jekyllon and Jamexa.
"Some dream for a meat packer," she shouted.
Jamexa tilted her helmeted head toward her and shouted back,
"This is the same place that Kieran and me found ourselves when we went through the door at the Griffin House Hotel, except that the carnival was right at the top of the hill there, and now it's not."
"It must have moved on," said on Grifferi. Behind them, Zyrina appeared, closely followed by Dom Magator, with all of his guns and his swords and his serried racks of knives. On Grifferi shouted at Dom Magator,
"Jamexa said that she and Jekyllon were here before, in this same exact place. She said that the carnival was up on top of the hill, but it's gone now."
Suddenly, in her ear, as clearly and as warmly as if he'd been standing right beside her, Dom Magator said,
"We don't have to yell at each other, on Grifferi. We all have a close communication system inside of our helmets, except for Zyrina, who has an induction loop in her crown. This means that we can talk to each other in our natural voices at any distance. Switch is on the left-hand side under your ear protectors."
"Oh,"
said Anne Grifferi.
"I didn't realize."
Jekyllon hadn't been listening.
"Are they the same, then?" he screamed. "Dream time and waking time?" "I can hear you, for Christ's sake," said Dom Magator. "You don't have to bust my goddamn eardrums."
"Sorry," said Jekyllon.
But it was only last night when Kira and me saw the carnival here. So if dream time is the same as waking time, then they couldn't have traveled too far since then, could they? For starters, they would have had to pack up all of their tents and all of their equipment and hitch up all of their trailers, and that would have taken them hours.
Dream time is different, for sure, said Dom Magator. But this carnival has more than dream people in it. It has real people, and you can't mess around with time too much when you have real people involved. Real people have to live out their lives sequentially.
So what does that mean? Asked Irina.
It means that the carnival can't travel backward and forward in time, the same way that we can as night warriors. So the whole shebang has to carry on like a real carnival, hour by hour and minute by minute and day by day. And that's to our advantage, now that we're hunting for 'em. They can't dream themselves back to 1936, for example, to get away from us.
In that case, let's go hunting for 'em, said Zebenjo Eeks. I'm just itching to get my revenge on that freak who broke my frickin' back.
They won't be far away, said Dom Magator. This is where our meatpacking pal started his dream, right here, which is why we entered it here. Judging by his physical condition, he couldn't have walked too far to catch up with him.
He turned to Irina, as if he were challenging her to make some smart remark about his physical condition. But Irina simply shrugged. Then he said,
On Grifferi, how about taking off and having a look around? Just be careful. It looks like it's pretty damn blowy up there.
On Grifferi walked a few paces up the hill, with the wet grass lashing at her knees. Then she flexed her shoulders and spread her wings, and the wind immediately plucked her upward. Dom Magator had been wrong. This weather was very much more than pretty damned blowy. This wasn't at all like the warm, serene thermals in which she had floated so triumphantly over the Florida coastline. Here the wind was harsh and cold and ill-tempered, constantly switching direction and velocity. Bursts of rain kept exploding against her helmet, and the lightning seemed to be crackling so close to her that she was afraid of being electrocuted. She was buffeted by downdrafts again and again, and at one time she was almost beaten back down to the ground, and her boots actually kicked against the grass. But she struggled and dipped and spun and tilted her wings to catch every rising gust of wind that she could, and at last she managed to fly up to the top of the hill. She battled upward and looked around, repeatedly angling her wings to steady herself. It was clear that the carnival had been here, and only recently. The ground had been churned into glistening black mud by scores of crisscrossing tire tracks, and there was trash scattered everywhere. Broken orange crates, chicken carcasses, dirty diapers, worn-out tractor tires. Near the center of the site, a wide oval area had been covered several inches deep with sawdust, which is where the big top must have been pitched. Over on the right, a large bonfire was still smoldering, filling the night with acrid smoke, and stray sheets of paper were dancing across the muddy furrows as if they were panicking that they'd been left behind.
How's it going? Asked Dom Magator inside her helmet.
Jekyllon and Jamexa were right. The carnival was here. I'm just trying to work out which way it went.
Maybe you're gonna need a little more altitude.
On Grifferi flapped her wings even harder. The wind was howling and screaming now, and she felt as if she were swimming the butterfly stroke through a mountainous sea. But gradually she managed to gain height until she was nearly 200 feet over the hilltop, and she could see more than 10 miles in every direction. She adjusted the lenses in her helmet to help improve her night vision and sharpen her focus. 2 black crows tumbled past her, even more helpless in the wind than she was. She could see now that the carnival had processed down the opposite side of the hill, like a vast Civil War army on the move. Its tractors and its wagons had crushed deep parallel tracks in the grass, and there were hundreds of hoof marks and footprints, too, so she had no difficulty in working out which way it had headed. She adjusted her lenses yet again, turning her head slowly from side to sweep the distant horizon.
Eventually, less than 5 miles away, half hidden by smoke and fog, she made out a cluster of houses and barns and workshops, close to the edge of a leafless birch wood. The carnival had assembled nearby, a collection of 20 or 30 trucks and trailers, as well as horse-drawn caravans and elderly automobiles. She recognized a huge black Packard phaeton from the mid-1930s, because her grandfather used to own one, although he had never driven it. Refining her vision even more acutely, she saw dozens of carnival folk toing and froing from the carnival wagons to the houses and workshops. Some of them looked like riggers and circus hands because they were wearing plain gray coveralls and heavy-duty gloves, but others were dressed in far more fanciful costumes, with red and yellow striped tailcoats and long capes of faded velvet in oranges and greens and grays. Several of them were hopping on crutches or walking frames, and on Griffer I saw at least 2 of them, legless like beggars from a Bruegel painting, pushing themselves across the grass in little wooden boxes with wheels. She spun around in the air and gave the rest of the night warriors a furious wave.
"It's here," she told them. "Brother Albrecht's carnival is here."
"Great," said Dom Magator. "Everybody ready for this? Everybody ready to kick some 800-year-old ass? Let's go get 'em."
Chapter 13. Dogs of War. Angrifferi dipped and wheeled over the brow of the hill, flapping her wings, waiting for the rest of the night warriors to catch up with her. She stayed as close to the ground as she could while still keeping the circus in sight, even though it wasn't easy. At this low altitude, she had to battle against mischievous crosswinds and abrupt drops in air pressure. Her shoulder muscles were aching with the effort, but she didn't want to fly any higher in case any of the carnival folk happened to look back and catch sight of her. Dom Magator had already warned the night warriors that it was a priority to surprise Brother Albrecht, if they could, because they had no idea if or how the carnival folk could retaliate.
"Let's just put it this way," Dom Magator had said. "This guy's been traveling around with his freak show for 800 years, kidnapping women and children and cutting their arms and their legs off and inflicting all manner of deformities on them, and nobody's been able to stop him yet. Not priests, not princes, not goddamn sorcerers even. So let's be intelligent, shall we, and assume that he has some way of defending himself?"
Now the night warriors had all gathered at the top of the hill. Angrifferi beat her wings strongly so that she gained another 20 feet in altitude. She focused her lenses toward the carnival and transmitted into each of the night warriors' helmets a high-definition 3D image of what she could see. She showed them the wide trail of tire tracks and footprints that the traveling carnival had left behind it in the long wet grass, and then she showed them the settlement beside the birch trees and the carnival site itself, half obscured by drifting wood smoke and mist. Dom Magator said, "We need to pinpoint Brother Albrecht's exact location. If we can take him out first, I think we'll have much less organized retaliation from the rest of the freaks."
"My guess is he's gonna be real well protected," said Zabenjo Eakes. "Like the gang leaders in Brightmoor and Hamtramck. You couldn't get near those brothers for guns and muscle."
"Why don't I go down there and look for him?"
Zyrina suggested.
"I mean, I don't look threatening, do I?"
"Absolutely the opposite," Don Magator agreed. "But are you sure that's a good idea, going down there unarmed? We don't yet know how these people react to strangers. They might blow you away as soon as look at you."
"They're entertainers, aren't they? Trapeze artists and jugglers and clowns and very special people. I don't think they'll give me any trouble."
"Okay, but I think Jekyllon and Jamexa should go with you. They're both acrobats, so if anybody's gonna get a warm welcome from carny folk, I guess they will. Besides, they don't look like they're carrying weapons, even though there's plenty of lightning around for Jamexa to zap 'em with if she needs to. Zabenjo Eakes and Angrifferi and me will take up tactical positions as close as we can without being seen and cover you."
Angrifferi flapped down to earth again with a nimble skip and shook the rain off her wings.
"All ready?
asked Dom Magator.
Here goes nothing.
The 5 night warriors fanned out and began to walk toward the carnival. Over their heads, the electrical storm became even more dramatic, with lightning crackling from one cloud to another and thunder rolling almost continuously. Chilly rain slashed sideways across the grass. Dom Magator switched on the heat sensors that displayed infrared body images on his visor. This allowed him to make second-by-second checks on the movements of the carnival people, in case any of them betrayed signs that they'd caught sight of the night warriors coming toward them. But they all appeared to be far too preoccupied, swarming backward and forward between the carnival site and the settlement by the birch trees. Suddenly, right in the center of the carnival trucks and caravans, he saw 4 tall poles being erected with black pennants flying from the top of them. Within less than 30 seconds, in a series of huge convulsions, the big top began to rise, like a harpooned whale rising from the depths. At the same time, all around it, 20 or 30 smaller tents and marquees were mushrooming up. And off to the right, a large gang of circus hands were bolting together a long row of animal cages. They assembled the cages in only a few minutes, and then at least a dozen trucks were noisily backed up to them. The trucks' rear doors were thrown open, and ramps dropped down with a fusillade of banging and clattering. After a few moments, trainers dressed in flamboyant coats and tall hats and wigs appeared, leading out tigers and bears and elephants and zebras. Once the animals were all safely locked up, the trucks were driven away to the far side of the carnival site. Meanwhile, the trailers and horse-drawn caravans were being marshaled into a rough semicircle. It all happened so quickly that it was like watching a speeded-up movie. Electricians climbed up ladders to suspend strings of red lights between the cages and the caravans and the tents, and in front of the big top an archway was hauled up into position. A generator blurted, and all the lights flickered on, while the illuminated lettering over the archway spelled out, "Albrecht's Traveling Circus and Freak Show." After a few more seconds, the night warriors heard music on the wind, occasionally interrupted by thunder. In the good old summertime, played on a barrel organ.
"My God," said Dom Magator, "if this doesn't make me feel like a kid again."
They had reached a low ridge about 100 yards away from the perimeter of the carnival site. Dom Magator sent Zabenjo Eeks off to the right so that he could cover Zyrina if and when she entered the big top. He sent Angrifferi off to the left, close to the settlement of houses and barns, so that if she needed to take off and fly, the birch trees behind her would make it harder for anybody on the ground to see her. He gave Zyrina a quick embrace, his heavyweight armor clanking against her gold-plated breastplate. Then he shook Jekyllon and Jamexa by the hand and said, "Break a leg, okay?" All of a sudden he felt like Uncle Buck, not only because he was so well built, but because he really cared for these 2 young twins. They were good-looking, they were hugely successful, and they had nightly faced audiences of thousands. But this was their first time in night warrior combat. Dom Magator was confident that they had inherited all of the tactical skills they needed, but they had no experience yet of how harrowing it could be fighting in nightmares, how bizarre, or how bloody. Zyrina and the twins started to walk toward the carnival tents. As they did so, from inside the big top, the night warriors heard a muffled drum roll, and then a man bellowing through a megaphone. They couldn't make out what the man was saying, but his announcement was immediately followed by a discordant blast of trumpets and a smattering of applause.
"Sounds like showtime,"
said Zabenjo Eeks.
"Zyrina, Jekyllon, Jamexa," said Dom Magator, "you take it real easy, you hear me? And keep us up to the minute, okay? You need us, you just yell, and we'll be right there before you can see Catfish Po' Boy with everything on it."
Zyrina circled around the back of the caravans and trailers, with Jekyllon and Jamexa staying close behind her. Just as before, when Kieran and Kira had explored the carnival site on top of the hill, all of the trailers had black blinds drawn tightly down at the windows, although they could hear voices and music and occasional bursts of shouting from inside some of the trailers, and there was a pungent smell of tobacco smoke on the wind. From the direction of the big top, they heard another drum roll, longer this time, followed by another fanfare of trumpets and another round of applause.
"I think we should go see what's going on," said Zyrina. "If it's some kind of show, then the chances are that the big cheese is going to be there."
"Can't we find our mom first?" asked Jekyll.
"Come on, Jackie, you know what our priority is," Zyrina told him. "We have to pull the rug out from under this freak show as soon as we possibly can."
"You will help us find her, though."
"Like I said to my first husband, I promise I'll try to keep my promise, but I can't promise."
They walked along the line of animal cages. The stench of tiger's urine and elephant's dung was overwhelming and made Zyrina's eyes water. The tiger snarled at them listlessly, but its eyes were dull and its fur was patchy, and even if it managed to escape from its cage, Zyrina doubted if it had the strength even to run after them, let alone eat them. The bear was in much the same condition, sitting in one corner of its cage, endlessly rocking backward and forward like a mental patient in a run-down asylum. In the last cage, a Great Dane bitch was lying on her side on a heap of dirty straw, apparently asleep. Her pale honey-colored coat was caked with black mud, and she was so undernourished that her rib cage was showing. Jemexa went up to the bars of the cage and said,
"Such a beautiful dog. We used to have one when we were little. Princess, we called her. We used to be able to ride on her back like a pony. Look at her. How could they treat her so bad?"
"Come on," Zyrina urged her. "We have to get going." But just then the Great Dane stirred on her straw and lifted herself up on her front paws and turned her head around. Jemexa clamped both hands over her mouth and took 2 staggering steps backward. Jekyll said, "Holy shit, I don't believe it." Even Zyrina found it impossible to believe what she was looking at. The Great Dane had the head of a human woman. She was very pallid, with a heart-shaped face and raggedy brown hair and pale green eyes, although the whites of her eyes were bloodshot. Her cheeks were streaked with dirt, and there were clusters of dark red sores around her lips. She stared at Zyrina and Jekyll and Jemexa, occasionally blinking. Then she stood up on all fours and came trotting over to the bars of the cage.
"Who are you?"
she said in a reedy voice, as if she were being half strangled. Zyrina could see now that there were crude stitch marks all the way around her neck, where her head had been sutured to the Great Dane's body.
"Do you live in the village? I've never seen you before."
"No," said Zyrina. "We don't live in the village. We're just kind of passing through."
"You don't belong to the circus?"
Zyrina shook her head. She found the dog woman both horrifying and fascinating, both at the same time. But more than that, she felt desperately sorry for her.
"You're naked, but you're not naked."
The woman frowned.
"Well, that's my armor,"
Zyrina explained.
"I'm kind of a freelance warrior, like a mercenary, only I don't get paid for it."
"A warrior?"
the dog woman asked her.
"Like I say, kind of."
The dog woman thought for a moment, and then she said,
"Would you kill me?"
"Excuse me? Would I kill you? Of course not."
"If I begged you to kill me, would you kill me?"
Zyrina didn't know what to say. She opened her mouth, and then she closed it again.
"Look at me,"
the dog woman insisted.
"I used to be pretty. I used to have a husband and children. I used to be so happy. Now look at me. I'm not even human anymore."
"What happened to you?"
asked Jemexa.
"A clown happened to me. A clown with a gray face and gray hair and a bright green smile."
"What did he do to you, this clown?"
"I first saw him at the Empire Fair in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where I used to live.
It was so long ago now that I can't even remember when it was. I saw him smiling at me through the crowd, and I smiled back at him, and he gave me this little wave with his fingers. Then I took the children home, and he was waiting for me in my living room. How he got there before me and how he got into my house, I shall never know.
The dog woman's eyes suddenly filled up with tears.
That was the end of my happiness. That was when hell started.
This clown, Zyrina prompted her.
Most of the freaks call him Mago Verde, or the Green Magician. But Zachary always calls him Gordon. Zachary, he's the freak master. He's in charge of all the living exhibits, like me.
Gordon? That wouldn't be Gordon Veitch by any chance?
I don't know. I only know Gordon.
And he's still here now, with the carnival?
Elizabeth nodded.
Yes, but he's always coming and going. Sometimes he disappears for days on end. But then he comes back and shuts himself up in his caravan for weeks and nobody sees him. All of the other clowns hate him. The freaks hate him, and the animal trainers hate him. But the Grand Freak thinks he's wonderful. The Grand Freak treats him as if he was Jesus Christ almost.
The dog woman was out of breath now and panting painfully. Zyrina waited for a few moments and then she said,
The Grand Freak? Who the hell is the Grand Freak?
Brother Albrecht. He calls himself the Grand Freak because he wants everybody to pity him. He doesn't want anybody to forget that he was beautiful once and how much he suffered. But he doesn't care how cruel he is to other people. He loves to see them tortured, even little children.
She paused again to catch her breath. Then she said,
Please, kill me. Please. I tried to strangle myself with my collar, and once I tried to bite off one of my paws so that I bled to death. But Brown Jenkin found me both times.
Who's Brown Jenkin?
The dog woman gave a shivery shake of her head.
He's a what rather than a who. Half a human being and half a rat. But he helps Zachary to keep his eye on all of us freaks, just to make sure we don't harm ourselves. I'm sure that he has some kind of a sixth sense, because when one of us can't take it anymore and wants to end it all, he always sniffs it out and stops us.
Zyrina said gently,
Tell me your name.
My name? You don't need to know my name to kill me. It would be easier for you if you didn't know it.
Please, tell me your name.
Elizabeth. But my husband always called me Betsy.
Well, listen, Elizabeth. I can't kill you.
Why not? You said you're a warrior. Don't you have a gun?
I couldn't kill you if I wanted to, because you're still real.
What are you telling me? That this is only a nightmare? Then how come I never wake up?
Because this carnival is all a dream, but not your dream. It's Brother Albrecht's dream. Over the years, he's imprisoned dozens of real people inside of it so that they can't escape. We think that he sends this Gordon character back to the waking world to find victims for him, innocent men and women just like you. And then he brings them back here and turns them into freaks for his carnival.
So you can't kill me, but I can't ever get away?
You can get away, Elizabeth, and you will. Just as soon as we can deal with the less-than-brotherly Brother Albrecht. And Gordon the Clown, too, while we're at it.
Tears were streaming down Elizabeth's filthy cheeks, and she was shivering with misery. Jamexa put her hand through the bars of the cage and stroked her tangled hair.
Please, she said, trust us.
Just let us break up this carnival, and then you'll be free. Our mom's here, too. The demi-goddess. We want to save her, too.
Elizabeth was too exhausted to say any more. She crept back to her bed of straw and lay down, her rib cage rising and falling with effort. Zyrina said to Dom Magator,
"Did you pick up any of that?"
"Yes, most of it. Especially that Grand Freak stuff. Good going, Zyrina."
He said something else, but his voice was drowned out by another drum roll from the big top, and another fanfare of trumpets, and more applause.
"I think it's time we went in and took a look-see,"
said Zyrina. Jekyllon said,
"There's a flap in the canvas in back. That's how we got out the last time. With any luck, we should be able to sneak in without too many people seeing us."
Jamexa looked up at the thundery clouds.
"I think I could use some charge first."
She reached behind her and twisted two L-shaped levers, one on each side of the rack of storage cells on her back. Then she raised both hands, palms outward, as if she were praying to some Native American sky deity. In fact, she was dousing for negative electrical charges building up in the clouds. That type of cloud-to-ground lightning known as an anvil crawler. At first, she felt only a slight tingling sensation in the tips of her fingers. But as she slowly moved her hands to the right, the tingling became an uncomfortable prickling, like nettle rash, and then a sharp fizzing sensation that penetrated right under her fingernails. Within less than 30 seconds, however, she had located the point of maximum atmospheric tension, well over 100 kiloamperes. It was located only about 3.5 miles away, in a huge black cloud that was hanging over the summit of a hill. She lifted her hands higher and waited.
"This isn't going to take too long, is it, honey?"
asked Zyrina.
"We need to get into that big top before one of these freaks catches us and turns us into poodles."
Jamexa didn't answer her. She knew that there was no need, because a few seconds later a fan-shaped array of lightning lit up the clouds, spitting and shriveling like burning human hair. 4 or 5 branches jumped directly toward her and struck the open palms of her hands. There was a sharp crack and a superheated blast of air which almost knocked them over, and for a few moments they were all blinded. But with a high-pitched jittering noise, like a horde of rats scuttling up a drainpipe, the charges ran up the insulated cables on Jamexa's arms and into the capacitors on her back, and she promptly twisted the 2 L-shaped levers back to their closed position and snapped them shut. She glanced up at the heads-up display inside her helmet. It read 270C.
"That should more than do it. 270 coulombs.
Jekyllon said,
"That's incredible. I even know what a coulomb is. How the hell do I know what a coulomb is? I flunked every single science subject when I was in high school." "Don't ask me," said Zyrina. "I don't understand any of this Night Warriors malarkey. But suddenly I know things that I never ever knew I knew. I even know who wrote In the Good Old Summertime, would you believe?"
Jekyllon said,
"Dom Magator, we're going to enter the big top now. Not by the front entrance, we're going in back."
"Don't worry, I'll have Andre Fry keep you under close surveillance, and Zabenjo Eeks and me'll move in closer and cover you. If it comes to any shooting, though, make sure that you hit the deck real quick. Zabenjo Eeks isn't called the Arrow Storm for nothing, and I'll be toting my absence gun and my boomerang knife."
"Be careful, though," put in Jamexa. "Most of these people are innocent victims, and some of them are real."
"Now be careful," Dom Magator assured her. "My army buddy Rick Montavani was killed in Iraq by friendly fire. But there's nothing even remotely friendly about an absence gun, no matter who's firing it."
Jekyllon led the way between the smaller tents and marquees toward the back of the big top. Above their heads, the thunder and lightning were moving away now, but the rain was drumming down harder than ever. Jamexa began to have an uneasy feeling that George Roussos might be close to waking up, in which case they would have to exit this dream as quickly as possible. Springer had warned them that if this happened, the dream wouldn't simply collapse around them, leaving them standing by George Roussos's bed, where they'd first entered it. This happened with normal dreams and nightmares, but this dream wasn't normal. This was Brother Albrecht's dream, and George Roussos was only dreaming it because for some reason Brother Albrecht wanted him to. If George Roussos woke up while the night warriors were still here inside this dream, the only way for them to get out of it would be to wake up Brother Albrecht, if that were possible, or kill him. They reached the back of the big top. Rainwater was spouting off the sloping roof and splattering onto the grass all around them. Inside, they could hear music playing, lewd, discordant blues, and people shouting and cheering. Every now and then, there'd be another drum roll and another screech of trumpets. Jekyllon made his way along the wall of black canvas, punching and tugging at it to find the flap from which they had escaped the last time they had dreamed that they were here. As he was still struggling to locate it, a motley group of clowns and circus hands suddenly appeared through the rain less than 10 yards away, accompanied by a woman with a pair of mechanical wooden legs, like the legs of 2 artists' easels, all joints and struts and pulleys, which made her at least 6 inches taller than any of her companions. Her unnatural height was emphasized by a huge black tricorn hat that looked as if it might have been worn by an encephalitic pirate. The night warriors turned their faces to the canvas so that no light would be reflected from the lenses in their helmets, and stood perfectly still. They stayed that way while the group passed them by, talking and tittering. One of the clowns shouted out,
"Who's this, then?"
and let out a laugh that was almost a series of screams. Zyrina thought for a split second that he must have seen them, but the group continued walking, and so the clown must have been laughing about somebody else altogether. The group disappeared around the next corner of the big top, and the last the night warriors heard of him was the arthritic creaking of the woman's wooden legs. After a furious search along the back of the tent, Jekyllon at last discovered the flap. He held it open while Zyrina and Jamexa pushed their way through. Unexpectedly, the big top was crowded with hundreds of people. All the gasoliers were alight, but even so, the illumination inside the tent was strangely dim, as if they were looking at it through a fine gauze curtain. The air was humid and stuffy, and smelled of wet soil and human sweat. Although there was so much music and drumming and cheering, the sound was muffled by the dark red velvet drapes that hung all around the auditorium. At least a dozen trapezes hung from the roof of the tent, swaying slightly, as if some acrobat had recently swung from one to the other. "This is just like a dream," thought Jamexa. But of course it was a dream. The night warriors kept themselves hidden behind the last row of seats. Zyrina said,
"Dom Magator, the whole place is packed. Where did all these people come from? There must be 300 here at the very least."
"They're all the people who are dreaming this dream," Dom Magator told her. "If you look around, you'll probably see George Roussos someplace."
"Not from here, I can't. We're right in back."
"That doesn't matter. George Roussos isn't important right now. The main thing is, can you see Brother Albrecht?"
"I'll take a look. Don't go away now, will you?"
Zyrina lifted her head with its high-gilded crown and looked cautiously toward the stage. At first, her sightline was obscured by a bulky woman with frizzy red hair, so she took 2 or 3 steps sideways until she was standing at the end of the nearest aisle, and she could see most of the stage quite clearly. On the left-hand side of the apron, a 7-piece band of black musicians was playing that slow, off-key blues number, one of those down-and-dirty blues numbers that would have had deeply suggestive lyrics if anybody had been singing it, like "I Need a Little Sugar in My Bowl." The band were all wearing brown and yellow striped satin vests and immaculately pressed brown pants, and it was only when Zyrina looked at them more intently that she realized what was so freakish about them. 4 of them were 2 pairs of conjoined twins. The sides of their vests slid open because their abdomens were connected with a thick band of skin. They were so closely connected, in fact, that their faces were pressed together, and the trumpeter and the clarinetist had to share the playing of their instruments. The trumpeter using his left hand to finger the register key of his twin's clarinet, and the clarinetist using his right hand to mute his twin's trumpet. The other 3 were conjoined triplets. 2 of them were joined at the side of the head, while the second and the third were joined at the shoulder, so that one of them had no left arm and the other had no right arm. Between the 3 of them, they were playing banjo and alto sax. They were accompanied by a pianist, who was sitting behind them at a shabby red upright piano. He was thin and pale, with a half-starved face and curly white hair. But what was immediately striking about him were the 2 curved horns which protruded from the top of his head, each of them at least 9 inches long. Zyrina guessed that they must have been grafted onto his skull to give him the appearance of a devil or a demon or a faun. He was naked to the waist, with a scarred, emaciated back. But it was only when Zyrina moved a few feet to the right that she could see that he was completely naked. Not that he was exposing himself. He was covered from the waist down in shaggy white fur. He had no feet, only hooves, which he was using to jab at the loud and the soft pedals. He had been literally cut in half, and his hips and his legs replaced with those of a Rocky Mountain goat. Zyrina was so horrified that she couldn't take her eyes off him. Jekyllon and Jamexa came up close behind her.
"Holy moly," Jekyllon breathed. "I never saw anything like that in my whole goddamn life. Never. That is so gross."
The pianist swept his fingertips all the way up the keyboard to the plinkiest note at the top. Plink! Then he sat with his horned head dropped down and his arms hanging limply at his sides and staring at the floor. A few moments later, with a collection of squeaks and honks, the jazz band petered out too. The audience gave them a smattering of applause, but almost immediately they were drowned out by another ferocious drum roll and another strident fanfare of trumpets. Out of the red velvet drapes at the back of the stage burst a hugely fat man in a ringmaster's top hat and a bottle green tailcoat and shiny black knee boots. He swaggered up to the footlights, cracking a ringmaster's whip.
"Ladies and gentlemen, and those who are both or neither, welcome to Brother Albrecht's Traveling Circus and Freak Show. This evening we have gathered you here to celebrate the penultimate step toward the realization of our dreams. And when I say realization, I mean realization. Our seemingly endless nightmare at last made flesh. A triumphant return to the world of reality from the world of dreams in which we have been so cruelly and unjustly exiled for so long."
There was a short pause before anybody in the audience applauded, and when they did, the clapping sounded half-hearted and sporadic. 1 or 2 of them cheered and whistled, but the night warriors noticed that there were just as many who sat with their hands in their laps, although they looked more bewildered than hostile.
"Today I am overjoyed to tell you that the great Mago Verde has brought us back sacrifice number 8. Not only that, he has already dreamed her abduction and her mutilation into one of the bedrooms of the Griffin House. Her pain is now part of that building's fabric, mixed with its very molecules, joining the 7 other sacrifices whose suffering is secreted within its walls."
Again, a few desultory hand-claps, accompanied by coughing and the shuffling of feet. The ringmaster cracked his whip 3 times.
"Now there remains only one more sacrifice to be made before the gates to the waking world will be flung open to us, and the circus can pass through with its bells and its trumpets and its clowns. One more nightmare, that is all, just one. And then we can bring chaos and anarchy to the entire planet and undo the works of God forever. Ladies and gentlemen, and those who purport to be one or the other or neither, I give you the greatest dread who ever walked the world of reality and the world of nightmares. Mago Verde, the Green Magician."
More clapping, more enthusiastic this time, and 1 or 2 piercing whistles. And then through the curtains appeared the gray-faced clown with the poisonous green smile. He circled around the stage with a self-satisfied strut, nodding his head to acknowledge the applause, occasionally flicking his long gray hair with his fingertips and blowing kisses, as if he were pretending to be gay.
"Thank you, my friends. Thank you," he said. "Thank you, dreamers, all, for joining our dream."
His voice was hoarse and barely audible, so that everybody in the audience had to strain to hear him.
"You are all far too kind to me, unlike the shits who are under the delusion that they run this circus."
He paused and gave a real grin underneath his painted grin.
"They all detest me, every one of them. And do you know why? They detest me because I am the only one ever who has shown himself capable of giving them what they want. I am the only one who can lead them back through to the waking world and give them back the real life which they have almost forgotten. You would think they would show me some gratitude, wouldn't you? But no, they're all so jealous. I have the ear and the confidence of the Grand Freak himself, our beloved brother Albrecht, and they hate that. But the Grand Freak knows that 9 sacrifices have to be made, and that every one of those 9 sacrifices has to be dreamed into the walls of the Griffin House, and that nobody else can do that, except for moi. Only then will he be able to wake up out of his dream and lead his circus back to reality. Of course the Grand Freak loves me. How could he not love me? He escaped into this dream 8 centuries ago, thinking that he could easily return to the waking world whenever he wanted to, and continue to wreak his revenge on God and all of God's creation. But he reckoned without Pope Eugene. Pope Eugene cast a holy sanction, Sanctus Sanctio, which prevented the Grand Freak from waking up. And so for 800 years he continued to dream this dream. This wonderful, terrible, fearful, depraved, and disgusting circus, which is everything that heaven deplores on wheels.
He stepped backward toward the curtains, and then he called out,
"Bring on the sacrifice!"
There was some tussling behind the curtains, but after a few moments 2 clowns staggered out, carrying high between them a bent wood chair. One of the clowns was in traditional whiteface and dressed entirely in white, while the other was made up like an Auguste, with a wild gingery wig and scowling red lips and baggy check pants. Sitting in the chair, and tied to it with cords, was a plump young Hispanic girl with wavy black hair. She was wearing a long sleeveless dress of dirty gray linen, heavily blood-stained, and Zyrina could immediately see why. She had no arms, only 2 stumps at her shoulders, which had been covered with thick gauze pads and adhesive tape to prevent them from bleeding, although both pads were now dark brown with congealed blood. The 2 clowns carried the girl to the front of the stage and set her down facing the audience.
"Behold,"
cried out Mago Verde, performing a little fluttering dance around her.
"the 8th offering, numero 8. Maria Fortalis is her name. A Mexican beauty beyond compare."
It appeared to Jamexa that the girl was concussed or drugged or dreaming. She made no sound at all, and her eyes roamed around as if she couldn't understand where she was or what was happening to her. But even if she were semi-conscious, her eyes were filled with tears, and tears were glistening on her cheeks. The audience of assembled dreamers started a slow hand clap, as if they approved of this latest victim, but were growing impatient to see what would happen to her. Dom Magator said,
What the 2-ton tonker's going on in there, Zyrina?
But he didn't have to wait long to find out. Mago Verde returned to the curtains at the back of the stage and cried out,
"Now, the spectacle that you have all been waiting to see. The arch-dreamer himself, the creator of all this unholy carnival. The grand freak, Brother Albrecht."
Chapter 14. The Eighth Sacrifice. This time, with a thunderous drum roll, all of the curtains were drawn back. Immediately, out poured a crowd of clowns, acrobats, dancers, jugglers, fire-breathers, and wildly assorted freaks. Even though the night warriors were themselves dressed in bizarre costumes, suitable only for fighting in nightmares, they stared at Brother Albrecht's circus performers in disbelief. A legless man in a scarlet satin costume turned backward flip-flaps all the way across the stage, while a one-legged woman in a ballet tutu spun around and around so fast that it was almost impossible to see her face, until she eventually stopped spinning, and they could see that she had the long, narrow snout and the glassy yellow eyes of a timber wolf. Crawling awkwardly around in the background was a whey-faced boy with a pudding basin haircut and a black one-piece swimming costume of the style worn by men in the 1920s. He had to crawl, or to lurch, rather, because both of his legs had been replaced by somebody else's arms, and 2 more arms had been surgically attached to the sides of his body. He had 6 arms altogether, so that he looked like a human spider. And that was probably how Brother Albrecht billed him. Zyrina stared at all of these monstrosities and shook her head.
Dom Magator, I think you need to get in here with that absence gun of yours and de-exist everything in here. I can't believe what I'm looking at. This isn't just revenge on God. This is revenge against everything that ever lived.
Even as she spoke, a fire-breather in a spangled costume tilted his head back and blew a fine haze of lamp oil into the air. The oil drifted back downward, and it was only then that he ignited it, so that for a few seconds his entire head was on fire, his eyes closed but his mouth wide open in a silent scream. He stepped back, grinning in a cloud of smoke, his face blackened, with the tips of both ears still alight, so that he looked like a demon freshly arrived from hell. Almost immediately, a woman appeared beside him in a bonnet decorated with crimson ostrich plumes and a crimson crinoline dress. Her face was beautiful, but mask-like, as if she were a porcelain doll rather than a human being. Her bodice was unlaced to expose what should have been her breasts, but her breasts had been removed and replaced with 2 breast-shaped bird cages with blue cockatiels perched inside. The cockatiels fluttered and squawked, while the woman smiled serenely at the audience and gave them little Marie Antoinette waves. Jamexa gripped Jekyllon's hand and said,
Look! It's Mom!
Sure enough, their mother, Demi the demi-goddess, was being wheeled onto the stage by Zachary. She was balanced on a small gilded cart with a black velvet cushion on it. She was staring unfocused at nothing at all.
We could snatch her, breathed Jekyllon. We could run down there and snatch her, and they wouldn't even know what had hit them.
No, you couldn't, said Dom Magator close to his ear. You'd be caught before you got anywhere near her, and you'd fuck up this whole operation, so don't even think about it, you hear?
Yeah, okay, I know. Sorry. It's just seeing her like that. It doesn't matter what they've done to her. She's still our mom.
I know that, but concentrate, dude. Any sign of the big cheese yet?
Not so far.
But he had barely spoken when there was another flourish of trumpets, and out of the darkness at the back of the stage rolled a 4-wheeled contraption about the size of a stagecoach, with huge spoked wheels. It was painted glossy black, with a domed canopy of black leather, which completely concealed its occupant. It was being pushed forward by naked men and women, at least 10 of them,
every inch of whose bodies was decorated with tattoos, although the night warriors were too far away at the back of the big top to see what the designs were. But what they could see was that all of their legs had been amputated below the knee and replaced with much longer prosthetic legs with absurdly high heels, more like designer boots than feet, so that all of them, both men and women, stood well over 6.5 feet tall. Their heads had been shaved and fitted with crowns and antlers and bells. They jingled as they walked, and the wheels of the black contraption squeaked in accompaniment. The black contraption was rolled right up to the chair where Maria Fortalis was tied, and then it stopped. The naked men and women remained where they were, standing beside it, motionless. Zyrina could see now that their genitalia had been tied up tightly with elaborate cat's cradles of very thin twine, so that their flesh bulged in diamond-shaped patterns. Now Mago Verde came prancing forward, bowing and nodding his head.
"Here it is, Brother Albrecht, the 8th offering. How close we are now to the great day of glory. Only one more sacrifice to bring back to you after this one, and then you can cry out, 'Up stakes and wagons roll!' and return to the world where men can really be tortured and women can really be fondled."
The ringmaster stepped up now and took hold of the framework of the black canopy which covered the inside of the black contraption.
"Ladies and gentlemen, and those undecided, I proudly present to you the Grand Freak, Brother Albrecht."
He was just about to raise the canopy, however, when Zyrina felt something wrench violently at her sleeve, something so strong that she was pulled right around in a semicircle and almost lost her balance. At the same time, she was half deafened by a screech and a chattering noise, and then a nasal voice shouting out,
"Arresto, parada, nesulve pala canopy! Vi hebben here strangers! Arresto, parado!"
Jekyllon and Jamexa turned around, too. Tearing at Zyrina's sleeve was the rat creature that they had first encountered when they came looking for their mother. Now that they could see it close up, they realized that it was much more human than rat, and although it was so diminutive and so hunched up, it was more man than boy. It was wearing the same yellow tweed coat as before, and a strange pair of brown breeches with buttoned-up spats.
"Don't open up the verriere!" it screamed. "Questa gente! They're spies! Find the enemies!" "Let go of me, you freak!" Zyrina snapped at it, pulling her sleeve free. "We're not spies. We just came to see the show." "Ha-ha! Vous say that!" the rat creature retorted. "This show is invitation only for people who are dreaming Brother Albrecht's dream. Are you dreaming Brother Albrecht's dream, or it vous poking in your nosepipe?" On all sides, the audience were twisting around in their seats to see what the tussling was all about. From the stage, the ringmaster bellowed out,
"Brown Jenkin, bring them up here. Let's see who they are, shall we, these spies of yours? Come on, bring them up here."
Zyrina said to Dom Magator,
"They've got us out, John."
"Yeah, I get that. Just don't panic."
"What shall we do? Zap 'em?"
"No, not yet," Dom Magator cautioned her. "We need to take out this Grand Freak first. Without him, none of this would exist. So try to play along for now. Ungrifferi's airborne already right above you, and me and Zabenjo Eeks, we're moving in to give you some close support. We won't let you down, sweetheart, I promise you."
"I just don't want them to cut my arms off or turn me into a schnauzer, that's all."
"Trust me, Zyrina, not a chance of that."
5 burly circus hands in gray coveralls had come around from the rear of the big top, cutting off any chance of escape. Not that they wanted to escape. First of all, they wanted to confront Brother Albrecht. Brown Jenkin tugged at Zyrina's cloak and said,
"Come on then, ma belle. Up on the stage, you lovely nudie lady. You make me want to suck your breast buttons. You make me want to stick my fingers into your sticky pussy pie."
Jekyllon said,
Zyrina, want me to fry the little bastard? Just say the word. But Zyrina said, no. We want to get your mom out of here, don't we? And like Dom Magator said, we don't know if they have any weapons or some other way of defending themselves. Inside their helmets, they heard Zabenjo Eek say,
Keep cool, okay? Me and the Dom, we're right outside now. We're only seconds away if you need us.
Zyrina, Jekyllon, and Jamexa followed Brown Jenkin as he bustled down the aisle toward the stage. The noise from the audience and the performers on the stage was deafening. Shouting and whistling and clapping and stamping of feet. Jamexa hesitated as they approached the apron, but the circus hands were right behind them, and one of them gave her backpack a shove. "Hey!" Jekyllon protested, turning around and raising his fist. But Zyrina took hold of his arm and said, "Let it be, Jekyllon. You'll have your turn." Brown Jenkin led them up 3 steps onto the stage, and they were immediately surrounded by a mass of clowns and freaks and little people, all pushing at each other so they could touch them and prod them and pull at Zyrina's cloak. In their Night Warriors outfits, they were just as much of a curiosity to the carnival folk as the carnival folk were to them. Jekyllon elbowed his way through them, although one dwarf retaliated by kicking him in the shin. "You little shit!" Jekyllon shouted at him, but by then the dwarf had scrambled back into the crowd.
"Over here, strangers,"
called Mago Verde, and beckoned them over to the black coach contraption. Its black leather canopy was still tightly closed, so that it looked like a giant woodlouse. Zyrina walked across the stage first, with a seductive sway of her hips. Mago Verde eyed her up and down with his eyes glittering, twisting the ends of his hair between his fingers.
"Well, well, and aren't you something? Where have you appeared from, you temptress? What a crown you're wearing. You look like the queen of some place or other."
Zyrina said nothing, but gave him a provocative smile. Mago Verde's hand moved down and adjusted the crotch of his pants. Zyrina kept on smiling, because she knew what effect she was having on him. The same effect that she had on everybody.
"You're not from here, are you?"
asked Mago Verde. He leaned closer to her, so that she could see the fine fissures in his green and gray grease paint. She could even smell it, as well as stale tobacco and his vinegary body odor.
"In fact, you are the queen of some place or other, aren't you? Here and there. The land of awake and the land of fast asleep."
He paused, and then he said,
"In fact, you're not having this dream, are you? Like all of these other poor suckers in the audience. You're like me, aren't you, honey dripper? You're just visiting. Except that, unlike me, you weren't invited. Not by me or Zachary, and not by Brother Albrecht neither. So what in the name of all that's unholy are you doing here?"
Zyrina took 2 steps nearer to him so that she could lay both of her hands on the dusty shoulders of his black suit.
"You got wood, don't you?"
she murmured.
"What?"
He leaned his head forward. He hadn't heard her clearly because of the hubbub from the audience and the freaks who were still crowding around them.
"I said you got wood. Your pecker is so hard you could drill a hole in the ground with it, and you're just aching to push it inside me, aren't you? You think you'll go crazy with lust if you don't."
Mago Verde stared at her, and for the first time she saw uncertainty in his eyes.
"Who the hell are you?"
he said, his voice even hoarser than ever, so that he had to clear his throat.
"My darling,"
Zyrina purred at him.
"I am anybody you want me to be, and then some. You feel like you're going to explode, don't you? Can you imagine me sucking you? Can you imagine the tip of my tongue swimming round and round you? Like an eel?"
With a grunt of frustration, Mago Verde gripped both of Zyrina's wrists and gradually lifted her hands off his shoulders. He was trembling all over with the sheer effort of resisting her, as if he were lifting 200-pound barbells instead of a woman's arms.
"Ringmaster!" he shouted. "Open the canopy. Let the Grand Freak see who has come to pay tribute to him."
Zyrina kept on smiling at him. So that's it. You don't dare to give in to those baser instincts, do you? Not in front of your lord and master. But if the Grand Freak hadn't been here, you would have done, wouldn't you? You would have screwed me in front of all of these people, wouldn't you? And reveled in it. You would have danced around the stage crowing like a barnyard cockerel. But oh no, you don't dare, do you? Not in front of your lord and master. In truth, Zyrina's heart was banging inside of her breastplate, and she was terrified about what was going to happen next. But she still felt an enormous power over Mago Verde, and over every man and woman and freak who was clustering around her. She aroused them. She made their blood tingle, in spite of themselves. Mago Verde wanted her. They all wanted her. She induced the kind of lustful hysteria that led men to rape the plainest of women, and women to submit to men whom they hated. The ringmaster's face was so congested that it was almost purple. His eyes were bulging, and she could tell that she'd pumped up his blood pressure, too. He cracked his whip, however, and bellowed, "All hail to the great creator of nightmares, the arch-dreamer, the Grand Freak himself, Brother Albrecht!" cracking his whip again and again to accentuate each syllable. At the same time, he turned a handle on the side of the four-wheeled contraption, like the handle of an old-fashioned sewing machine. And as he did so, the black leather canopy gradually began to fold up, revealing what was hidden underneath it. Everybody on the stage dropped onto one knee, those who had knees, and everybody who was wearing any kind of hat or headgear removed it and held it reverently against their chests.
"Your crown, you bitch!"
Mago Verde hissed at Zyrina.
"Take off your crown!"
"I don't take my crown off for anyone," Zyrina retorted. "You said it yourself, didn't you? Yes? I'm the queen of someplace or other."
"Then tell your friends to take off their helmets."
"They're not my friends. They're my bodyguards, and they never remove their helmets." Mago Verde was obviously furious, but it was too late now. The black leather canopy had been folded right back, and there, exposed for everybody to see, was Brother Albrecht, the Grand Freak, der ursprüngliche Sohn des Teufel, the original son of the devil. "Shit," said Jekyll, and Jamexa whispered, "Oh my God." Even Zyrina, who was trying to keep up her sassy streetwalker act, was taken aback. She had to take 3 quick breaths to steady herself before she said, "Dom Magator, he's right here, center stage, Brother Albrecht in the flesh. Or what's left of him." The four-wheeled contraption contained a shell-shaped seat, upholstered in worn black leather, and inside this shell-shaped seat sat Brother Albrecht. He was dressed in a sleeveless jerkin of brown velvet with a high collar embroidered with gold thread. His arms were nothing but stumps, and his legs had been sawn off at the knees. But his shoulders and his chest were muscular and well-developed. It was his face, though, that had caused Zyrina to catch her breath. He was devastatingly handsome, with sapphire blue eyes and chiseled cheekbones and a wide, strong jaw. His lips were sensual and slightly parted, as if he had just finished kissing someone, or saying something deeply suggestive. His hair was long and blonde and tangled, but tied up with fraying golden cords and decorated with dead white flowers.
He could have been the model for a pre-Raphaelite portrait of Jesus. Brother Albrecht's jerkin was open to the navel, and like the naked men and women who had escorted his contraption onto the stage, his body was decorated up to the neck with a swarming mass of tattoos. Scores of intertwined illustrations of devils and monsters and women performing grotesque sexual acts with dogs and goats and slavering demons. It looked, in fact, as if he had turned himself into a living blasphemy, a challenge to everybody who had faith.
Look at me. I dare you to turn your face away. Christians took my arms and my legs and turned me into a freak and banished me forever. Would you have any faith in the Lord if he had allowed you to be reduced to this?
In a deep, blurry voice, he said,
Mein achtes Geschenk. My 8th gift. Is it here?
Hier, Ihre Anbetung,
chittered Brown Jenkin.
Recht vor Ihnen, alle bereit gehändet zu werden.
Brother Albrecht arched his back so that he could peer over the side of his black contraption, where Maria Fortalis was sitting tied to her bentwood chair. He stared at her for a long time without saying anything. Maria Fortalis was sobbing now, not only from the persistent pain from her double amputation, but in utter despair and disbelief. She repeatedly threw her head from side to side and kept twisting her body in her efforts to get herself free.
Sie ist vollkommen.
Brother Albrecht nodded at last.
She is perfect. Sie haben gut getan, Mego Verde. You have done well.
Mego Verde bowed in acknowledgement.
For you, Master, anything. I know that you will reward me generously when the time comes. Her new arms?
Asked Brother Albrecht.
Ihre neuen Arme? Are they ready yet?
Zyrina was surprised that he spoke English, even if he did speak it with a very thick German accent, and not with any kind of German accent that she had ever heard before. A medieval German accent, she guessed. But then she thought,
This is a dream after all, and it's his dream, so I guess he can speak any language that he wants to in his own dream.
Mego Verde waggled the fingers of both hands at the ringmaster. Whatever this signal meant, the ringmaster clearly understood it, because he wheeled around on his heel and let out a piercing two-fingered whistle. From behind the curtain, somebody called out,
Almost ready, signore, almost ready.
Then quick, at the double, you're keeping the Grand Freak waiting.
Mego Verde leaned over the side of Brother Albrecht's seat and said,
Your attention, please, your worship. Before we give this divine young lady her new arms, I have to tell you that we have 3 unexpected visitors.
Zyrina tilted her head toward her microphone.
Are you there, John?
She asked Dom Magator.
It looks like we're going to be needing some backup in a couple of minutes.
We're right outside the big top, sweetheart. Locked and loaded, both of us, and Griffer eyes dead overhead.
Brother Albrecht focused his sapphire blue eyes on Zyrina and gave her a penetrating look that made her feel as she'd become as transparent as water, and that he could see right through her armor to her naked body and into her very bones. Into her thoughts, too, and her emotions, and everything she had ever said or done or cared about.
How can a visitor be unexpected?
He said. He looked at Jekyllon and Jamexa, too.
How can you 3 people walk into my dream without my dreaming it? Es ist nicht möglich.
Jekyllon stepped forward.
No disrespect, dude. We heard about your circus and we just wanted to take a look for ourselves. Me and my sister, we're acrobats, trapeze artists. We have a kind of professional interest, if you know what I mean. We only wanted to size up the competition.
Mego Verde?
Brother Albrecht demanded.
How did these people get here? Are they real, or do they come from somebody else's dream? Oh, they're real, all right, your worship. As real as I am. But I don't yet know where they come from or how they got here.
Brother Albrecht said to Zyrina,
Come here, Fräulein. I want to look at you.
Under her breath, Zyrina said to Dom Magator,
He wants me to come closer. With any luck, I'll give him the twitch, too.
Just play it cool, Zyrina, Dom Magator warned her.
What's he gonna do? Grab a hold of me? Chase me around the stage? The guy doesn't have any legs.
Just watch yourself, that's all. He hadn't survived for 8 centuries without having some kind of serious power.
Zyrina approached the black contraption and then stood in front of Brother Albrecht, her chin tilted up defiantly, her coronet shining, her heavy golden cloak rippling behind her in a wind that nobody else could feel. Brother Albrecht said,
What is your name, Fräulein?
Zyrina. Well, among others. My daddy used to call me his little Fruit Loop.
Are you real, Zyrina?
The last time I looked in the mirror, yes.
You come from the waking world, nicht wahr? How did you get here? You realize that this is my dream, this circus. Mein Traum, verstehen Sie?
I know that. But you have plenty of real people here already, don't you? We didn't think you'd object to 2 or 3 more. And we're only passing through, you know. Like Jekyll says, we're taking a professional interest, that's all.
Brother Albrecht's left eyelid twitched as if he had a nervous tic. As haughty as he was, Zyrina guessed that their appearance in his dream had not only baffled him, but troubled him too. It was even more obvious that he was beginning to feel the effect of her sexuality. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, and between his thighs his brown velvet jerkin had visibly started to swell, and she knew that she was arousing him.
Tell me, Zyrina,
said Brother Albrecht,
do I know you?
I very much doubt it, unless you've ever been to the Nick Bar in Milwaukee.
Are you a witch?
A witch? What kind of a compliment is that?
You have magic about you. You are fascinating me. But of course you are aware of that, yes? You are doing it deliberately. You think because I am a fallen priest that I do not know how to resist your allure.
His words sounded very stilted, and every syllable perfectly pronounced, as if he were reading them from an English phrase book. Zyrina shook her head.
Not a witch, your freakness. Only a woman. But then you know all about women, don't you? How dangerous they can be. How much you can lose if you're not very careful.
Brother Albrecht was about to reply when all of the clowns and the freaks and the animal trainers shuffled noisily backward, and the audience filling the big top let out a low moan of apprehension, like the moans of passengers when an aircraft hits an air pocket and drops several hundred feet without warning. Through the crowd of performers on the stage emerged a thin Italian-looking man dressed in a shiny emerald green suit, pushing in front of him a large wire cage on wheels. He was closely followed by a sallow man with an iron-gray hairpiece and heavy George Burns spectacles. This man was wearing a long white lab coat spattered with brown stains and thick brown leather gauntlets. They were greeted and led forward to the front of the stage by the ringmaster, who cracked his whip and shouted out,
Ladies and gentlemen, perversions and distortions, I give you Signore Guido Serpente, reptile charmer of unparalleled mesmerity, and Dr. J. Friendly, surgeon of 1,000 unimaginable agonies.
Signor Serpente pushed the cage right up to the edge of the stage and then stepped away. Jamexa was closest to the cage, but at first she couldn't understand what was inside it. All she could see were gray, dusty-looking coils, like worn-out hose pipes.
Voila!
Brown Jenkin cried out, prancing around the cage.
Sind hier die neuen Arme für dieses reisende Mädchen?
At first, Brother Albrecht didn't take his eyes away from Zyrina. But then he said,
Let us talk later, Fraulein. For now, this is more important.
You're the boss. Zyrina smiled at him. Mago Verde had noticed the effect that Zyrina was having on his lord and master, and was glaring at her with undisguised venom. Brown Jenkin unfastened the catch on the door of the cage, and then Dr. Friendly reached inside with both hands. The hose pipes immediately reared up, and it was only then that Jamexa realized what they were. 2 huge snakes, each at least 6 feet long, and each as thick as a human arm. They both had flat, anvil-shaped heads, yellow eyes, and forked tongues that flickered out between their fangs.
Oh my God, she said. I'm totally terrified of snakes.
Jekyllon took hold of her arm and pulled her back, and Zyrina came up and stood close beside her. What the hell are they going to do with those? Asked Jekyllon. But suddenly it became horribly clear. Signor Serpente returned to the front of the stage, this time pushing a hospital gurney, with a grubby sheet draped over it. On top of the gurney jingled a tray of surgical instruments, scalpels and forceps and clips, as well as a kidney-shaped steel dish containing needles, sutures, and swabs. Brown Jenkin jumped up next to the gurney like an eager child and snatched one of the scalpels. With a rat-like chattering noise, he scurried around to the back of Maria Fortalis's chair and began to slash at the cords that bound her. Maria Fortalis was screaming now, but Brown Jenkin ignored her, and Mago Verde was actually smacking his hands together in delight and laughing at her. Brother Albrecht heaved himself up even higher in his shell-shaped seat, using his knees for leverage so that he had a better view of what was happening. Once Brown Jenkin had cut through the last of her cords, 3 of the circus hands came forward and lifted Maria Fortalis out of her chair. She kicked and jackknifed her body and carried on screaming until her voice was nothing but a reedy squeak. But the circus hands bundled her onto the gurney and strapped her down with wide canvas belts, one around her chest, one around her pelvis, and another around her knees. Dr. Friendly had meanwhile lifted one of the snakes out of the cage. Zyrina didn't know what kind of snake it was, but she guessed that it was venomous because he was gripping it tight behind its jaws so that it couldn't bite him. It writhed and twisted even more violently than Maria Fortalis, so that 2 of the circus hands had to help him stretch it out on the gurney right next to her and keep it pinned down. Brother Albrecht's eyes were blazing blue with excitement, like the flames from 2 blowtorches, and he repeatedly kicked the side of his seat with his amputated left knee.
Frau und Schlange,
he said in a voice quivering with excitement.
Woman and snake. Oh, gerade wie der Garten Eden noch einmal. Just like the Garden of Eden all over again.
Selecting a scalpel, Dr. Friendly held the snake tightly in his left hand, about 18 inches from the end of its tail. Then, without any hesitation, he cut off those last 18 inches, slicing through its muscle with his scalpel and then clipping through its spine with a pair of surgical pliers. The snake was thrashing so furiously from side to side that the 2 circus hands had to use all of their strength to keep it on the gurney. But Dr. Friendly continued his operation unperturbed, as if he had undertaken this type of surgery dozens of times before. Mago Verde approached the gurney and bent over Maria Fortalis, and underneath his green-painted grin he was grinning for real. She had stopped screaming now, out of exhaustion, but she stared up at him in absolute terror, and Jamexa could see that she was saying something to him. She couldn't hear what it was. The crowd and the circus folk were all making far too much noise, but from the movement of her lips she was sure that it was please. Dr. Friendly ripped off the adhesive tapes that were holding the thick gauze pad over Maria Fortalis's left shoulder. He pulled off the pad, which was caked with dried blood, exposing raw, half-healed muscle and a sawn-off stump of white humerus. For the first time, he turned around to Brother Albrecht and addressed him directly. He had a warbling, monotonous voice, almost as if he were chanting plainsong in church rather than talking.
This is now the most interesting part of the operation, your worship, and also, I have to admit, the most difficult. I attach the muscles and nerves of the human shoulder to the muscles and the nervous system of the snake. In this way, our dear young woman here will be able to use the snake as a substitute for her absent arm. I will also connect the snake's cloaca to the young woman's internal organs so that it will be able to eat and sustain itself and use her digestive system to dispose of its waste.
He paused and took off his spectacles. His eyes rolled around as if they were two planets in contra-rotating orbits.
These snakes are a crossbreed of both reticulated python and crate. Python for strength and size, crate for its venom, which is 16 times more toxic than cobra venom. When she has both snakes attached in place of her arms, this young lady will be the most dangerous female that any man has ever met. They will not hurt her, of course, because they will depend on her for their very existence. But Medusa the Gorgon will be nothing compared to this charmer. Imagine the shows that you can put on, your worship. Challenge the men in your audience to make love to her, and see if they can escape with their lives.
Mago Verde clapped again and whooped. Unable to clap, Brother Albrecht closed his eyes and nodded his handsome head in tacit approval. The audience, both men and women, shrieked and whistled with excitement. They might have been dubious about Brother Albrecht's freak show when they first arrived in his dream, but now they were growing ever more aroused. Zyrina could see that Brother Albrecht was aroused, too, judging by the bulge in his jerkin. He mouthed something at her, but it must have been in German because she couldn't even lip-read it. Dr. Friendly replaced his spectacles, picked up another scalpel, and started to cut at the muscle of Maria Fortalis's shoulder. The pain must have been unbearable, because she found her voice and screamed even louder than before. Zyrina turned to Jekyllon and Jamexa and said,
"Enough already. I'm calling in Dom Magator. I'm not standing here watching this girl being butchered. You with me? As soon as they come busting in, Zabenjo Eeks can zap that doctor and put him out of action. You go for Mago Verde."
"What about the Grand Freak?"
"I think we should leave the Grand Freak to Dom Magator. He's the one with the absence gun. One shot from that, and that'll be the finish of him. He won't even be history." "John," she said, "did you hear that? We need you in here, like, now."
"Busting in already, baby. Have no fear."
Chapter 15. Skirmish in Hell. Soon after Zyrina and Jekyllon and Jamexa had disappeared into the big top, every clown and circus hand and freak had crowded in through the illuminated archway to see the show, and within minutes the carnival grounds had been deserted, leaving only the animals and the quasi-animals sitting miserably in their cages. Dom Magator and Zabenjo Eeks had cautiously climbed to their feet and looked around.
"Clear,"
Dom Magator had decided, and behind his fearsome African mask, Zabenjo Eeks had nodded. They had scrambled over the ridge where they'd first taken cover, and then they had dodged their way through the rain toward the big top. They had run with their shoulders hunched, like a two-man SWAT team, Zabenjo Eeks keeping his right arm held out straight in front of him in case he needed to shoot off a sudden burst of quarrels, and Dom Magator holding up his absence gun with his finger on the trigger, ready to fire. The absence gun looked like a Gatling machine gun, with 5 rotating barrels, except that the barrels were made of pale green ceramic, and the gun itself had a stock like a rifle. It worked on the principle of quantum decoherence, producing a wave function which made it a scientific impossibility that its target had ever existed. It was the third stage beyond the paradox of Schrödinger's cat, in which a cat in a sealed box was both alive and dead at the same time. Anybody who was hit by an absence gun was neither alive nor dead, and never had been. Over by the trees, Angrifferi took a short run and launched herself into the air, her wings softly thundering. She quickly gained altitude and flew up high over the top of the tent. Then she started to wheel around the 4 black pennants which were flapping wetly from its flagpoles. She was buffeted by the wind and the rain, and blinded by fitful flashes of lightning, but she managed to keep steadily circling, waiting for Dom Magator to give her the word to attack. For the past 10 minutes, Dom Magator and Zabenjo Eeks had listened closely to everything that had been happening to Zyrina and Jekalon and Jamexa, so that when they pushed their way in through the main entrance and marched side by side into the auditorium, they had a good idea what would confront them. Even so, as they reached the stage, crowded with clowns and freaks and fire-breathers, and with Brother Albrecht sitting in his black contraption in the center, Zabenjo Eeks said,
"Jesus Christ, this ain't no circus. This is hell on wheels."
All around them the audience were baying with bloodlust, both men and women. They sounded like a pack of hounds, more than 300 of them closing in for the kill. Many of them standing on their seats so that they could get a better view of Maria Fortalis as Dr. Friendly prepared to suture the snakes onto the stumps of her shoulders. One woman had lifted her nightdress at the front and was gnawing at the hem in excitement. Trumpets were blaring, drums were rattling, and the clowns and freaks were stamping their feet on the stage so that the noise was overwhelming.
"Zabenjo Eeks, sick that bastard in the white coat," Dom Magator ordered. "Jekalon, Jamexa, hit that frickin' clown, the green one."
Brother Albrecht caught sight of them.
"Who are these?"
he shouted, and he was so angry that flecks of spit flew from his lips.
"Wer traut sich, meinem Albtraum einzutragen? Who dares to enter my nightmare?"
But without any hesitation, Zabenjo Eeks raised his right hand again. Lincoln couldn't consciously understand how he knew how to fire his arrows, but for some reason he did. Not only that, he did it with speed and casual expertise, as if he had let them off hundreds and hundreds of times before. He raised his right arm and pointed it directly at Dr. Friendly. Then he closed his fingers and squeezed his fist tight, striking Dr. Friendly with 6 arrows. There was a sharp rattling sound as the arrows flew out of the release mechanisms on his forearm. Dr. Friendly was thrown backward by the impact and hit his head against the front wheel of Brother Albrecht's contraption. The 2 circus hands who had been holding the snake down ducked sideways for cover, but Zabenjo Eeks raised his left arm and shot both of them, 2 arrows in the chest and 1 between the eyes for each of them. The snake twisted and rolled off the gurney and dropped with a thump onto the stage. Before it could slither out of sight, Zabenjo Eeks shot it with 7 arrows, all the way along the length of its body. The final arrow nailed its jaws to the floor. Mago Verde, however, didn't wait. He struggled through the crowd of performers to the far side of the stage and leaped off, forcing his way between members of the audience up the right-hand aisle. Brown Jenkin whirled around and saw him and shouted,
"Attends-moi, Mago Verde! Shit merde, you bastard! Wait for me!"
He immediately jumped after him and struggled up the aisle close behind him, snatching at his coat and screaming at him,
"Attends-moi! Attends-moi! Wait! They will schneiden me if they catch me, you know that!"
But as Mago Verde tried to escape, Jekalon pushed his way to the rear of the stage where 2 vertical ladders ran up to a trapeze platform. He scaled one of the ladders so quickly that he looked like a human spider. He paused for only a split second, balancing on his toes. Then he swung from one trapeze to another, double flipping and triple flipping, flying over the audience toward the rear of the auditorium. The audience looked up in amazement and immediately hushed.
Jekyllon reached the last trapeze platform well before Mago Verde had managed to fight his way up the aisle to the back of the big top.
"Okay, Jamexa," he called out. "Give me some of that sweet, sweet voltage."
Jamexa, who was still on the stage, lifted her right hand with its shiny reflective palm. Jekyllon did the same. Mago Verde seemed to guess what was likely to happen, because he started to struggle back down the aisle again, and then he ducked his head down and hunched his way along a row of seats, trying to use members of the audience to shield himself. Brown Jenkin kept close behind him, still screaming and chattering. Jekyllon swung from one trapeze to another until he was dangling right over Mago Verde's head. He held out the palm of his hand and aimed it at Mago Verde and told Jamexa, "Now!" An intense flash of lightning jumped out of Jamexa's hand and struck Jekyllon's with an ear-splitting bang. At the very last second, Mago Verde grabbed Brown Jenkin under the arms and heaved him up in front of him. Brown Jenkin didn't even have time to shout out before his head exploded. Brains and bone shrapnel were sprayed all over the audience who were standing around him, and a cloud of brown smoke rolled up into the air, mostly from his scorched tweed coat. Mago Verde slung Brown Jenkin's body aside and vaulted over the next row of seats and then the next. Jekyllon swung after him, from one trapeze to the next. But Mago Verde managed to keep dragging members of the audience in front of him, one bewildered dreamer after the other, so that Jekyllon didn't dare to take a shot. If he killed any of the real people who'd been drawn by Brother Albrecht into this dream, he couldn't be sure what would happen to them in real life. Mago Verde rolled over the last tier of seats and disappeared. Jekyllon swung after him on his trapeze, spinning in a wide circle, but he couldn't see him anywhere.
"You nailed him yet?"
asked Dom Magator. He was panting hard.
"Not yet. I lost him. He probably escaped out back where we snuck in. Do you want us to go after him?"
But Dom Magator said,
"Forget him for now. We got ourselves a whole lot of trouble on the stage."
Jekyllon twisted around on his trapeze and saw that the clowns and the freaks and the circus hands were gathering protectively around the black contraption in which Brother Albrecht was sitting. But they were not just shielding their lord and master from Zibenjo Eeks and Dom Magator. They were tearing open their shirts and their blouses and their silky clown costumes and baring their chests, as if they were inviting the night warriors to kill them. Even Brother Albrecht's entourage of naked tattooed men and women were clustered around him, too, their arms held wide open, making no attempt to protect themselves. Zyrina thought that it looked like a nightmare production of Hair.
"You will live my dream now,"
Brother Albrecht shouted at the night warriors, and he was incandescent with anger.
"You will live my dream now, all of you, whoever you are, and you will never return."
Dom Magator climbed up the steps onto the stage. A white-faced clown came waddling toward him as if to intercept him, but Dom Magator waved his absence gun at him and said,
"You want to cease to exist? You're going the right way about it."
And the clown gave him a horrified grin and waddled away. Dom Magator approached Brother Albrecht.
"Sorry, pal," he told him. "Me and my friends can't leave just yet. We came here to bring this whole disgusting charade to a well-deserved conclusion, and we won't be saying our goodbyes until we've done it. Now, if this collection of oddities and short-asses knows what's good for 'em, they will elect to stand peacefully aside and let us get on with the business in hand."
He lifted his absence gun, double-cocked it, and leveled it at the clowns and the freaks who had gathered themselves between him and Brother Albrecht. He saw a pretty little pale-faced girl standing directly in front of the grand freak. She had straggly brown hair and a long floral dress with a lacy collar. She gave him a hesitant smile. But when he looked down at her feet, he realized why she probably wasn't afraid to die. She had the black and tan paws of a German shepherd instead of feet. He thought that he would probably be doing all of these people a big favor, canceling out their existence as if they'd never been born. But he knew that it wasn't his call.
Zyrina stepped up beside Dom Magator and said to Brother Albrecht, "Don't you have a conscience, Mr. Grand Freak? You're responsible for all of these people. You wouldn't want to see them hurt."
"I have seen them hurt,"
they heard Brother Albrecht shout back to them, although he was barely visible behind the jostling crowd of freaks.
"I hurt some myself, and often, and mutilated them. It's all part of the show. All human life is pain and suffering and disappointment. No matter what lies God tells you. Pain and suffering and disappointment are the price we have to pay for being born."
Dom Magator aimed his absence gun and tried to get a fix on Brother Albrecht's head, but the freaks kept moving and nodding and leaning at different angles so that he found it impossible.
"What you are trying to do is fruitless,"
Brother Albrecht added.
"Now I want all of you to leave my dream and never come back. You will see it again soon enough when I bring it to the waking world. You will hear our music and see our black flags waving, and you will know that we have come to preach the truth about God and the fallacy of human charity and the pleasures of endless agony."
"Not a freaking chance," said Dom Magator. He nearly caught Brother Albrecht in his crosshairs, but the pale little girl moved her head into his line of fire, still smiling at him.
"Man, I think you should go for a shot whatever,"
said Zabenjo Weeks.
"How many of these freaks are going to survive when this circus breaks up? Most of them. They're only dream people anyhow. You can't hurt nobody who's only a dream."
But at that moment, Brother Albrecht shouted out,
"Flammen! Flammen! Geben Sie mir Feuer!"
"What?"
said Zabenjo Weeks.
"What in hell's name he talking about?"
They soon found out. The fire breather came stalking toward them, stiff-legged, his face still smudged with soot from his last display, like a marionette which has just been snatched out of a bonfire. His cheeks were swollen, his eyes were watering, and Dom Magator suddenly realized that he had a mouthful of lamp oil.
"Hit the deck!"
he shouted, and at that instant, with a soft roar, a huge ball of orange fire enveloped the night warriors, so that their armor and their costumes were set ablaze. Zyrina was the most vulnerable. She wore only a crown instead of a helmet. But Dom Magator spun himself around as the flames rolled toward them and shielded her face with his upraised hand. All the same, Zyrina yelped as the fire singed her hair. Zabenjo Weeks blew out the flames on his forearms and then twisted around and around, furiously trying to see where the fire breather had disappeared to.
"You all right, Zyrina?" he asked. "You not burned or nothing? Everybody else okay?"
Jekyllon had swung back from the rear of the big top now, and he landed on the stage next to Jamexa. Small flames were still flickering on her legs, but he quickly smacked them out. Dom Magator looked back toward Brother Albrecht's contraption to see if he could get a clear shot this time. For a fleeting second, he saw Brother Albrecht's face in profile, and Brother Albrecht looked angrier than ever. All this tussling was holding up his eighth sacrifice, after all. And not only that, Zabenjo Weeks had killed his surgeon and one of his snakes. Dom Magator saw him sharply in his sights, and was just about to fire when an elderly woman with blood-red eyes deliberately blocked his line of sight. She had an expression on her face that explicitly challenged him.
"Go ahead, if you dare. Kill me. There's nothing I'd like better."
Zabenjo Weeks came up to join him, still stiffly sticking out his right arm, ready to fire.
"Where's that fire-eating mother? He almost choked me."
Before Dom Magator could answer him, there was another soft roar from the other direction this time, and for a second time, the night warriors were enveloped in a huge ball of flame. Zabenjo Weeks fired off 5 or 6 arrows, 2 of which were blazing, but the fire breather was far too quick for them and pushed his way back into the crowd. Dom Magator checked his infrared sensors to see where he might have gone,
But for the few vital seconds in which he might have located him, the ambient heat was far too high, and all he could see was dancing black ghosts like a Balinese shadow theater.
"Nobody hurt?"
he asked. In the confusion, the clowns and the freaks and the children had all started to drag Brother Albrecht's contraption back toward the rear of the stage.
"I still say take the goddamn shot,"
shouted Zebenjo Eeks.
"Back in Hamtramck, you wanted to waste somebody, you just cruise by and you spray the whole street, no matter who was standing there. Sometimes it's the only way, man, believe me."
But Dom Magator looked up toward the ceiling of the big top and said,
"I got a better idea. Ann Grifferi, you hear me?"
"I hear you."
"Can you cut your way in through the roof?"
"You bet. Be glad to. You don't know how stormy it's getting out here."
"Okay, then, do it. Then fly straight down here to the stage and grab the guy in the orange flame outfit. He's a fire breather, and he'd be in a royal pain in the ass. Take him outside and drop him as far away as you like and from as high as you like. Just get rid of him."
"There's a pretty murky-looking pond in the woods," Ann Grifferi told him. "I could drop him in there. That'd put his fire out."
Within just a few seconds, Dom Magator heard a rippling, rumbling sound overhead. Ann Grifferi was slicing open the thick black canvas with one of her claws, and the wind was making it flap like a sail. She made a cut over 20 feet long, and then another cut diagonally across it in a star shape. The howling of the wind and the sudden cold spray of rain on their heads made everybody in the auditorium look up. Without any hesitation, Ann Grifferi folded her wings and came plunging through the cut, head first like a skydiver. Down below her, on the stage, she could see the flame breather and his orange leotard, circling around the back of Brother Albrecht's black contraption. He was obviously trying to reposition himself so that he could spurt out another blast of fire at her fellow night warriors. He was filling his mouth with lamp oil from a large flask, and he was almost the only performer on the stage who wasn't looking up at her. She came soaring down, and as she did so, with a brisk clicking noise, she extended her mechanical claws. She hit the flame breather in the back, her claws crunching deep into his deltoid muscles, and with 3 strong beats of her wings, she lifted him clear off the stage and high up over the audience. He tried to shout out in shock, but his cheeks were bulging with lamp oil, and he breathed most of it into his lungs. She lifted him higher and higher, while he spluttered and choked and kicked his legs in a vain attempt to wrestle himself free, even though he would have dropped more than 70 feet if he had managed it. Ann Grifferi beat her wings harder and harder until she had almost reached the ceiling of the big top. But as she rose nearer and nearer to the star-shaped cut she had made in the canvas, she realized that the fire breather was much heavier than she had estimated him to be, and that she would have to spread her wings much wider than the cut she had made in order to be able to lift him out of the big top and into the open air. Not only that, the storm outside was howling even more fiercely than before, and she didn't think that she had the strength to battle the downdraft that was blowing in from outside. Not when she was carrying a struggling man who must have weighed nearly 200 pounds. Maybe she should do what her grandmother Grifferi had done to the Black Shatterer and simply let go of him. But there was no guarantee that the drop was enough to kill him and put him out of action forever.
"Jekalon," she gasped. "Jamexa." "What's wrong, AG?" asked Jamexa. "I can't lift him out through the roof. He's far too heavy and the wind's too strong." "What are you going to do?"
The fire breather was close to asphyxiating now, and thrashing his arms and legs even more violently. It was only because Ann Grifferi's claws were buried so deep in his muscles that she was able to hold on to him. The wind shrieked in through the cuts in the canvas and made her dip and spin in mid-air.
"I'm going to drop him, but as soon as I let go of him, I want you to zap him." "You got it. Jekalon?"
Jekalon said, "Gotcha." He pushed his way through to the rear of the stage and mounted the ladder that would take him back up to the trapeze platform. None of the clowns or freaks made any attempt to stop him. They were too busy dragging Brother Albrecht off the stage and out of Dom Magator's line of fire. They were even shouting out a ragged chorus of heave and heave. Dom Magator kept trying to get a clear shot, but even though Brother Albrecht no longer had his fire breather to keep the night warriors at bay, he still couldn't manage it, not without the risk of hitting an innocent performer.
"I swear to God, man," Zebenjo Eeks shouted at him, "you just need to total a whole frickin' lot of them."
Dom Magator was almost beginning to believe that he was right, and that firing indiscriminately into the crowd was going to be the only way to ensure that the Grand Freak was eliminated forever. But at that moment, high above their heads, Angrifferi released her grip on the fire breather, and Jekyllon launched himself off the trapeze platform and performed a triple backflip to intercept the fire breather as he came down. It was all over in a fraction of a second, but it seemed as if it took forever, like a slow-motion ballet. As soon as Angrifferi released her mechanical claws from his shoulder muscles, the fire breather dropped toward the stage, his arms flailing as if he were trying to swim. Jekyllon was tumbling over and over in midair, and as he did so, he extended his right hand, rotating his wrist so that his reflective palm would line up with Jamexa's. Jamexa fired a dazzling lance of lightning out of her right hand. It hit Jekyllon's hand with a deafening crack and instantly ricocheted upward. The fire breather exploded, still 30 feet up in the air, the lamp oil in his lungs detonating in a massive orange fireball bigger than those he had breathed out over the Night Warriors. Fragments of flesh sprayed all across the audience, as well as bones that whirled over and over as if somebody were juggling with them, and surrealistic loops and skeins of skin. As Jekyllon reached the next trapeze and deftly caught hold of it, the whole of the big top was already in an uproar, with men roaring in disbelief and women screaming in horror and performers and circus hands running in all directions. The clowns and the freaks who were dragging Brother Albrecht's contraption off the stage were momentarily dazed with shock. They stood staring at the fine drizzle of blood which drifted across the auditorium and the scorched tatters of orange clothing, which were the very last to come seesawing down to the ground. For the first time, as the girl with the dog's paws and the old woman with the blood-red eyes watched the smoke from the explosion curl away, Dom Magator had an unobstructed line of fire. He aimed his absinthe gun until he saw Brother Albrecht in his sights, tousle-haired, impossibly handsome, but still frowning in fury, and he pulled the 3-stage trigger. The ceramic barrels whirred around, and the air in front of the gun appeared to ripple, as if he were looking at Brother Albrecht through the hot-rising fumes of a coke-fired brazier. Chapter 16. Send in the clowns. Dom Magator had fired an absinthe gun only once before, at an elderly man who had appeared in a small boy's recurrent nightmares about being abused. In reality, the boy had never been abused, and the man in his dreams was long dead. But the only way to rid him of his nightmare was to make sure that the man had never existed at all. The thunderclap when the man had vanished had been the most exhilarating sound that Dom Magator had ever heard, and had left him deafened for several hours afterward, even in the waking world. He pressed the first of the 3 sequential triggers, but tonight nothing happened. No hum, no thunderclap, nothing at all. Brother Albrecht slowly turned around to frown at him. But even when he realized that Dom Magator was aiming his absinthe gun at him, he gave him nothing but a contemptuous shake of his head. Dom Magator fired another wave, and then another, stopping only when the little girl with the dog's feet stepped into this line. But they had no effect on Brother Albrecht at all.
"What's wrong, bro?" asked Sabenjo Eeks in frustration. "You had him. You totally had him. Don't tell me you missed."
Dom Magator looked down at the absinthe gun in bewilderment.
"You can't mess with this baby. It's soul-searching. It knows who you want to hit, and it always hits them, even if it hits a few other people who happen to be standing in the way." "Then what the hell happened?"
Brother Albrecht's black contraption had now been pulled right to the very back of the stage, and the ringmaster was furiously winding the handle that operated its black leather canopy. Just before the canopy folded down over his head, Brother Albrecht gave Dom Magator a sloping, sardonic smile. A few seconds later, the heavy velvet curtains were jerked across the stage, and the contraption and all of its attendants disappeared.
"What do we do now?" asked Irina. "We've blown it, haven't we?"
"Where's our mom?" said Jekyllon. "Kira, did you see what happened to Mom?" Dom Magator looked up. Up above them, Angrifferi was slowly circling down to the stage. "Are we going to try and save this poor girl here?" said Zyrina. Maria Fortalis was still lying on the gurney, her left shoulder exposed. She was shuddering slightly, but it looked as if she was unconscious. Zyrina walked across the stage toward her, but she was immediately surrounded by more clowns and freaks and little people, all of them with threatening scowls on their faces.
"Where's our mom, for Christ's sakes?" said Jekyllon. "She was here a few minutes ago."
The big top was filled with people talking and shouting and milling around. Although the clowns and the freaks looked hostile and kept crowding around them and barring their way, they didn't seem to be making any attempt to attack them. They had killed Dr. Friendly and 2 circus hands and the fire breather, but none of the performers seemed to be interested in exacting revenge. Dom Magator turned around and looked at the audience, and then he suddenly knew why. The rows of seats were emptying fast, not because the dreamers were walking out, but because they were vanishing. They had probably been jolted out of REM sleep by the grisly spectacle of the fire breather being blown apart, and one by one they were waking up.
"Crap," he said. "Is George Rousseau still here? Quick!"
Angrifferi switched on her sensors and scanned the remaining members of the audience, from one side of the big top to the other and back again. But even as she did so, more of them simply vanished, and the auditorium was beginning to take on the appearance of a checkers board, with counters being taken faster and faster.
"Jesus, Angrifferi!" Don Magator shouted at her. "Is George Rousseau still here or not? If he's woken up already, we're screwed. We're gonna be stuck here in this goddamn nightmare with no way of getting out of it until he dreams it again. If he ever dreams it again, 'cause I sure as hell wouldn't want to if I were him."
"I don't see him," said Angrifferi. "I don't see him anywhere."
"Shit," said Zabenjo Weeks. "How much worse luck can any one person get, man? I'm crippled by day and stuck in some asshole's nightmare by night."
No, wait a minute,"
Angrifferi interrupted him.
"I see him now. George Roussos. He's sitting right at the end of the 16th row, talking to some woman. It looks like the woman's upset and he's trying to comfort her."
"Then let's get the hell out of here right now," said Dom Magator. "What about our mom?" Jekyllon begged him. "We can't just leave her here." "We'll be back, Jekyllon," Dom Magator told him. "We have to come back. We still haven't finished off Brother Albrecht yet."
Dom Magator took hold of Zyrina's arm and helped her to climb down from the stage. The clowns and the freaks nudged them and pushed them, but none of them made any serious effort to stop them, especially when Zabenjo Weeks pointed his finger at them and Dom Magator unholstered a large nickel-plated handgun.
"You know what this is?"
he demanded, waving it from side to side.
"It's called a jangle pistol. You know why they call it that? Because it jangles. And when it jangles, it shakes your teeth out. That's what it does. All of your teeth. Incisors, canines, and molars. So you end up as gummy as a geriatric. Now get out of my frickin' way unless you want to be sucking rusks for the next 800 years.
The clowns and the freaks lifted their hands in mocking surrender, and some of them jeered and pursed their lips to pretend that they had no teeth already. But they stayed well back. The night warriors jostled their way out through the main entrance of the big top and emerged into the wild and windy darkness. As Angrifferi had warned them, it was stormier than ever, and a blizzard of leaves and twigs were flying through the air. A wooden chicken coop was being blown between the caravans over and over, with 3 black chickens squawking inside it. They started to head back the way they had come, toward the hill. But before they had reached the last of the tents, Angrifferi saw what looked at first like a long line of fir bushes waving in the field up ahead of them. She said,
"Hold it, everybody. Wait up just a second,"
and focused on the bushes more closely. They had pointed tops, but they weren't swaying in the same way that bushes would sway. When she switched on her night vision clarifier, she realized that they weren't bushes at all, but clowns.
clowns wearing black and white and blood-red suits, and that all of them were wielding knives or clubs or sickles or catapults. Their faces were painted in a variety of classic clown expressions, dead white and expressionless, or scowling in exaggerated hostility, or madly grinning.
"Clowns,"
warned Ann Grifferi.
"and it looks like they seriously don't want us to escape from this dream."
Dom Magator reached over his shoulder to the rack on his back and unfastened one of his rifles.
"Acoustic carbine,"
he said, pulling back a chrome lever at the side to arm it.
"It resonates in your enemy's inner ear and throws them off balance."
"What about your absence gun, man?"
asked Sabenjo Eeks.
"That'll wipe the smiles off their faces, and forever, too."
Don Magator told him.
"You only use an absence gun as an absolute last resort. Well, think about it. If a person never existed, then their children never existed neither. So their grandchildren never existed, nor their great-grandchildren, all the way down the line. You understand me? Some of these clowns could be hundreds of years old, right? And have literally thousands of descendants. It could be a 20-generation massacre."
"Okay, man, I get it.
"But if you're going to throw them off balance, you better do it like now. It looks like they're heading this way."
He was right. The long, ragged line of clowns was marching toward them, all with that bustling, exaggerated walk that clowns use in their circus acts. They were brandishing their clubs, and their sickles and their knives were flashing in the darkness, and as they came hurrying nearer, the night warriors began to hear them hooting and howling. Dom Magator lifted his acoustic carbine and fired into the thick of them. The shot from the carbine was ultrasound, high above the range of human hearing, so that at first the other night warriors thought that nothing had happened, until over a dozen of the clowns started to stagger and stumble and bump into each other. The resonance from Dom Magator's rifle was vibrating the vestibular nerves inside their ears beyond all human tolerance, and they simply couldn't keep their balance. Dom Magator fired again, and more clowns tumbled and fell. But Jamexa said,
"There were hundreds of them. Where are they all coming from?"
She was right. Even as the front ranks of clowns collided with each other and fell to the ground, more of them came surging out of the darkness, with white faces and silvery green faces and faces fixed in grease paint grimaces.
"This is a nightmare, don't forget,"
Dom Magator reminded her, aiming at a tall clown with a ghostly white face and pouting black lips.
"Just about anything can happen in a nightmare."
He kept on firing, but it was rapidly becoming obvious that even with his acoustic carbine, he wasn't going to be able to bring down all of the clowns on his own. Not before the clowns managed to get close enough to attack them hand to hand.
"Sabenjo Eeks," he shouted, "give 'em a quick burst, will you?"
Dom Magator was always reluctant to kill the people he encountered in dreams, no matter how aggressive they were, because there was no way of telling if they were a figment of some dreamer's imagination or real people dreaming about themselves. If they were real, their real selves might not actually die, but so much of their consciousness was involved in creating their dream that there was a high risk that they could suffer severe brain damage. If that happened, they could remain in a comatose state for the rest of their lives, unable to wake up, ever. But now the clowns were swarming so thick and so fast that even Dom Magator's absence gun wouldn't be able to annihilate them all. The clowns rose ceaselessly out of the ground like the army of skeletons in Jason and the Argonauts, grown from the Hydra's teeth. Their howlings and their hootings began to develop a terrible rhythm of their own. Ha! 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 Like derisory laughter.
"Let's back off," shouted Dom Magator. "If we go back through that settlement, maybe we can outflank them, approach the portal from the other side."
He locked his acoustic carbine back into its rack and selected a squat black handgun from the weapons that were swinging from his belt. It was a sonic blinder, which used very low-level sound waves to increase the pressure of the optic fluid in its target's eyeballs until they burst. For dream people, the blinding was permanent, at least until the dream was over and they vanished into oblivion. Real people suffered nothing worse than temporary blurring of their eyesight when they woke up.
Dom Magator fired at the nearest group of clowns, and they immediately spun around and dropped to their knees, clamping their hands over their eyes and wailing in distress. As they went down, Zabenjo Eeks let off another storm of arrows, more than 100 of them, and scores of clowns behind them fell into the grass. Dom Magator took Zyrina's hand and started to jog toward the settlement, his weapons and his equipment clanking and jingling with every step. Jekyllon and Jamexa followed close behind, and Zabenjo Eeks brought up the rear, turning around every few yards to fire off another volley of arrows. As Dom Magator had expected, the clowns stopped chasing after them directly, and instead turned toward the hilltop. They knew that the night warriors would have to return to the portal through which they had entered George Rousos's dream, and they clearly thought that they could cut them off before they could get there. Dom Magator prayed that George Roussos would stay asleep long enough for them to circle around and reach the portal from the opposite side of the hill. Just before the night warriors reached the settlement, he looked around and saw the clowns sweeping up the hillside. Hundreds of them. A dark, clamorous tide. The settlement was a rundown collection of shacks and barns and what looked like workshops. Dim lamps were burning in some of the windows, and Dom Magator could hear hammering and sawing, people shouting to each other, and singing. The wind had died down, and the thunder had cleared away. But it was still raining, a steady downpour that seemed to have been dreamed up by Brother Albrecht to make them feel hopeless and dejected. They splashed through the puddles between the shacks and the workshops. A small boy of about 9 years old was sitting on the porch of one of the shacks, wearing only a tattered brown shirt and breeches, and brown boots without laces that were 2 sizes too big for him. He looked up at them as they approached, his short hair sticking up on the crown of his head, his eyes wide. His face was smudged with dirt as if he hadn't washed in weeks. Zyrina went up to him and hunkered down beside him, her golden cloak flapping in the mud.
"Hi, honey. What's your name?"
"Michael."
"Well, that's a very fine name. What are you doing out here in the rain, Michael? You look so cold, and you're soaked right through."
"I don't have any place to go."
"Isn't this your folks' house?"
The boy shook his head.
"I can't find my folks."
"Don't they live here?"
He shook his head again.
"No, they're awake."
Dom Magator came up. "Hey, kid," he said. "Don't I know you? I've met you before, haven't I? You're the boy they call Michael Row the Boat Ashore Hallelujah. Why, I didn't recognize you with your face so dirty."
"Are you hungry, little boy?"
asked Zyrina.
"You sure look hungry."
"Zyrina," said Dom Magator, "we really have to hit the bricks. If George Roussos wakes up, we're going to be trapped here just like little Michael."
"Can't we take him with us? Look at him."
Dom Magator took off his glove and scruffed Michael's hair. "I wish we could, but we both know why we can't, don't we, Michael?"
"I liked my other dream better,"
said Michael, wiping his nose with the back of his hand.
"In my other dream, they gave me Cheerios and milk and cookies, and sometimes they gave me ice cream."
He blinked, and Dom Magator could see tears in his eyes.
"In my other dream, my mom came to visit me, but now she doesn't, and I don't think she knows where I am."
"Oh, let's just take him,"
urged Zyrina.
"We can do that, can't we?"
Dom Magator helped her to stand up and drew her aside. Jamexa and Jekyllon went up to Michael and said, "How you doing, buddy? Pretty darn miserable out here on a night like this."
"I had a puppy, but I don't know where it's gone,"
said Michael.
"I think the Packers took it."
"The Packers? Who are they?" Michael pointed to the nearest ramshackle workshop.
"They're in there. They're always chopping and sawing."
Zyrina said to Dom Magator,
"Why can't we take him with us? It's technically possible, isn't it?"
"Of course it is," Dom Magator told her. "But in real life, Michael has Mobius syndrome. It's a rare congenital birth defect. In real life, Michael can't walk or talk or eat.
He can't even suck a bottle of formula. He spends most of his time asleep and dreaming. I don't know how he got himself into this dream. Maybe Brother Albrecht wanted to display him in his freak show, but then realized how serious his disability actually was. I guess there isn't a whole lot of entertainment value in watching some poor kid just lying there drooling.
Jekyllon came over. Are we going to take him with us or not? We can't very well leave him here. Zyrina said, We have to. Dom Magator will tell you why.
Jekyllon frowned at Dom Magator.
We really can't? No, I'm sorry. And we really have to get moving.
Well, can't we just find his puppy for him? He said that some people called the Packers took it. They're in that workshop. We only have to ask them politely if they'll give it back to him, and then tell them that we'll blow their heads off if they don't.
Dom Magator checked the instruments on his wrist.
Okay, you can try, but you have 30 seconds flat.
Jekyllon jogged across to the workshop, followed by Jamexa and Zabenjo Eeks. The workshop had a sagging roof and windows that were opaque with grime. Its guttering was crowded with clumps of moss, so that the rainwater clattered noisily down the outside walls. For the first time, Dom Magator saw a faded sign over the door that said Roussos Meat Packers.
You see that? He said. That has to be the reason why Brother Albrecht wanted George Roussos to share in this nightmare. He needed his expertise in meat packing.
Oh, my God, said Zyrina. You're not telling me what I think you're telling me.
We should go, Dom Magator told him. If those goddamn clowns reach our portal before us.
But Jekyllon went up to the workshop door and tried the handle. Inside, they could see dazzling lights shining, and they could distinctly hear chopping noises, but the door was locked.
Leave it, said Jamexa. Come on, Jekyllon, we need to get out of here, like now.
But Jekyllon said, What was the point of us visiting this dream at all? We couldn't kill the Grand Freak, we couldn't catch Mago Verde, we couldn't save our mom. The least we can do is save this poor kid's puppy. With that, he kicked at the workshop door. It cracked, but stayed shut. He kicked it again, and the third time it jutted open.
Jekyllon, said Dom Magator. Forget it. We don't have the time. It's a puppy, for Christ's sake. It's the principle. We're supposed to be warriors, aren't we? Well, let's do some warrior stuff. Let's be heroes.
He disappeared in through the door. Dom Magator said, Come on, to Zabenjo Eeks, and lifted his sonic blinder out of its holster. However rashly Jekyllon was behaving, they couldn't let him enter the workshop without backup. If the clowns reached the portal before they did, they would just have to fight their way through, regardless of the consequences, even if Dom Magator had to use his absence gun. The workshop door led them into a narrow corridor. There was a changing room on the right-hand side in which blood-stained coveralls and red safety helmets were hanging up on pegs. The air was thick with the sweet cloying smell of dried blood and feces, as well as cigarette smoke and sweat. The chopping noise was much louder now, as well as persistent sawing. One man was singing O Sole Mio, and two other men were whistling two totally different tunes out of key. Dom Magator and Zabenjo Eeks came to the end of the corridor and found themselves on a platform of planks and scaffolding overlooking the main body of the workshop. Jekyllon was already halfway down the steps, but it didn't appear as if anybody was paying him any attention. The workshop was crowded with at least 25 men, all of them in dirty coveralls, and all of them wearing red safety helmets, and all of them far too busy cutting and chopping to notice 2 or 3 strangers. It looked as if Dom Magator had been right. Brother Albrecht must have drawn George Roussos into his nightmare tonight because he needed the skill of his workforce. These men were nothing more than dream figures, but this was only a dream, and while they were here, they could do whatever Brother Albrecht needed them to. And what they were doing was butchering. The interior of the workshop had been set up as a meat-packing plant, with rows of stainless steel hooks suspended from rails and stainless steel tables for cutting and trimming and disemboweling.
There were 2 rows of pressure lamps hanging from the ceiling, hissing loudly, which illuminated the workshop with a bleached, unearthly light. On the tables lay cattle and pigs and other more exotic animals, like llamas and mountain goats. The men were bent over them with boning knives and saws, cutting them in half and removing their legs and their heads. The cutting and trimming tables were running with blood, and the paunch table, where cattle had their bellies slit open to let their bowels drop out, was thickly splattered with manure as well as blood. Dom Magator looked around the workshop in disgust. When he was a restaurant inspector in Baton Rouge, he had visited more filthy slaughterhouses than he could count, mainly to find out how hamburgers had become contaminated with E. coli bacteria. But this place was 100 times filthier, and the grisliest spectacle that he had ever seen.
"Shit,"
said Zabenjo Eeks.
"Exactamundo,"
said Dom Magator. It was then that he realized that none of the slaughtered animals had been skinned, even the shaggiest goat. Not only that, none of their meat had been cut from their carcasses in the usual way. No steaks, no spare ribs, no hocks. He thought of Brother Albrecht's freak show, and it dawned on him what was happening here. These animals weren't being butchered for their meat. Strictly speaking, they weren't being butchered at all. They were being disassembled, so that their heads and their legs and their bodies could be mixed and matched with human beings.
"Jekyllon," he told him. "Jekyllon, we need to get out of here."
But Jekyllon ignored him and started to walk quickly along the side of the workshop. At the far end, in a shadowy corner, there was a row of cages with various animals in them. Dom Magator could make out at least 3 sheep and a German shepherd. For a few seconds, Jekyllon was out of sight behind one of the cutting tables. But then he reappeared, and he was carrying a golden Labrador puppy over his arm.
"I got it," he said.
He reached the steps that led up to the platform where Dom Magator and Zabenjo Eeks were standing. As he started to clamber up them, however, one of the slaughtermen looked up from the pig that he was cutting apart and roared out,
"Hey, you! Where the hell do you think you're going with that dog?"
Jekyllon ran up the rest of the stairs so fast that he collided with Dom Magator when he got to the top. By now, all of the slaughtermen had turned around and seen what was happening, and they came rushing toward the bottom of the steps, brandishing axes and boning knives and saws. They were led by a thick-necked giant with a bare, blood-spattered chest who was bellowing like a bull.
"Get out of here,"
Dom Magator told Jekyllon. Then, to Zabenjo Eeks,
"Give me some covering fire, will you?"
Zabenjo Eeks held up both arms and rattled off 2 streams of quarrels. The giant slaughterman was already mounting the steps, but he let out one last stentorian bellow, and then he toppled backward, bringing down 3 of his companions with him. His body was unceremoniously heaved aside so that the rest of the slaughtermen could start to climb the steps, screaming and shouting even louder than before. Dom Magator took 2 or 3 steps back, then lifted his absinthe gun, with the focus set in 3 stages, from narrow to medium to panoramic. That meant that a concentrated wave function would hit the slaughterman first, and then 2 further wave functions would hit the killing floor, and then the entire workshop itself. 2 of the slaughtermen reached the top of the steps and came lurching toward him. They were both wearing brown leather skull caps and floor-length leather aprons, and both were carrying blood-stained axes. They looked solid enough, but their faces were smudged and unfocused, with dark holes for eyes and no distinct features. Dom Magator knew that this was because George Roussos was dreaming about them, and although George Roussos knew how many slaughtermen he had working for him, he had no clear idea of what each one of them actually looked like.
"Give us back that dog, you thieving bastard,"
growled one of them in a thick Polish accent.
"Or else what?"
said Dom Magator.
"Or else you wind up like one big hamburger."
The slaughterman came forward, swinging his axe rhythmically from side to side, like the pit in the pendulum. Although the man's face was so blurred, Dom Magator could tell that he was grinning.
You don't know how much I'm looking forward to this, he growled, swinging his axe faster and faster in a figure of 8 until it whistled.
Dom Magator pulled the first trigger, and instantly the slaughterman vanished, as did the rest of the slaughtermen scrambling up the steps behind him. Their knives and saws and axes fell to the floor with a clattering, ringing noise like handbells. Technically, this was a paradox, because the slaughtermen had never existed to pick up their knives and their saws and their axes in the first place. But the paradox was only temporary, because the absence gun was set to eliminate their tools too, and all of the cutting tables where the animals were being dismembered, and then the whole building. There was a barrage of ear-splitting thunderclaps as the air rushed in to fill the vacancies left by the non-existent slaughterman. Even inside his heavy protective helmet, Dom Magator was temporarily deafened. But he fired again and again, and then there were 2 more catastrophic bangs, so violent that the ground quaked beneath his feet. When he lowered his absence gun, Dom Magator saw that there was no workshop anymore. No killing floor, no animals, and no slaughterman. He was standing in a briar thicket, with nothing in front of him but trees. The rain was still dredging steadily down, and when he turned around, he saw the shack where Michael Row the Boat Ashore Hallelujah was sitting on the porch, and Jekyllon, and Jamexa, and Zyrina, and Zabenjo Eeks, all standing around him. He looked back to the trees where the workshop had been. But there had never been a workshop, and there had never been any slaughtermen. He felt at least half satisfied with what they had achieved. Even if they had not yet succeeded in putting an end to Brother Albrecht and his hideous traveling carnival, they had at least thwarted his attempt to create even more freaks. Michael was hugging the golden Labrador puppy in his arms. Dom Magator walked across to him and said, "We have to go now, Michael, but we'll be back, young feller, I promise you, and we'll get you out of this nightmare and find you a really happy dream where they give you Cheerios and your mom can come visit you. At least you have your puppy back."
Thank you,
said Michael. His mouth was turned down, and he was trying very hard not to cry.
You won't forget about me, will you?
Jamexa hunkered down beside him and stroked the puppy's head.
We won't forget you, Michael. Ever. When me and my twin brother go onto the stage the next time, we'll sing Michael Row the Boat Ashore, and we'll dedicate it especially to you.
Does your puppy have a name? Asked Irina. Michael nodded.
He's called Froggy.
Froggy? That's a pretty unusual name for a puppy. Most kids would have called their puppies like Doggy.
Michael rested his cheek against the top of the puppy's head.
That's what my mom used to call me when I was a baby. She said I looked like a little froggy.
Dom Magator saw that one of the needles on his seismic sensor had started to tremble. That meant that George Roussos was now rising through the last phases of REM sleep toward consciousness, and that he would soon be awake.
"Right," he said. "Now we really do have to get the hell out of Dodge."
Chapter 17. Flesh Forward. They ran in silence, like 6 shadows flickering between the tree trunks, their feet making barely any noise at all. They startled a few deer, and as they reached the edge of the trees, 6 gray grouse burst out of the undergrowth in alarm like feathered bombs. But they kept on running. They had to circle around the right-hand side of the hilltop to stay out of sight of the clowns from Brother Albrecht's circus until the very last moment. As soon as they were clear of the trees, Angrifferi started to run even faster and flap her wings. She lifted off into the drizzle and rose higher and higher as if she were climbing up one invisible flight of stairs after another. Soon she was almost 100 feet over their heads and 100 yards ahead of them. Although it was still raining, it was gradually beginning to grow lighter, and the mist was shining like a breathed-over mirror. Angrifferi switched on her green fog lenses, and as she beat her wings and rose up to more than 200 feet, she could see the rabble of clowns and freaks pouring over the hilltop and hurrying down the long grassy slope. The leading clowns were already less than 1/4 of a mile away from the Night Warrior's shimmering octagonal portal,
the portal that was their only way back into George Roussa's bedroom and the world of reality.
Dom Magator, she panted. They've almost reached the portal already. There's no way we have any chance of reaching it before they do.
In that case, sweetheart, we'll have to meet 'em head on. I still have plenty of fancy ordnance left, but if we're forced to use the absence gun, well, that's just too bad. I'm worried that I might hit the portal, that's all. If the portal doesn't exist anymore, we're gregged, believe me.
In that case, let's hustle,
said Zabenjo Weeks. It's not gonna do us no good standing around discussing nothing, and that's for sure.
They ran even faster, with Angrifferi sweeping and swooping overhead. Inside his helmet, Dom Magator could hear them all panting in chorus. He thought at first that they might have a chance of reaching the portal first. But as they came around the hilltop, however, and ran down the slope together, they saw that the clowns were already waiting for them. Hundreds of them. They were standing in a long line, their pointed hats drooping, their makeup streaked by the rain. They weren't moving. Most of them had their arms folded, and they were simply staring at the night warriors with a combination of real and painted hostility. The white-faced harlequin with the blackberry lips was standing right in front of the portal. It appeared that he was the leader, since all of the other clowns were standing well back. He was holding a curved scimitar, which he kept circling around and around, so that it flashed in the mist like a steel propeller. Directly behind him, framing him, was the crackling blue electric portal, and by the expression on his face it looked as if he was challenging the night warriors to try to reach it. Dom Magator stepped up to face him.
How about letting us pass, pal? He shouted out. We didn't come here to hurt none of you, believe me.
Oh,
replied the white-faced harlequin in a croaky, drawn-out voice.
What about the fire breather? I think you hurt him somewhat. And what about Dr. Friendly? Looked like a pincushion by the time you'd finished with that unfortunate fella, didn't he?
Well, he deserved it. Trying to sew snakes onto that poor girl's arms. How sick is that?
Depends on your definition of sick, my friend. Life is sick from beginning to end. Think how we're born. Our faces squeezed out of our mother's nether region like rabbits out of a tight pink hat. Only to grow and suffer, and then to decline, and our teeth to drop out, and finally our hearts to seize up, and our bodies to become a tumbling mass of maggots. Don't you call that sick?
Listen, bro, you gonna let us through or what?
Zabenjo Weeks challenged him, raising his right arm and clicking the elaborate wooden levers that prepared his arrows for firing. The white-faced harlequin shook his head from side to side and made a tick-tocking sound with his tongue as he did so.
The Grand Freak wants you to stay here. The Grand Freak wants you to join his circus. Think of what wonderful attractions you would be. The Fat Man and the Bird Woman and the Black Archer and the Glittering Twins. Not to mention the naked woman who isn't naked at all.
Out of the side of his mouth, Jekyllon said to Jamexa,
How much lightning do you have left? We could cremate this idiot in 2 seconds flat.
But inside their helmets, Dom Magator quickly said,
No, Jekyllon. This close to the portal, one of your lightning strikes could short it out. Then we could never get back.
High above their heads, Angrifferi was circling and circling through the clouds, sometimes appearing, sometimes disappearing.
Hey, DM. How about I dive down and grab him? She said. He wouldn't survive a drop at 200 feet, would he? And then we'd be clear to go.
But Dom Magator looked at the crowds of clowns assembled on the other side of the portal. If Angrifferi swooped down and hoisted this white-faced harlequin up into the air and let him drop, the rest of the clowns would fall on them like a human tsunami, and 6 night warriors wouldn't stand a chance. For all of their arrow storms and wave-function rifles and intuitive throwing knives, they would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Brother Albrecht could dream up as many clowns as he wanted to, and they'd never be able to kill 'em all.
I'll make you a deal, okay?
Dom Magator suggested to the white-faced harlequin.
You let us go through that portal and out of your way, and I won't use my absence gun on you."
"You're what?"
croaked the clown. "Oh, you never heard about absence guns? You know what an absence gun can do? It doesn't kill you. It doesn't even hurt you. It simply makes sure that you never existed. Ever. You get hit by an absence gun, and your parents never had you."
"I'm not making no deals with you, Tin Man,"
the clown retorted.
"The Grand Freak sent us here to bring you back to the circus, and that's exactly what we're gonna do."
Dom Magator hesitated. Zabenjo Eeks could easily take out the white-faced harlequin with a quick storm of arrows. Or Dom Magator could use a weapon against him that posed less of a risk of damaging the portal than the absence gun. But it would be suicide. If they brought down the white-faced harlequin, the rest of the clowns would never let them escape. They would either tear them to pieces right here and now, or tote them triumphantly back to Brother Albrecht's circus, where they would be cut apart and sewn back together again with limbs taken from all kinds of animals and reptiles. And that would be even more unbearable than death. Inside Dom Magator's helmet, the seismic sensor quivered again. George Roussos was stirring, which meant that he had only minutes to make up his mind, if that. But before he could decide what to do, Zyrina came forward and touched his arm.
"Let me try, John," she murmured. "Maybe this is one situation that can't be solved by firepower alone, if you know what I mean."
"What the hell can you do against all this rabble?"
"Watch me."
Without saying anything else, she walked right up to the white-faced harlequin, her crown glittering and her gilded cloak idly flapping. The white-faced harlequin stopped whirling his scimitar around and around and looked her up and down, his eyes restless with prurient interest. Raindrops were quivering on her gleaming metallic breasts and the sensual curve of her stomach and dripping from between her legs.
"So, my lovely lady, who are you?"
he asked her in his frog-like voice. Zyrina reached out and laid her hand on his sloping left shoulder.
"You don't need to know my name, clown. You want me. Isn't that enough?"
He stared at her for a long time with those coal-blotched eyes. Zyrina was the least heavily armed of all the night warriors, but in her own mesmerizing way she was one of the most lethal. And she was fearless, too. To approach the harlequin so closely, and to start stroking his white-painted cheek, that took ice-cold nerve, especially since he was still gripping his scimitar, and he could have slashed her throat at any moment.
"You want me so bad, don't you, clown?"
said Zyrina.
"So what if it's raining? So what if hundreds of your fellow pranksters are watching us? What do you care? You want me here and now, right here in the grass."
"Jesus, Zyrina," said Dom Magator.
But Zyrina murmured,
"Get ready, John. As soon as he's distracted, you guys make a dive for the portal."
"What about you?"
"I'm a big girl, John. I can take care of myself."
All of the night warriors had heard her. Angrifferi circled down closer and said,
"I'm ready, Don Magator. Just give me the word and I can fly straight through."
"I'm not sure I like this," said Dom Magator. "In fact, I don't like this at all."
"Well, neither do we," Jekyllon retorted. "But what choice do we have? You want to end up with some orangutan's face instead of your own?"
Now Zyrina was untying the ruff around the white-faced harlequin's neck. She whirled it teasingly around her finger and dropped it into the grass. Then she started to unbutton his sodden-wet clown suit. She tugged it off his shoulders, revealing a narrow white chest with a prominent rib cage. He neither helped her nor resisted her, but his nostrils flared and he began to breathe very deeply, his chest rising and falling, and his eyes never stopped roaming over her gold-plated breasts. Uneasily, Dom Magator looked around at the crowds of clowns gathered on the slopes. He would have thought that they would have started to become restive by now, especially since their leader seemed to have temporarily forgotten what the Grand Freak had sent them here to do. But they were all staring at Zyrina with as much fascination as the white-faced harlequin, and some of them were clutching their clown suits between their legs and rhythmically squeezing their fingers. Zyrina knelt down in front of the white-faced harlequin and wrenched his pants all the way down, tearing the thin white cotton as she pulled him over his shoes. Now he was completely naked, except for his white conical hat. His penis was standing up as stiff and white as a bone, with only the faintest tinge of purple on the glands. His scrotum had shrunk so tight that they had almost disappeared inside his body.
"Lie down,"
Zyrina ordered him, but she said it very gently and warmly.
"Lie down, clown, and you can have me."
The white-faced harlequin lay down in the long wet grass. He looked thin and vulnerable, more like a boy than a man. Zyrina unfastened the buckles that held her armor in place and opened it up, like a golden seashell. Underneath, she looked exactly the same, except that now she really was naked. Her breasts were real breasts that swung when she moved, and her nipples knurled tightly in the rain. She laid her armor on the ground, and then she approached the white-faced harlequin as he lay in the grass in front of her.
"Come on,"
she taunted him.
"How much do you want me?"
"I want you more than any woman I ever met,"
he croaked back at her.
"Do you want me more than diamonds? Do you want me more than gold?"
"Yes, yes."
"Would you go blind for me?"
"Anything."
Zyrina smiled and said,
"That's what I needed to hear."
She tossed back her cloak, and then she knelt astride him, her head held high, with a strangely serene smile on her face. With her left hand, she took hold of his erect penis and guided it up between her thighs, until the glans was nestling between the parted lips of her vagina. She looked down for a moment in satisfaction, but when the white-faced harlequin attempted to force his penis deeper inside her, she gripped him very tight, so that he couldn't. He struggled for a moment, bumping his hips up and down.
"What are you doing to me?"
he demanded.
"I want you. I want you."
"You said you wanted me more than anything?"
"Yes, yes, yes, curse you, yes! I have to have you, you whore!"
"Do you want me more than life itself?"
"Yes!"
he screamed at her, with spit flying out of his mouth.
"Yes, yes, 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 yes!"
When he said that, Zyrina took her hand away from his penis and sank downward onto his hips, slowly allowed the weight of her body to take him deep inside her. He let out a terrible groan, like a man having his bowels dragged out of him by a medieval torturer, part agony and part ecstasy, and his head dropped back into the grass. Dom Magator turned back to the rest of the clowns. Almost all of them had their eyes closed now, and all of them were swaying backward and forward, as if they were anemones on the bottom of the ocean. He looked down at Zyrina, and she was rising and falling in the same rhythm, lifting her hips so high that the tip of the white-faced harlequin's penis almost slipped out of her, hesitating, and then lowering herself slowly down again. It was then that it began to dawn on Dom Magator what Zyrina must have understood intuitively. Each of these hundreds of clowns physically was an individual. Each one of them was dressed in a wildly differing outfit, and each one of them wore his own distinctive face paint. If you killed any one of them, he fell, without affecting any of the others. But inside their heads, they were one and the same person. They all shared a common consciousness. They were all Brother Albrecht. When Zyrina had aroused the white-faced harlequin, she had aroused all of these hundreds of clowns at the same time,
just as she had affected Brother Albrecht when she had confronted him on the stage. Even now, it was possible that Brother Albrecht back at the circus was sharing this same sexual excitement. Zyrina rose up and down 2 or 3 more times, and then she said,
"Go, John. All of you. Go now."
As if to emphasize the urgency of the situation, the seismic sensor in Dom Magator's helmet started to let out a repeated buzzing noise. George Rousos's eyes were flickering, and he was only seconds away from waking up. Dom Magator hurried Jekyllon and Jamexa to the portal. They turned, and the portal lit up their faces in intermittent flashes of electric blue.
"We can't go without Zyrina,"
Jamexa insisted.
"Don't worry. Go. I'll take care of her. If she doesn't make it, we can always come back for her."
Jekyllon and Jamexa hesitated a split second longer, but then Zabenjoix forcibly pushed them toward the portal.
"Go. You're supposed to be warriors. Warriors do what they damn well told to."
The twins disappeared through the portal with a sharp crackle of static. Then Anne Grifferi landed nearby, folded her wings, and ducked through the portal after them with another crackle. Zabenjoix caught a whiff of scorched feathers.
"Come on, man, your turn," he shouted.
But Dom Magator was still hovering protectively over Zyrina as she continued to bring the white-faced harlequin closer and closer to a climax. The harlequin had started groaning again, and all of the other clowns had started groaning too in a hideous chorus and swaying their hips even more lasciviously backward and forward.
"I'm okay, John,"
said Zyrina in a low, businesslike voice.
"I have this all under control. I'm sliding the needles out of my fingers right now."
Dom Magator said,
"Zabenjoix, it's okay. She's just about to give our white-faced friend the needle treatment. Go. We'll be right behind you, I swear it."
Zyrina bent forward over the white-faced harlequin, kissing his blackberry-painted lips and biting his neck. He was almost delirious, and his feet were arched with sexual tension. He was right on the very brink of ejaculating, and his eyes were tight shut.
"Oh, yes," he shouted. "Oh, yes! Oh, yes! Oh, my Lord Lucifer and every demon that ever was!"
Suddenly, however, he started to shudder, and to kick, and to toss his head from side to side. He made gagging noises like somebody trying to be sick on an empty stomach. Gradually, Zyrina sat up straight, and it was then that Dom Magator could see that she had spread both hands wide across his chest and run the long needles that protruded from the ends of her fingers into his rib cage. There was a spitting, sizzling noise. The white-faced harlequin struggled even more furiously, and then smoke began to puff out of his lips. He uttered another extraordinary cry, more like a whoop than a scream, as Zyrina's needles brought the blood in his body to boiling point. His white skin was suffused with blotches of crimson, and he started to blister. He stared up at Zyrina, but he couldn't see her, because both of his eyes had been poached white.
"You said you'd go blind for me, didn't you?"
Zyrina reminded him. He tried to speak, but all that came out of his mouth were more puffs of smoke. His head fell back, and his bloated white face was mercifully covered by the grass.
"R.I.P.,"
added Zyrina much more quietly.
"You said you wanted me more than life itself. Well, you got what you wanted."
She paused, and then she lifted herself off him. In the rigor of death, his penis was still erect. On the slopes, the hordes of clowns were milling around, bewildered and shocked. They had shared the white-faced harlequin's passion, so they must have shared his pain. Dom Magator picked up Zyrina's armor for her and took hold of her hand.
"Come on, Rhoda Jane. We need to get out of here prontissimo."
"I'm not decent."
"Who cares? Even when you were decent, you weren't decent. Now go."
He pushed her through the dazzling blue portal. Crackle! And followed right behind her. Crackle! Just as the first of the clowns reached them, howling and waving their knives and their clubs.
One of them managed to pull back the elastic of his catapult and fire a pebble into the Russos' bedroom. Zabenjo Eeks was kneeling close beside the portal, and in retaliation he loosed off 3 arrows. Dom Magator said, "No, they won't," but it was too late. The arrows hit the bedroom wall and stuck there, shivering like wheat stalks in the wind. The instant he had stepped through it, Dom Magator had closed the portal behind him, and the way through to Brother Albrecht's nightmare had been sealed off.
"Sorry, man. Didn't want 'em coming through after us is all." "They wouldn't have. They couldn't. They can stop us from getting through, but they can't get through themselves. They'd be fried."
Zabenjo Eeks plucked his arrows out of the bedroom wall and slotted them back into his quiver. Meanwhile, Irina was fastening the buckles on her gilded armor and tugging her cloak straight. On the bed next to them, George Russos was still asleep, but he was beginning to stir, and they could see his pupils darting from side to side beneath his eyelids as he came closer and closer to waking up.
"Let's go," said Dom Magator. "We didn't manage to knock out Brother Albrecht tonight, but we learned a whole lot, didn't we? And next time we'll make sure we do it right."
"What I don't understand is why the absence gun had no effect on him at all," said Jekyllon. "You zapped that meatpacking plant, right? And everybody in it. Why couldn't you zap Brother Albrecht?"
Dom Magator shook his head.
"I have no idea. But right now it's past 6 a.m. We need to get back to our beds. Thanks, everybody. For a first outing, y'all did real good."
They embraced each other in a circle, and as they did so, they rose upward through the ceiling of George Russos' bedroom, and up through the bedrooms above it, and out onto the rooftop of the Drake Tower. It was light now, and Lake Michigan was sparkling with early morning sunlight. Ongrypheri spread her wings and peeled away to the southeast, to Florida. The rest of the night warriors flew east toward Cleveland. Meanwhile, George Russos swung his legs out of bed and stretched and yawned. He hadn't had such a bad night's sleep in years. Nothing but nightmares about cutting up animals, all kinds of animals, not just cattle and pigs and sheep. And clowns. And he had always hated clowns ever since he was a small boy. He checked the clock on his nightstand. 6:17. Time to take a shower and get to work. But then his eye was caught by the framed wedding photograph next to the bedside lamp. He reached over and picked it up. He said, "What the fuck?" The glass in the photograph was shattered like a spiderweb. He stood up, still frowning at it, and as he did so, he trod on a smooth brown pebble. Chapter 18. The Sleepers Awake. Kira opened her eyes to see Lois Schultz smiling at her.
"At last you're awake, my darling. Gott zu danken."
Kira blinked and looked around her. She was no longer in the 4th-floor room that Springer had booked for them at the Griffin House Hotel. Instead, she was lying in a hospital bed, in a sunlit room with pale green walls and framed prints of pink orchids all around. When she tried to turn over and sit up, she realized that her left arm was connected to a vital signs monitor.
"Lois? Where is this? What am I doing here?" "University Hospital, my darling. Kieran is here also." "What am I doing in a hospital? I'm not sick." "Oh, you're not sick? Ah, you could have fooled me." "Why? What happened?" "Who knows already? Yesterday evening I came to your hotel room to take you and your brother to the concert, and you were gone. I went crazy. My first thought was that you'd been kidnapped. For ransom or something like that. It was only by chance that one of the maids said that she had gone into another room on the 4th floor to take in some clean towels, and she had seen you both asleep and recognized you. Otherwise, we would have had the police searching the whole of Cleveland, the whole of Ohio even."
"I'm sorry," said Kira. "We really didn't mean to worry you."
"Worry me? Worry me? Even when we found you, we couldn't wake you. Believe me, we tried. I shook you. I screamed in your ears, 'Wake up, wake up!' But you wouldn't wake up, neither of you. So what did I do? I called 911, of course. I thought maybe you both been taking that Georgia homeboy or that Special K or whatever.
Kira said,
Lois, you know we never take party drugs. You know that.
Well, of course. The doctor gave you a blood test, and he said you were clean like whistles. He tested for everything, and he couldn't understand why you wouldn't wake up. He thought maybe it was some kind of a coma.
I don't know. Maybe we were just exhausted.
If you were so exhausted, why didn't you tell me? Why did you sneak off and hide like that? Don't you trust me to take care of you? I could have maybe rescheduled.
Oh, get real, Lois. You think you really would have?
Well, maybe not. But how exhausted do you have to be to sleep through a $7.5 million concert? Do you know what the penalties are going to be? The refunds? Do you have any idea how much our insurance premiums are going to go up? You were exhausted. God made the whole world and he took only one day off.
She paused for breath, and then she said,
At least your next concert isn't until Saturday. I should have such luck.
I'm sorry, Lois. Truly I am. But there are some things which are much more important than money.
Name one, please. I'd love to know what it is.
At that moment, the door opened and Kieran appeared. His hair was sticking up as if he had just woken up, and he was wearing yellow hospital pajamas. "Hi," he said. "You're awake."
Oh, great, Lois greeted him. The other comatose Kaiser. So how are you feeling?
"Okay, I guess," Kieran told her. "Kind of bushed, but that's all."
How can you be bushed? You two, you've been sleeping all night like dead people.
I've been telling Lois how sorry we are,
said Kira.
But I have tried to explain that money isn't everything.
Kira's right, said Kieran. So we miss one concert. It isn't the end of the world. Unlike the end of the world, which is the end of the world.
I would just like to know what it is that means more to both of you than your careers.
Kieran sat down on the end of the bed. Our mom, Lois. Our mom is more important. And like I say, the end of the world, that's more important too. Lois looked from one twin to the other.
Your mom? Your mom? You know how sorry I am, but your mom has long ago passed over.
Passed over, yes, said Kieran, but not passed away.
I don't know what that means, Kieran. I don't have the faintest idea what you're talking about.
If it comes to the end of the world, Lois, then believe me, you will. David shook Katie's shoulder and said, Wake up, sleepyhead. I have to be gone in an hour. I made you coffee. Katie sat up in bed and frowned at him.
What time is it?
8:15. I thought I'd let you sleep a little longer. Said Katie, falling back and wrapping her head in the pillow.
I feel like I haven't slept in a week.
David pried the two sides of the pillow apart. His face was very serious. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. You were so restless last night. In fact, restless is the understatement of the century. It was like you were having a full-scale fight with somebody, flapping your arms and kicking your feet and twisting around and shouting.
Shouting?
Said Katie, staring at him suspiciously.
What was I shouting?
All kinds of stuff. Something about how stormy it was, and how you couldn't lift somebody out through the roof. I mean, really weird things like that. You said you could see some circus, but it was too far away and you needed to gain more height. I swear to God, you sounded like you thought you were flying. Katie reached up and touched his cheek with her fingertips.
It was only a nightmare, David. That's all. Maybe I've been working too hard.
All the same, when I get back from Denver, you and I are going to go talk to Aaron. Or Miriam, if you'd prefer.
David, I keep trying to tell you I'm perfectly okay.
No, you're not. Something's happened to you. You've changed. She looked at him for a long time without saying anything, trying to communicate with her eyes that she had changed, yes, but that her feelings for him were as strong as ever, maybe even stronger. How could she possibly tell him that she was on Grifferi, and that she had flown in a rainstorm over a circus and snatched a fire breather into the air so that her fellow night warriors could blow him up,
How could she make him believe that she had fought against clowns and freaks and barely escaped from the most terrible nightmare that had ever threatened the human race?
I love you, David,
she said very softly. I still want us to talk to Aaron. Will you do that for me? Katie nodded.
Of course I will. I have changed, I know that. But it's not for the worse, and it doesn't affect you and me. People grow up, that's all. Even when they reach our age, they can discover really important things about themselves that they never knew before.
So what have you discovered about yourself that's so important?
I think I've discovered that I'm much braver than I thought I was, and much more adventurous.
Braver? David plainly couldn't understand what she was trying to tell him. But he leaned forward and kissed her forehead and said, Okay, that's good. We'll talk about it some more when I get back. Just take care of yourself, you hear? John was woken up by a furtive tapping on his bedroom door. He opened his eyes and looked up at the sloping ceiling above his bed. Then he turned his head to check what time it was. 8:10. Jesus, he felt as if he'd been drinking tequila slammers all night. More tapping. He knew who it was. Mrs. Gizmo, his landlady. She always knocked like that, as if she was afraid to disturb him.
John?
She called out querulously.
John, are you awake? I don't hear you snoring.
Okay, Mrs. Gizmo, he called out in a clogged-up voice. I hear you. He heaved himself off the bed and went to the door. Mrs. Gizmo was standing outside on the landing, but when she saw that he was wearing only a droopy red sweatshirt, she immediately turned her back to present him with her iron-gray braids and her narrow widow's shoulders in her floral print apron.
You have a visitor, she told him.
A visitor? At this time of the morning?
He says he's an old army friend of yours.
John puffed out his cheeks. He might have known it. Dean Brunswick III, Dino, the late Dean Brunswick III, a.k.a. Springer.
Do you think you could tell him to come back in maybe an hour? John asked Mrs. Gizmo. I seriously need some sustenance first. Like some buckwheat pancakes would be good. Do you have any maple syrup left? That Coombs Family Farm stuff, I could pour that over everything. I could pour it over broccoli even.
But before Mrs. Gizmo could reply, a familiar voice called out, Hi, John. Good to see you again so soon. How's it hanging? Well, I can see for myself. Dean Brunswick III came bounding up the stairs. The young Dean Brunswick III. He beamed flirtatiously at Mrs. Gizmo as he passed her on the landing, and then he came up to John and gave him an affectionate backslapping hug. John said, You'd better come in. Thanks a million, Mrs. Gizmo.
Quite all right, John,
said Mrs. Gizmo, and went downstairs without turning back. John led Springer into his bedroom.
You'll pardon me if I put on some pants? Oh, sure. Wow, it smells like mozzarella in here. That's not your feet, is it?
John was pulling on a pair of comfort-fit Levi's.
Just because you can make yourself look like my old dead army buddy, that doesn't give you the license to talk to me the way he used to. That's the leftovers from a pepperoni pizza, if you must know.
Springer sniffed and said,
Appetizing. Not.
John sat down on the bed and rolled on a pair of bright green argyle socks.
What happened last night? That was a fiasco. We could have gotten ourselves permanently trapped in that dream like forever and ever amen. And then what?
I still can't understand what went wrong, said Springer. You had Brother Albrecht in your sights, didn't you, at point-blank range? I've never known an absence gun to misfire before.
I don't think it did misfire, John told him. Only a short time afterward, I zapped that meatpacking plant, didn't I? And the gun worked perfect.
Springer went to the window and looked out over Mrs. Gizmo's scruffy backyard, with her washing hanging sadly on the line.
Maybe it wasn't a weapons failure at all,
he suggested. Maybe Brother Albrecht has some way of protecting himself.
Oh? You mean like a force field from Star Trek?
No, nothing like that. Nothing technical. Whenever you night warriors enter other people's dreams, you may be trespassing inside their minds, so to speak, but there's nothing they can do to shield themselves against your weapons, any more than you can shield yourselves against their weapons, if they happen to have any.
All the same, the absence gun didn't work on Brother Albrecht, did it? Said John. It was his dream, right? Maybe he simply dreamed that it wouldn't work.
He couldn't have done that, Springer told him. The whole carnival setup, the clowns and the freaks and the acrobats, yes, those are all Brother Albrecht's creation. But being Dom Magator is your dream, and in your dream your absence gun never misfires, and there is absolutely nothing that Brother Albrecht could have done to jam it or deflect it. He pressed the palms of his hands together as if he were praying. I'm talking about some other kind of protection. I don't really know what. Maybe something more spiritual. John dragged a Kleenex out of a battered box and noisily blew his nose.
The absence gun works on a wave function, right?
That's right.
Okay, then. Supposing for the sake of argument, Brother Albrecht doesn't exist on the same wavelength as anybody else. Supposing he's visible, but not quite there. Like supposing he exists a nanosecond ahead of us, or a nanosecond behind, or a micromillimeter off to the left, or a micromillimeter off to the right.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that if you fire an absence gun at somebody like that, it wouldn't have any effect, would it? If somebody wasn't actually there, you couldn't make them cease to exist, could you?
Springer turned away from the window. It's a theory, I suppose, he said doubtfully. I don't know what Einstein would make of it.
Screw Einstein. It makes sense to me. Kind of, anyhow. Do you have a better idea?
I don't know, John. I have a feeling that there's a whole lot more to Brother Albrecht than meets the eye. He's so bitter, so angry and so cruel, and he hasn't stopped railing against God for 800 years. How can anybody stay so vengeful for so many centuries?
Well, that's a question we have to answer ASAP, John told him. But there's no future in us going back into Brother Albrecht's dream unless we work out a way to effectively bust his ass, is there?
I agree with you, John, 110%. But the situation is critical. From what Mago Verde said, it's going to take only one more sacrifice before Brother Albrecht can break the sacred sanction that Pope Eugene placed on him, and then he'll be able to lead his circus back here into the waking world. That poor girl who had her arms cut off, she was the 8th sacrifice. We have to find a way to stop Brother Albrecht before Mago Verde finds him a 9th. John blew his nose again and thought about it. It came as no surprise to him that Springer knew every detail of what had happened in Brother Albrecht's nightmare last night. Springer had a cerebral connection to everything that the night warriors experienced when they entered other people's dreams. When they returned to their bodies in the morning, all of their impressions flowed into Springer's consciousness as if he were living through them himself, a kind of psychic debriefing, with sights and sounds and smells and conversations and even emotions. He had shared their elation when the fire breather exploded. He had also known how frightened they were when they thought that the clowns had barred their way back through the portal. John said,
I think the answer is for us to go looking for Mago Verde, or Gordon Veitch, or whatever the bastard calls himself. If we can stop him, we can stop Brother Albrecht getting his final sacrifice, or delay it anyhow. And we know for sure that we can take him out, because he skedaddled like a jackrabbit when Jekyllon went after him at the circus. If he was invulnerable, the same as Brother Albrecht, he would have stayed put and given us a finger.
He sniffed.
The only trouble is, where the hell do we find him?
The Griffin House Hotel, said Springer. To start with, he attacks his victims in all kinds of random locations. Back in the 1930s, he went for women in the slums like Kingsbury Run. Later, he went for more upscale neighborhoods like Bracknell. But no matter where he actually kills them or mutilates them, where does the evidence always finish up?
In the Griffin House Hotel, inside the walls. Well, yes, John agreed. But by the time he dreams his night sacrifice into the hotel walls, it's going to be a little too late for his victim, isn't it? She'll have been cut in half already, or set on fire, or had her arms or legs sawn off, or maybe both. I know, John, but I don't see any other way. Ashapala weeps for all of his children. But the most important thing is to stop Mago Verde from taking his night sacrifice through to Brother Albrecht's dream. Once that happens, it's going to be chaos and old night. You've seen that circus for yourself firsthand, and you've seen how much it excites people, how it gets them baying for blood. It's frightening. We have to stop Brother Albrecht from bringing it back to the waking world. If we allow that to happen, it's going to trail pandemonium behind it wherever it goes. Okay, said John. The Griffin House it is. He went to his bedroom door and opened it. Springer blinked at him. You're not going to put on your shoes? John gave him a long, sober look. If the situation hadn't been so desperate, he probably would have laughed. Rhoda Jane had just stepped out of the shower when they knocked at room 309. She opened the door with a pink towel wrapped around her head like a turban and a pink toweling robe with Griffin House Hotel embroidered on it. Without her false lashes and her makeup, John thought she looked surprisingly young, although her eyes were a little puffy.
Well, good morning, boys, she greeted them. I was just about to order some breakfast on room service. Want some?
Coffee and pancakes would be good, said John, and tell him not to be tight-assed with the maple syrup.
Springer said soberly, You did a very brave thing last night, Rhoda Jane. You saved all of your fellow night warriors. Rhoda Jane walked over to her dressing table and sat down in front of the triple mirrors. She pouted at herself, and then she said,
I did what Zyrina is supposed to do. Zyrina's the super slut, right? It wasn't difficult. That poor clown didn't know whether he was coming or going, and in the end he did both.
It may not have been difficult, Rhoda Jane, but it took great nerve. Ashapala is aware how courageous you were, and Ashapala is deeply appreciative.
We didn't manage to take out El Grando Frico, though, did we? Are we going to have another crack at him tonight?
Actually, we're considering a different approach, said Springer.
I sure hope so. I'm still sore from the last approach.
John shook his head in amusement, but Springer stayed deadly serious. For whatever reason, Dom Magator's absence gun had no effect on Brother Albrecht, so we're going to go for Mago Verde instead, to see if we can stop him from taking Brother Albrecht in his 9th and last sacrifice. 3 Rhoda Janes looked at Springer out of her triple mirrors.
Okay, you take out Mago Verde. But won't Brother Albrecht simply find somebody else to bring him victim number 9? Another one of those, what do you call them, dreads?
I don't know, Springer admitted. I can't tell for sure if Mago Verde is Brother Albrecht's only contact with the waking world. But so far I haven't sensed the presence of any other dreads in this vicinity, not for hundreds of miles, and so I'm assuming that he is.
If Brother Albrecht doesn't receive his 9th sacrifice, he'll have to stay in the world of dreams forever. Or at least until he recruits some other dread to do his dirty work for him, which may be hundreds of years. Or never, let us pray to Ashapala.
John said,
The thing is, sweetheart, we don't know where Mago Verde is going to find his next victim, which is why we've come here to the Griffin House. Sooner or later, no matter where he first attacks them, he stays here and dreams them into the walls of this hotel. We don't know why, but from this hotel, he passes them on to Brother Albrecht's circus.
It's my guess that he mutilates them as a way of preparing them for Brother Albrecht's dream, said Springer. He makes it physically impossible for them to think of returning to their normal life. Then, once they arrive at the circus, Brother Albrecht decides what kind of freaks he wants them to be turned into, and his surgeons get to work on them and finish what you might call the finer details. The dogs' faces, the goats' legs, all of the other abominations. Throughout history, in all religions, from the Aztecs to the Norsemen, a sacrifice is only considered to be spiritually meaningful if the victim is willing to accept their fate. Happy, even. Whenever a Viking chieftain died and was burned on his boat, one of his female slaves would volunteer to die with him. By the time Brother Albrecht is finished with them, I very much doubt if any of his victims aren't willing to stay in his circus. They can never return to the waking world, can they, and pick up their lives where they left off? Not if they have no legs, or snakes instead of arms, or a face like a llama. Rhoda Jane was pouting at herself as she applied bright red lip gloss.
What if I tried?
John frowned at her 3 reflections.
What? What if you tried what?
What if I tried to take out Brother Albrecht, the same way I took out that clown?
I don't know, said Springer. Brother Albrecht is no ordinary man, and I don't think he ever was. What goes on inside of his mind, nobody knows.
I have no intention of appealing to his mind, Springer. I'm going to appeal to his, Courchevel. He might not have arms or legs, but he's not lacking in that department.
Too darn dangerous, said John dismissively.
Then why the hell was I invited along last night?
You were chosen for this mission so that you would distract Brother Albrecht's attention, Springer explained. We know that he has a fatal weakness for women. That's what got him mutilated in the first place.
I took out that harlequin, didn't I? And that harlequin was dreamed up by Brother Albrecht. If the harlequin went for me, so will he.
But this time, sweetheart, he's gonna be ready for us, and he's gonna know all about your needles and how you could make his blood boil.
I still think I ought to try.
And what happens if he takes you out instead? Where's that leave the rest of us? If the absence gun doesn't have any effect on him, I doubt if any of the rest of our weapons are going to be much good.
Springer said, Listen, all of this is academic until we find Mago Verde. Maybe when we do, we can persuade him to tell us if the good Brother Albrecht has any other weaknesses apart from women.
Oh. You mean we could torture him?
No, I don't. There are other ways of extracting information from people without torturing them.
Like bribing him?
In a way, yes. Remember that Mago Verde is a dread, who can shift at will from the waking world to the dream world, and back again. But in the human sense, dreads are not alive. They are something between ghosts and zombies. And if there is one thing that all dreads crave more than anything else, it is to have their humanity back.
But how can we offer him that? I don't know about you, but I'm fresh out of humanity.
Springer closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his pupils were a very pale agate color and luminous. A Shapala is the greatest power in the universe, John. A Shapala can turn the night into day. A Shapala can heal the sick and make the dead dance.
Okay, said John. I'll take your word for it. But what we need to do now is set up some kind of surveillance, right? One of us needs to keep an eye on the hotel lobby in case Gordon Veitch tries to register, and the rest of us should patrol the corridors. Whatever happens, we mustn't let him slip into the hotel unnoticed. Otherwise, we're screwed.
Chapter 19. Hunt the Clown. Detective Wasaki was studying the menu outside the entrance to the Boa Vinda restaurant when Detective Hudson came toward him across the hotel lobby, accompanied by a white-haired old man in a brown three-piece suit. He checked his wristwatch and said,
"It's 6:05, Charlie. You're 20 minutes late. I was just about to go in and order the tilapia with peanuts. I never ate tilapia with peanuts before. Come to that, I never ate peanuts with tilapia. Sorry, Walter. We had to stop off on the way and buy a new battery for Henry's hearing aid. By the way, this is Henry Marriott. Henry, this is Detective Wasaki."
The old man held out his hand. He was small and frail, with a bulbous nose and large hairy ears, and he put Walter in mind of a miniature version of Jimmy Durante. He wore a crisp white shirt with a red silk necktie and a matching red carnation in his buttonhole. His hand felt like a turkey's claw.
"Good to meet you, Henry," said Walter. "My partner tells me you used to run the Clown Museum down on Pearl Road. When was that?"
"What's that?"
asked Henry, cupping his hand to his left ear. The background music in the hotel lobby didn't help, and neither did a business executive standing right next to them yelling into his cell phone. Walter leaned forward and shouted,
"When did you run the Clown Museum?"
"Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I was there for almost 48 years, from August 1935 through June 1979. I was only 18 years old when I started. I took over the running of it when I was 27, which was in 1944, because Mr. Cascarelli was called up to join the Marines. He was killed at Okinawa, poor fella. Stepped on a mine, got blown to smithereens. Good way for a clown to go, though."
Charlie said, Henry knew Gordon Veitch. In fact, he knew him better than most. Didn't you, Henry? Walter laid a hand on Henry's angular shoulder.
"Let's go through to the bar, shall we, Henry? It's a whole lot quieter in there, and you'll be able to hear me better. What would you like to drink?"
"A long, slow, comfortable screw up against a cold, hard wall, if that's okay."
Walter looked across at Charlie and raised one eyebrow, but Charlie simply shrugged.
"That's a kind of circus drink, I guess."
They walked across the lobby toward the Lantern Bar, passing beneath the portrait of the stern-faced man with the reddish hair and the formal black suit. As they did so, Henry stopped and pointed up at him and said,
"Now there's your guilty party. Gilbert T. Griffin."
"Gilbert Griffin? Gilbert Griffin built this hotel, and it's the best hotel in Cleveland. What's he guilty of?"
"Meddling with things that shouldn't be meddled with. That's what he's guilty of."
"Okay."
"That's Gilbert Griffin, and the girl next to him, that's his child bride, Emily Griffin, God rest her soul, wherever her soul might be."
"I see. Now you'll have to tell us about it."
They found a dark corner booth in the Lantern Bar with squeaky black leather seats. Walter would have given anything for an ice-cold Coors, but he had to settle for a Diet Coke. Sometimes he wished he'd picked a career in which drinking was not only acceptable but obligatory, like politics or acting or writing fiction. Charlie ordered a glass of water with a twist.
"So, you knew Gordon Veitch," said Walter when Henry's cocktail arrived.
"You bet. We all knew him, all of us clowns. Gordon Veitch was Mago Verde, the Green Magician. His father before him, Daniel Veitch, he was Mago Verde too, and he handed it down to Gordon. The makeup, the tricks, but most of all that mean, malicious attitude. If there was ever a son of a bitch on this planet, it was Daniel Veitch. And if there was ever a son of a bitch, it was Gordon Veitch. But let me tell you one thing. Gordon Veitch may have been mean and malicious to everybody else, but he was never once mean and malicious to me. I guess you could say that he took me under his wing."
"How'd you come to meet him?"
asked Walter.
"I met him at Corey's Circus. I used to work there after school, making myself some money by mucking out the animals. You ever smell lion shit? There is no worse smell on this planet than lion shit. Well, tiger shit, maybe. I got to know some of the clowns, and most of them were good to me, considering I was nothing more than a part-time shit shoveler. Bongo especially. He was Portuguese, believe it or not, and his real name was Remy. He helped me to design my own makeup, and he lent me some of his outfits, and he showed me how to juggle with knives, and how to walk on the low wire, and how to fall on my ass without hurting myself. But it was Mago Verde who took a real shine to me, especially if I ran errands for him, like placing bets on the horses and bringing him cigarettes and bottles of hooch. All the other circus folk, though, they stayed well clear of him.
Why, he'd trip people up when they were carrying boxes of light bulbs. Or he'd do this trick when he threw an egg up into the air and catch it in a velvet bag. But when he asked some sucker to dip his hand into the bag and pick the egg out for him, the bag was crammed full of razor blades. Like I say, he was a regular son of a bitch. He had the power, though. No mistake about that.
The power? Asked Walter. What power was that exactly?
Henry sucked noisily at his cocktail. Then he held it up to the light and said,
Not bad, but too much slow gin.
What power, Henry?
Walter pressed him. Henry blinked at him as if he'd never seen him before in his life. But then he lifted one finger and tapped it against the side of his bulbous nose.
Daniel Veitch had given Gordon a whole lot more than his makeup and his magic tricks and his mean and malicious attitude. He passed on the family knack of stepping into other people's dreams. That's what he told me, anyhow. And he proved it to me.
Excuse me, stepping into other people's dreams? How exactly did he do that?
Search me. But he always insisted that he could do it. And once he told me that he'd stepped into one of my dreams when I was sleeping. A dream I was having about fishing out in Lake Erie and my boat was sinking. And he described that dream to me in every detail, just like he'd actually been there too, standing right behind me.
Okay, said Walter, trying not to sound too skeptical.
Go on.
Well, the dream thing, that's where Gilbert Griffin came into it. And Gilbert Griffin was the real instigator of what happened next. Although I never told nobody about it because nobody would never have believed me.
So what makes you think that we're gonna believe you?
You can believe me if you want to or not if you don't. I'm 93 years old now and I don't give a rat's ass. But I might as well tell somebody before I cash in my chips, and it might as well be you, especially young Charlie here. He understands about clowns, don't you, Charlie?
All right, said Walter. What heinous act of heinosity did Gilbert Griffin commit?
It was that child bride of his, Emily. He was nuts about her, and you can see from the picture in the lobby how cute she was. But in July of 1935, only 18 months after they were married, she came out of Kroger's family store on Noble Road up in Cleveland Heights, and she was knocked down by a speeding automobile, and she died 2 days later in hospital. Gilbert Griffin, he was inconsolable, and it was public knowledge how grief-stricken he was. He placed advertisements in the Plain Dealer every day, offering $1,000 rewards to any mediums who could contact Emily in the spirit world so that he could talk to her and tell her how much he missed her. That's when Mago Verde got in contact with him and said he could visit Emily in his dreams and bring him back messages from her, and even letters. But that wasn't all. For a price, he said, there was a way that he could bring her back to life.
Jesus, said Walter. Did Gilbert Griffin believe him?
Henry sucked more cocktail and nodded.
He surely did. Mago Verde told me about it, too. According to him, it was some hocus-pocus they devised in the Vatican in the Middle Ages. You know what hocus-pocus is, don't you?
Hocus-pocus? What are you talking about? Sure I do.
No, you don't. I can tell by your face. Hocus-pocus comes from the Latin hoc est corpus, which is the words they speak in the Eucharist when the communion wafer is supposed to turn into flesh. If you can turn a biscuit into a person, it can't be too much trouble to turn a dream into a person, can it?
He tapped his forehead.
Don't look so surprised, Detective. There's a whole encyclopedia up inside of this head. I wasn't no director of no museum for 48 years without learning nothing, even if it was only a clown museum.
Walter said,
Okay, I'm impressed. So what was this hocus-pocus exactly?
Mago Verde told me that you had to make a trade. To bring one dead person out of the world of dreams and back to the world of reality, you had to take 9 innocent people from the world of reality and take them through to the world of dreams. Like forever. 9 for 1.
Why 9?
Henry rolled up his eyes as if he were talking to a 6-year-old child.
Because 9 is the magic number which is the beginning of everything. 9 makes everything tick. Time, space, life, death, everything runs on the number 9. 9 is like the key to the universal clock. So 9 people had to be taken away before 1 could come back.
Oh, yeah?
Why do you think we say that cats have 9 lives, and a stitch in time saves 9?
He held up 9 fingers and counted each of them in turn.
In the Christian religion, there are 9 orders of angels. In Hebrew, God has 72 names, and 7 and 2 adds up to 9. In Arabic, God has 99 names. The Mayans believed that 9 was a sacred number, and in China, on the 9th day of the 9th month, the day of the double yang, people believe that their dead and faraway friends can appear in front of them. 9 is a number that makes dreams work. Next time you have a dream, try to remember how many 9s appeared in it. Could be anything. 9 doorknobs, 9 cakes, 9 people, 9 trees. But I guarantee you, the number 9 will be in there someplace.
I don't dream, Henry, said Walter. I don't dream ever.
You do, Detective, even if you can't remember it. Next time, try to remember. 9 bottles of beer hanging on the wall, 9 willing women.
So what happened?
Asked Walter, trying to change the subject.
Mago Verde conned Gilbert Griffin into thinking that he could bring his beloved Emily back to life, and in return, Gilbert Griffin paid him to kidnap 9 innocent people and take them off to the land of Nod? That sounds suspiciously like conspiracy to me, if not murder for hire.
Henry shrugged.
I never had no proof, Detective, which is why I never told nobody for all of these years. What would have been the point? They probably would have carted me off to the funny farm. But it was only a few days after Mago Verde went to see Gilbert Griffin that he quit the circus without saying so much as goodbye to nobody. And then all of them killings and all of them disappearances started in the Cleveland Flats. There was all manner of suspects. At first, Elliot Ness thought it was some doctor from Glenville. Then he thought it was a longshoreman called Cruddock. But there must have been at least one eyewitness who said it was somebody dressed up as a clown, because the cops came around 2 or 3 times to Corey's circus, and each time they ransacked the place. They never found Mago Verde, though. Mago Verde had flown the coop, and none of us ever saw him again, which made us all think that he could have been the killer. Once Elliot Ness came around to Corey's circus in person, although he didn't talk to me. I always remember how he had this dark, shiny hair parted in the center and a red necktie.
They never caught Gordon Veitch, though, did they? Asked Walter.
No, they didn't. Not to bring to trial, anyhow. There was more murders and more rapes and more disappearances, and in August of 1938 the cops got a tip-off about the whereabouts of Mago Verde, and they burned down half a shanty town. There was a huge public hoo-ha, especially in the press. But after that, the killings stopped. So the cops presumed that they'd done their job and that Mago Verde was dead.
But you blame Gilbert Griffin for what happened.
Who else? I'm 99% sure that Gilbert Griffin paid Mago Verde to kill or kidnap those innocent people. And what was more, he gave Mago Verde the wherewithal to take his victims through to the world of dreams.
The wherewithal? What do you mean by that?
Mago Verde told me that all 9 victims had to be dreamed about, and each of the 9 dreams had to be arranged in the same building in a special mystical pattern, an ennead, which means a figure of 9. It was like a psychic combination lock, that's how he put it. Once you dreamed all 9 dreams in the same building, in the right pattern, the doors to the world of dreams would be opened up, click, clickety click, and a person could be taken through from one reality to the other, or vice versa.
I see, said Walter. Or rather, I don't see. To be totally honest, I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about.
He was pretty sure that Henry didn't hear him say that, because Henry simply shrugged.
We never found out if Mago Verde was shooting us a line or not. 18 women was murdered or raped in all, but only 7 people disappeared for good. 5 women and 2 men. So maybe he didn't make the 9 before the cops got him.
Tell me, said Walter, have you ever seen Mago Verde since August 1938?
Henry shook his head.
No, sir, not once. And let's face it, even if the cops didn't get him, old Father Time would have done for him by now.
Yes, you're right. Although somebody else could be wearing his makeup, couldn't they?
Sure, but stealing some other clown's face, that's the worst thing that any clown could do. They never do that, ever. Stealing a man's face is like stealing his soul. If somebody is passing themselves off as Mago Verde, then I'd sure like to know who it is.
Yes, Henry. Me too.
Once Henry had gone, Walter drained his Diet Coke and then snapped his fingers at the waitress.
Give me a beer, would you?
What do you think? Asked Charlie.
About Henry? I think he's wandering, the poor old coot.
But how was Maria Fortalis taken out of her room?
What? You believe that Mago Verde spirited her away in some dream? Come on, Charlie. I'll have to send you off on a psych break if you start talking like that.
But what Henry said, it all fits, doesn't it? And if there were 7 disappearances back in the 30s, that means Maria Fortalis could be the 8th.
Ooh, you can count. Congratulations.
If Maria Fortalis is the 8th, then there's only one left to go before Mago Verde opens up the door between the world of dreams and the world of reality.
So what? He's gonna bring back a child bride who must be 92 years old by now.
She wouldn't have grown any older, Walter. Any more than Mago Verde would. She's in a dream.
Whose dream? Who the hell do you think dreams about her anymore? Almost everybody who ever knew her must be dead by now.
I still think there's some truth in what Henry told us. What about that Mrs. Kercheval, who had that hallucination in room 717? She thought she saw a mutilated woman in her bed, didn't she? Maybe that was one of Mago Verde's dreams. Walter covered his face with his hands and said nothing for a very long time. When he looked up again, he said,
Charlie, dreams are dreams. They're not real. You can't cross from the real world into the world of dreams because there's nothing there to cross into. Dreams are like your brain trying to make sense of your life, that's all. And most of the time they can't make heads nor tails of anything.
You said you didn't have any dreams.
I don't. Not printable ones, anyhow.
The waitress brought Walter his beer, and he drank half of it in one gulp, leaving himself with a white foam mustache.
Jesus, I needed that.
Charlie was anxiously biting at the edge of his thumbnail. Listen, Walter, I know you don't believe a word of what Henry was telling us, but I spent a long time studying clowns. I got to know them, the way they think, the clown code of honor. Clowns play tricks, but they don't tell lies, and they have a long history of psychic sensitivity. I still think we ought to follow this line of inquiry a whole lot further.
Meaning what?
For starters, we ought to check all of the rooms in this hotel and see if we can come up with some kind of pattern. Not just forensic evidence, something more like the pieces of a puzzle. Henry talked about a figure of 9, didn't he? Something's going down here, and it's going down tonight. I can feel it. Something weird. Walter finished the rest of his beer and belched into his fist.
I thought I told you before, Charlie.
Me, hunch detective, you, deductive detective. Leave the frissons to me, okay?
Okay.
But don't you get any sense that something in this hotel is out of whack?
Sure I do. I get a sense that I need another beer, and maybe some giant pretzels.
And then we can check out the rooms? Walter's head dropped in resignation.
Okay, I give in. Then we can check out the rooms. But only so long as the manager allows us to do it without a warrant. If he doesn't object, ask him if we can borrow a floor plan and a couple of pass keys. But I hope you realize that this hotel has 130 rooms and 9 suites. It's going to take us forever.
Charlie stood up. You're not going to regret this, Walter. I really think we're going to have this case cracked.
Cracked is the word for it.
Charlie went off to find the manager, and Walter turned around to wave to the waitress and order another beer. As he did so, he saw John step out of the elevator and walk past the entrance to the Lantern Bar. He squeezed his way out of the booth and waddled out into the lobby. John had found himself an armchair underneath a potted palm and was shaking open a day-old copy of the Baton Rouge Advocate. Walter approached him and stood right in front of him, with his arms folded. John lowered his paper. The headline was, "Iguana Regulation Bill Killed." The state Senate had decided it was unnecessary to control the sale of pet iguanas, despite the fact that they could grow to 10 feet long and pose a lethal threat to children and small animals.
Not taxi driving tonight?
Asked Walter.
Taking some time off, Detective. Catching up with some homespun gossip from BR. Right here? In the Griffin House Hotel? Is there a law against it? Not that I know of.
John looked up at Walter, unblinking. It was obvious that Walter felt that there was something suspicious about him sitting here, but he couldn't think what it was. After a few moments, Walter said, "Okay, but what's the attitude, okay?"
"Oh, you bet," said John. "I'm keeping my attitude under constant scrutiny."
Walter returned to the Lantern Bar, although he stopped and turned around before he went back inside and gave John a look that almost made the potted palm wither up. John, for his part, shook his newspaper ostentatiously, lifted it up high in front of him, and pretended to read an article about people in Baton Rouge burning trash in their backyards and creating too much toxic smoke. John was sitting in the lobby to keep a watch for Mago Verde. He didn't expect Gordon Veitch to walk into the hotel wearing his clown makeup, but he reckoned he could pick out a dread without too much difficulty. There was something about dreads which he always recognized. A blurriness, as if he were seeing them through a fogged-up window. From his vantage point beside the potted palm, he could clearly see the main entrance, as well as the elevators and the stairs. He could also see the entrance to the Lantern Bar and the Boa Vinda restaurant and the corridor that led to the hotel parking lot and back. The only way that anybody could enter or leave the hotel without him noticing them was if they climbed up one of the fire escapes. He checked the time by the Art Deco clock standing by the reception desk. 7:12. Kieran had promised to relieve him after 2 hours, and he knew that he was going to need relieving. The smell of pan-fried escalopes of veal was wafting his way from the restaurant, and he hadn't eaten since 12:30. Upstairs, meanwhile, Kieran, Kira, and Rhoda Jane had walked up and down every corridor and looked into every door that was open. When they returned to Rhoda Jane's room, they found Springer sitting on the balcony, keeping an eye on the fire escapes. "Nothing," said Kieran as he closed the door behind him. "Maybe he's not coming." "Oh, he will. I'm absolutely sure of it," said Springer. "After your attack on him last night, Brother Albrecht is going to be very anxious to complete the sacrificial ritual as soon as possible. Think about it. This could be his last and only chance to bring his circus back to reality." It was growing dark outside, and streetlights were beginning to twinkle all around University Circle. Kira said,
"What if we miss him? What if he manages to get into the hotel without us seeing him?"
then you'll have to go after him in Brother Albrecht's dream, and hope that you can nail him before he manages to hand over his sacrifice.
And if we can't get to him before that?
I don't know, said Springer gravely. He was still in the guise of Dean Brunswick III, but he was beginning to look older and grayer than he had at first, as if the alcoholic ravages of Dino's later life were catching up with him. I guess you'll just have to give it all you've got and hope for the best.
That sounds like a plan, said Kieran.
Not. I don't know what else I can say, Springer told him. For some reason, Brother Albrecht appears to be invulnerable to the most powerful existential weapon in Dom Magator's armory. Maybe he's vulnerable to something more rudimentary, like a regular bullet-firing gun or a crossbow bolt or an axe.
You think we should try chopping his head off?
Said Kira, her eyes wide with revulsion.
It wouldn't hurt,
said Rhoda Jane.
Not us, anyhow.
Springer said,
Anyhow, all we can do is wait. Mago Verde may have abducted and mutilated a 9th victim already, but he still has to come here and dream what he did to them into the hotel walls. Hopefully that should give us enough time to find him. And even if we can't find him, thousands of people all around the Great Lakes will be asleep by then, and dreaming, and at least some of them will be dreaming about Brother Albrecht's circus. We can enter one of their dreams and go after him.
I have a real bad feeling that this isn't going to turn out too good,
said Kira. And what about our mom? Asked Kieran.
I can't tell you, said Springer. You'll have to play this as it comes. If you get the chance to rescue her, then take it. But I can't offer you any guarantees. I can't even offer you a plan. The truth is, with Brother Albrecht, I don't even know what we're up against.
Chapter 20. The 9th Nightmare. By 20 after 8, Walter had checked out 17 rooms and 2 deluxe suites. It was police procedure at its most procedural. And to make matters worse, he wasn't even sure what he was supposed to be looking for. A pattern? An any ad? Whatever the hell that was? 5 of the rooms he had thankfully found unoccupied, but when he had knocked at the doors of all of the others, the patter had always been the same.
Good evening, sir, madam. Real sorry to disturb you, but my name is Detective Wazaki from the University Circle PD, and I'm making a routine security check of all the rooms in the Griffin House Hotel. Do you mind if I take a quick look around? It'll only take a moment.
Almost every time, the guest had asked him,
What exactly is it you're looking for, Detective?
Signs of disturbance.
Oh.
Pause.
So what do they look like, these signs of disturbance?
Hard to describe, but, we always recognize them when we see them.
Oh. Maybe Charlie had been talking B, but in some of the rooms that Walter had walked into, not all of them, he'd felt a distinctly unwelcoming atmosphere. Not exactly a tangible chill, but a feeling that there was somebody else's presence here, somebody hostile, apart from the current guests. It had given him the same discomfort that he felt when he walked into an unfamiliar house, when the owners were away, or when they'd been killed. Even the family photographs over the fireplace seemed to frown at him disapprovingly. After he had finished checking every room on the 6th and 7th floors, he sat down on the couch next to the elevators and unfolded his hotel floor plan. Taking out his pen, he marked a cross against every room where he had felt unsettled. 5 on the 6th floor and 3 on the 7th floor. Only 8 altogether. But when he laid one floor plan over the other, he saw that it would have taken the addition of only one more room to make a 9-cornered star. He sat back. Now, was this a coincidence, or what? He was tempted to call Charlie and tell him what he had discovered. But he had picked those 8 rooms only because of some indefinable feeling of unease, and not because of any empirical evidence that Mago Verde or Mago Verde's successor had ever been there. Okay, so he was hunch detective. But maybe this was one hunch too far. He didn't want to look like an asshole, He looked at the floor plans again. The room which would have completed the nine-cornered star was room 702, which had been unoccupied. Maybe he hadn't experienced that unwelcoming feeling in room 702 because Mago Verde hadn't yet visited it. He took out his cell phone and called the front desk.
Detective Wazaki here. Can you tell me if room 702 is booked for tonight?
Please hold on a moment, sir. Walter sat and waited. As he did so, he felt a sudden draft, as if somebody had walked past him. Yet the corridor was completely deserted.
Shit, he thought. I'm giving myself the heebie-jeebies. I don't seriously believe in any of this dream crap.
The desk clerk came back to him.
Yes, sir. Room 702 is booked for tonight. One night only.
Under what name?
Wazaki, sir. Same as yours. Now that's a coincidence, wouldn't you say?
It's been booked in the name of Wazaki?
Yes, sir. Cash in advance.
Shit. When was it booked?
This evening, sir. 6:10 p.m.
Shit! Why the fuck didn't you tell me? I've just spent 2 hours knocking on every goddamn door on the 6th and 7th floors, and I needn't have bothered.
I'm sorry, sir. You didn't ask.
What'd the guy look like?
Excuse me?
The guy who made the booking, what'd he look like? Thin, fat, short, tall, black, white, Hispanic, Chinese, what?
A white, sir. Thin. Not too tall, not too short. I can't say I got a really good look at him.
He made a booking right in front of you and you didn't get a really good look at him?
No, sir. I can't say that I did.
What about his address?
Give me a moment, sir. Oh, yes. Here it is. 5102 Pearl Road, Cleveland.
You know where that is?
Not exactly, sir, no.
It's the fucking Clown Museum.
Walter snapped his cell phone shut. Again, he was tempted to call Charlie. But then he thought,
this is beginning to smell more and more like some kind of practical joke.
Maybe Charlie wasn't in on it, but that Henry Marriott could well have set it up. As elderly as he was still a clown, wasn't he? And what did clowns do? Except trip people up and make 'em look like suckers? Stepping into other people's dreams, for Christ's sake. Henry had almost had him believing it, and Charlie had been taken in hook, line, and sinker. He followed the sign to room 702. He found it right at the end of the corridor with a Do Not Disturb tag hanging on the knob. He knocked and called out,
Open up, sir. Police.
He waited, but there was no response. He knocked again.
Police! Can you hear me, sir? You need to open this door right now.
Still no response. He took out the passkey that the hotel manager had given him and unlocked the door. He eased it open an inch, and then he lifted his gun out of its holster.
This is a CPD, sir. I want you standing in the center of the room with your hands where I can see them.
He pushed the door wider. As far as he could see, there was nobody in the bedroom, although the bed cover was turned down and the bedside lamps were both lit. He edged his way past the closet, holding his gun up in front of him. He slid open both closet doors as he passed and quickly glanced inside, but there was nobody hiding there and no clothes hanging up. He checked the bathroom. There was nobody in there either, and none of the complimentary toiletries had been used. It looked as if Mr. Wazaki hadn't arrived yet. If this was a practical joke, he probably wouldn't arrive. But why spend nearly $200 to book a room just for the sake of a practical joke? He backed out of the bathroom, stowing his gun back into its holster. As he did so, a hoarse voice behind him said,
Well done, Fatso. You worked it out.
He turned around, yanking out his gun again, but two muscular hands gripped his wrist and twisted the gun away from him. He found himself confronted by a tall, angular man with wild white shoulder-length hair and a pale gray face. His eyes were surrounded by smudgy black makeup, and his lips were painted into a glistening green grin. For some reason, Walter found it hard to focus on him, as if he were seeing him through a steamed-up window.
Gotcha now, Tin Man, don't I? Thought you could stymie my sacrifice, did ya? Ha ha! Well, now you can make amends. You'd like to make amends, wouldn't you?
Sorry, pal, Walter retorted. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
His gun had been thrown onto the bed, and he glanced at it quickly, trying to work out his chances of diving across the quilt to reach it. Probably nil for a man of his bulk.
You and your friends caused the Grand Freak a whole lot of heartache last night,
the clown told him.
Killing Dr. Friendly and the Grand Freak's favorite fire breather and his harlequin, too. He never cared too much for Brown Jenkin, but then who did? But you still made the Grand Freak very angry by blowing Brown Jenkin's head off.
I told you, said Walter. I don't know what the hell you're blabbering on about. However, I do know that you're under arrest for assaulting a police officer.
He took out his cell phone and flipped it open. But when he tried to call Charlie, all he could hear was crackling. He hit the phone several times against the heel of his hand, but it still didn't work.
Okay, he said, unclipping his handcuffs from his belt. Turn around and put your hands behind your back. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
You think, Tin Man?
Grinned the clown. He gave Walter a low bow, and then he suddenly whirled around, and he was brandishing a long serrated kitchen knife.
Put the blade down, Walter told him. You even scratch me with that, and you're going to do so much time you'll need a Zimmer frame when they let you out.
Scratching you? I wouldn't dream of scratching you,
said the clown. He prodded at Walter with the point of his knife. Walter lifted his left elbow to shield himself and retreated across the room.
You don't want to do anything stupid, he warned the clown.
Oh, yes, I do. Clowns are stupid by nature. Stupidity is our bread and butter. Throwing buckets of water all over each other? Stupid. Tripping over each other's feet? Stupid. Cramming 10 people into one car so that the wheels fall off? Stupid.
He kept on prodding at Walter, and Walter kept backing away. For God's sake, where was Charlie? He must be missing him by now. But then he backed into the coffee table and stumbled sideways and lost his balance and fell heavily onto the floor, hitting his head on the arm of one of the chairs. As he fell, the clown leapt forward and seized his right leg. Walter kicked at him, but the clown dragged up the cuff of his pants, pulled down his sock, and sliced through the Achilles tendon at the back of his heel. Walter shouted out in pain, but the clown took hold of his left leg, twisted off his shoe, and did the same. Walter managed to heave himself up into a sitting position, but now he was completely unable to stand. Blood was running quickly out of the cuts on his heels and spattering the light blue rug.
You bastard, he gasped. You bastard, what have you done to me?
The clown leaned over him. Close up, Walter could see that he wasn't smiling at all.
This is only the beginning, Tin Man. There's far worse to come. You'll see. But after what you did last night, you and your friends, what do you expect? Not mercy, surely.
I still don't know what the hell you're talking about,
Walter told him. He was breathing heavily, and his face was ashen from shock.
Of course you know what I'm talking about, Dom Magator the Night Warrior.
Who the what?
Don't deny it. You might have been wearing that helmet last night, but I'd know that fat gut anywhere. And who else would be looking for me by day as well as by night?
He stood up straight.
Anyhow, you've solved a problem for me. I needed to bring 9 sacrifices to Brother Albrecht, as you know. 9 souls who would happily commit themselves forever to the most terrible show on earth. Maria Fortalis was number 8. And I'm happy to say that you can have the honor of being number 9. As soon as you take your place among your companion freaks, the papal sanction will be broken forever. The circus will come rolling through to the world of reality. Drums beating, trumpets blaring. Tarantara! Tarantara! and the world will collapse into wonderful screaming chaos. Murder, rape, wanton vandalism. People set on fire for the fun of it. The human race is headed that way already, of course, but Brother Albrecht's circus'll make sure you arrive in hell so much sooner.
I don't understand, said Walter weakly. What circus are you talking about? You're Mago Verde, aren't you?
Ah, you know who I am. A clever detective as well as a formidable night warrior. Yes, Tin Man, I am Mago Verde, the Green Magician.
You're not Gordon Veitch, though, are you? You can't be. Gordon Veitch must have died a long time ago.
The real Gordon Veitch, yes. The human Gordon Veitch. The human Gordon Veitch was trapped when the cops set fire to Shantytown in 1938. Smoke inhalation. But he was asleep when it happened, and dreaming, and his dreaming self survived. And his dreaming self is me. Get it?
So Henry Marriott wasn't shooting us a line after all.
Henry Marriott? Jesus, is that punk still above ground? He used to be my gopher. What an idiot. Thought he was a clown? Yeah, he couldn't make a hyena laugh.
But Henry Marriott told us you were trying to get Gilbert Griffin's dead wife back. He didn't say anything about a circus. What circus?
Oh, yes, that's how it started, with Emily Griffin. I was visiting other people's dreams trying to find her. She was very elusive, to tell you the truth, young dead Emily Griffin. It was like trying to catch a shadow or an echo or the snatch of a song. I visited the dreams of most of her friends. I visited her parents' dreams. Never quite caught her.
He turned back to Walter with a real grin underneath his painted grin.
One night back in 1936, I stepped into a dream that one of Gilbert Griffin's stockholders was having. And I was pleasantly surprised to find myself at Brother Albrecht's Carnival and Freak Show. That was when I first realized what the power of true evil is all about. And believe me, Tin Man, the power of true evil is the most intoxicating elixir that man ever drank.
I need you to call 911 for me, said Walter. This bleeding isn't going to stop.
Mago Verde ignored him.
I was looking for Emily Griffin at the time, yes, with the aim of reuniting her with the grieving husband. He was paying me enough, I can assure you. $3,000 in just 6 months. But when I met Brother Albrecht, everything changed. My whole life was turned upside down. I forgot about Emily Griffin. Who cared about one dim-witted young woman who crossed the street without looking left and right? Brother Albrecht and his circus, that was the future for me.
Walter rested his head against the seat of the armchair.
Please, call for a bus, would you?
But Mago Verde came over and sat down cross-legged very close to him, so that Walter could smell vinegar and cigarettes and grease paint.
Let me explain to you all about Brother Albrecht's circus, he said. You need to know this.
And he told Walter how Brother Albrecht had been mutilated in 1147 by his lover's vengeful husband, and how he had started his carnival, and how Pope Eugene III had sealed him in the world of dreams.
I made a deal with Brother Albrecht. I would dedicate the rest of my sacrifices to him, and not to Gilbert Griffin, so that he could bring his circus back to the real world where it belonged. In return, he would make me the head of all his clowns. He wanted freaks. He wanted women who'd been sawn in half and men with 6 arms instead of legs. I'm sorry to say that quite a few of them went to meet their maker while I was trying to oblige him. That's when the cops began to hunt me down for serious. And that's why I made myself anonymous and pretended to be a bum and hung out around Shantytown. Mistake, huh? I underestimated Elliot Ness.
Even worse than Al Capone did. But all's well that ends well, and here we are, you and me.
He stroked Walter's cheek, almost lovingly.
I'm gonna get you ready for your journey to the freak show, and then I'm gonna sleep for a while, and dream what I did to you. When I do that, there won't be any evidence that you were ever here. No blood on the carpet, nothing. Nobody'll ever know what happened to you. Not your family, not your fellow detectives. Not unless they visit Brother Albrecht's circus when it arrives in the waking world. Ha ha! Then they'll see you. Dom Magator, the castrated night warrior.
What? You're making a big mistake here, pal. My name isn't Dom anything, and I still don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, you would say that,
Mago Verde replied, pretending to be petulant. He stood up. Out of one of the pockets of his shabby black coat, he pulled a grubby gray scarf and a length of tarry cord.
Very considerate of you bringing your own handcuffs, he said. Saves me tying your wrist.